Triple? There is. Yeah. It's T-Ripple. Yep. Ooh. 'Kay. Nice. Was it soon enough you could get price match? Oh, probably not. Never mind. Because like, if it was like Costco or something, they would have cut you a check for the difference. Snap. That's bonkers. Dude, we have no audio, no video. It's just like a blank square. It says TikTok with the the nebula thing behind it and one big square. So good. So good. Oh, dude, I love it. Welcome to Tech Talk, everybody. That's so good. I'm gonna say some things. Ooh, that's so good. Oh, man. Yeah, no Jerry audio. We can hear Ox, but not Jerry. That's so funny.
Whoa, they saw that quick. Okay, so now they should hear both voices.
Whatever happened to Video Ninja? We still use that as like the meeting room. That's where our videos, our 2 videos go into. Yeah, it's easier.
We need to escape it, honestly. Like we need to GTFO and pick something else.
Yeah.
I just gotta find what the next victim is.
I mean, Discord might have a good handle on going back to Discord.
Hey, my video doesn't look half bad this morning.
No, that's great.
All right, sweet.
Oh, I
Right,
didn't. I don't know if I changed mine the way I should have. I forgot.
Because right now I've just got a light propped up on my desk against my Stream Deck, and the camera is sitting on a little mini tripod because I don't have the bracket over the screen anymore. Because the new screens sit at a different height. I put them up higher so I could get some speakers under them because I haven't had sound in this room other than headphones for like 2 years. And so I want to put my sound system back in. So I finally left enough room under the screens that I could put speakers under there. But by doing that, I jacked up the screen so high that if I put the camera up over the monitor, I have to create a new bracket, and it's going to be such a steep angle. It's going to be like looking down at me, like, a 60-degree angle. So I think what I'm going to do is just put a monopod on my desk, and then just like when I have the camera, it's just going to cover some of the screen.
Let me. I can't show you this. I don't know if I've got a second one around here. I know I have a second one. I just don't know if it's close at hand. Let me see here.
All right, let me get a link. I'm going to share this out with everybody.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Could you
say what?
Damn it. Hang on. Hold on.
Fight it. Get it.
Is there enough space underneath like your center monitor for something like this?
Oh yeah. And like have that come out and stick up a little bit.
Yeah, you could grab onto the bottom of the monitor with the C clamp, and then have the ball mount. Right, the camera would be upside down, but you can just flip the input. Like, who gives a shit?
That's actually a really good idea.
Because I have a monitor kind of up and to my left, and I've thought it would point directly at the office door, so I'm not going to do it. But I've thought about that as a cool angle for like playing games and stuff.
That might here. Let me see. I want to see if that'll look. I think that'll look good actually. Here, let's try.
And I got a pair of these for like $10.
Oh, actually, I forgot. I don't have a quick release bracket.
It came with a ball mount. And in fact, that's what's on top of my monitor now. is one of these with the ball mount, and I just have it grabbed onto the top of the monitor.
Yeah, it's funny because I have the exact, not the ball mount, but I have this thing right here. This is what I used to have, and this was like, right. And so this is literally just attached on. This is an arm attached to an arm, and then this one had another arm that's behind me that was off it, and that would hold my light and my camera and fix it to the VESA mount behind the screen and pop up over the top of it. But it's too short now. It's like because the screen is sitting so much higher in the bracket. But I like the idea of coming at it from the bottom now. Because if I could just stick it down to where it's just poking the lens under, I think it would only be about
and it's got one of these.
That wouldn't be bad.
I forgot I had one of it. Says I need a couple more of these guys too. It's a male to male quarter inch, the regular just camera whole thing. I needed one more of these for the garage.
I've accumulated a bucket of all the random, from back in my day when I was doing like Cargasm and stuff with all the GoPros and Contour HD.
Yeah, man.
I have like a case with like all the little adapters, connectors, and everything. That's an erector set for like building cages for cameras and all that stuff. So I should yank that out, just erector set something together,
Yep, that's the way to go.
Here, let me grab the title. I'm gonna send this out to everybody. Okay, let's see here. Tech Talk is live. All right,
man. I need some. Anybody got any suggestions for like a cheap alternative to the Nanoleaf lights?
Those are those light panels, right? The RGB light panels. I've been looking into those. They're so cool, but yeah, you're right. They're stupid money. I think I saw a thing was like 3 panels for like $100 or something like that, and I was like, what?
Yeah, so they've come down for sure, but
okay, like, so they're not that bad. Okay, because when I looked at them, I was like, dude, how can these people have like $1,000 in panels on their walls behind them? Like in these videos,
it used to be.
Like, are you serious?
Now, like Costco was selling a pack. I think that it was like 12 triangles. I think is what it was. They were triangles. Some kid. It was like, I think it was like 12 or 14 triangles and all the right hook 'em ups and stuff. Some little like get started pack, but it was like $260. It was like $260. So,
God, why is it so expensive? Because LEDs are not expensive.
Yeah, I think it's a combination. It's a combination of the like the paneling and the connectors, right? They got their own little proprietary. Looks like 2 male ends of a USB-A plug, kind of, and then so you can click the panels together.
Yeah, it's just weird.
It's not the materials, it's the construction, like putting the panels together and being able to connect them and then control the controller, I guess, software and things too. WLED and ESP32 3D printed housing, around 20 panels. Yeah, 6-foot strip of LEDs. I have some Govee LEDs around the edge here, but they're not that bright. Like it's good to help with my eye fatigue, like playing at night, because I don't want the whole the big light on when I'm playing at night.
Heard of Govee? Like,
oh, dude, they have all kind of cool smart home stuff. All kind of great light is LED related stuff. It's fairly cheap.
Okay.
Actually, I have one of their Bluetooth meat thermometers too. I didn't even realize. I got the LEDs and I'm setting up the app and I'm like, what the fuck is this already? Something's already. I got this thing already connected.
But you're like, give me all kinds of home automation stuff, even meat thermometers.
Yes, it's fucking. Hey, and it's nice. I go plug that thing. I did a tri-tip last week, a little piece of a tri-tip for myself.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh yeah, that's right, I can do that. And you set up a warning temperature, and there's a hole in the side of my Traeger. I run the thermometer cable through.
My wife has a little Bluetooth one that has an app on her phone, but it's not supported by like anything else. It's like just proprietary to whatever that thing is.
No, Govee's pretty cool. They've actually, they might have some fucking cheap.
So is Govee a company or is that like a standard? Like
no, it's a company.
Oh, it's a company.
No, it's a company.
Because I was gonna say, I know that there's a bunch of different standards that what's that software everybody's running, HomeKit or whatever.
I've heard that.
Is it HomeKit? I keep getting confused. Apple has one that's named similar, but there's like an open source like home automation thing that everybody talks about constantly. And apparently it like will take like even standards and non-standards. Yeah,
HomeKit is Apple's. Apple's is HomeKit.
That's what it is.
Yeah, Home Assistant.
So Home Assistant.
A lot of devices.
apparently Home Assistant is like the shit. Like you can
It's the tits.
standardize everything under it. Like you can take stuff that's like super wonky, only supported by like one app in the entire universe or whatever. You can somehow tie it into there and it'll play nice with like all your other stuff, including like Apple's proprietary stuff.
And Matter is another one that's getting more widely
I've
used.
Heard of Matter.
I think Home Assistant, I think, is fully open source. So yeah, you can code in your own like APIs and stuff if you got some weird.
That's what I've heard.
DIY shit.
That's what I've heard is that Home not HomeKit. Sorry, what is it again?
Home Assistant.
Home Assistant. I've heard Home Assistant is like what most people are using. I think it's even what like Linus uses for like his home automation that he's doing. Because I know he's automated the crap out of his new house that he moved into. Like where he did the pool heating, or not, he's like heating the pool with his server rack. I actually thought that was pretty clever.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That is really cool.
And he has like a water to water filter, so he's not just pumping all the crap from the swimming pool through his radiators like he did before. And I was like, that's a really cool idea. Like, why don't more people do that? That should be like standardized. Like when they build a house, now they're putting solar panels on the roof by like default. And like places like Southern California, you have to, if you have new construction, there has to be solar involved.
I keep getting hassled about that. I'm like, I don't.
Oh, the solar people coming around your neighborhood?
Yeah, man.
They're trying to peddle it. Yeah, they're everywhere, dude. They're
tries to pull up this map, punches in my address, and like it's like a heat map, like trying to tell me that, oh, this is like your solar exposure. I'm like, no,
it's all lies,
I live in this house. I know that my backyard gets about an hour and a half of sunlight. Okay, like my front. You see all this moss? You see all this moss? You're gonna tell me that I got sunlight like that? Get out of here.
Yep.
I would now if somebody had come along and say, hey man, we want to put like a little wind turbine up on the roof. One of those, I've seen those ones that are like, they're kind of tall and they have kind of a hook.
Hell yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
Right. They spin more vertically rather than like a windmill. They spin like that. Yeah, man, give me 2-3 of those. I might be a little bit more interested. The wind is blowing all the time. Sunlight, not so much.
Yeah, if you live in a place that's kind of like hilly or something like that, you probably benefit hugely from having a little.
I'm right at the top of a plateau, or a bit of a raised bump on the plateau that is.
Yep. Plus, depending on the size of the windmill too, you could really you generate more power than you could from solar.
If I could just power the spaceship charger, would be a big deal. Frankly, not that that's expensive or anything, but like,
do you charge that on stage 1 or stage 2? Is it like 220 or
no 110? In fact, though, we can get a crazy good deal through the power company.
15 amp breaker.
It's really slow. It tops out at 1.2 kilowatts. It's really slow.
That's crazy. I don't think I know anybody that owns like a fully electric. Like I had a hybrid electric, so for me it made sense because I had a tiny little battery pack. But I think you're the only person I know that actually has like an EV with an 800 volt charging system that is charging it with like a trickle charger.
It works.
But you guys get enough miles charged into it to like drive it and use it how you want
to? We're not. I mean, we're not driving the thing a whole lot.
Sure, but do you ever like find like we don't got enough time to charge it enough? We got to take the other vehicle.
Not really. If we're gonna be out and about for a long time, we will find like one of the faster chargers, level 2 or something somewhere else.
Range anxiety, has that been a thing for you at all?
Only it depends on where you're going.
Yeah,
it really just depends on where you're going. Like my lady and the oldest went to Wazoo, right? So that's like 5-hour drive. And there's 2 huge gaps from the base of the mountain to about halfway. There's a huge gap, and then from that halfway point to Wazoo where it's like, oh shit. But really it's no, I mean you have to kind of think about it. You gotta be okay, is there gonna be a spot where I can find a like a supercharger or whatever? But
how accurate is the mileage on those things? Because I know back when I first started like playing around with Teslas and stuff, the range wasn't accurate at all. Like the range estimates were just straight up like silly inaccurate.
I would say it's conservative. It's conservative, but definitely but accurate. Yeah, like it'll start warning, oh man, you got 20 miles left, you better fucking find a spot. Yeah. But I'm like, I've run the thing down to where it's like, hey, you've got like I said, 20 or maybe 10 miles to go, and I made it home just fine. Like I had but there's all kinds of stuff that will totally eat into your range. Like if I turn the heater on or actually it's like if the heat or AC with the fans blowing, that'll cut like 20 miles right away. Boop. Just having it on. It drops your estimate. Yeah, it'll drop your estimate.
Oh man.
Going uphill, going up into the mountains. Yeah,
that's one thing I've noticed. Going uphill in EVs just chugs the battery. Like
it eats your gas too, though, right? Yeah. It's like it feels very equivalent to me, honestly.
Because like my Volt, you were supposed to be able to get like, and of course Chevy was like, they lied through their teeth, right? They're like, oh, you drive 40 miles a day. No, 40 miles was like the absolute best you could get in the best weather, best case. If it was like cold outside and it had to heat the battery pack or whatever, you get like 28 miles max. And that thing, I swear, I'd get in it and I go drive up like the steep hill we have out here. We have like a really steep hill that goes up about maybe like a mile and a half, 2 miles, but it's really steep.
Oh, mine's not that long.
And you go up that thing and it dumps the battery down like 20%. On my Volt, and it's like, holy shit, am I even gonna have enough power to like get back from work? Like I get to work and I'm like, I've got 30%, and I'm like, math ain't adding up in my head. I'm like, it took me 70% to get here. How the hell am I gonna get home with 30%? But then I get home and still have like 3 miles left.
Right. Yeah.
Because of the downhill.
It's definitely conservative. And downhill too. Yeah. When they went to, like I was saying, when they went to Wazoo, going up the mountain, they're like, oh shit, we have to get some juice, like in whatever it is, Ellensburg or something.
Juicy and
but on the way down. It's like nothing.
Solar took my bill from $185 to $20, so it does work. No, living in Phoenix, solar is great. I want to clarify something because I think something got missed there. I wasn't saying solar doesn't work. I'm not trying to like conspiracy theory solar. I'm saying in Washington State, where it rains and we have cloud cover most of the time, it is not efficient for the price. Like, yeah, you will generate power if you put a solar panel up on your roof and it's a cloudy day, rain. Even on the snowiest day, you're going to generate watts of power. Would take, like, you're just not going to ever pay for the damn thing.
The last estimate that we got, and they always say, oh, you can get it. Well, we'll install it for free or whatever. Blah blah blah. It's all that doesn't sound. Sounds too good to be true. But I'm like, I know I'm going to be out of pocket someplace. Plus, I'm always concerned that it's going to fuck up. I got a brand new roof, brand new house, brand new roof. Like 15-year warranty on the fucking roof. And you're going to tell me you're going to poke a bunch of holes in my roof so you can put solar panel framing and stuff on there?
How was that going to do as fast as possible? They're not going to silicone the nails or nothing. It's going to be
man. What's that going to do to my roof warranty? I don't trust that. So no, thank you. Plus, the last I remember looking into it, it's like cost whatever. I mean, this was like, I think this was going to be like out of pocket. Like if we were going to have it installed and all that, it's going to be like, I don't know. The math came out to like it would be almost 30 years to break even for it to pay for itself. I'm like, dude, that's my entire mortgage. That's my entire like legal liability on a house. Like that's outrageous. I'm not, and it has nothing. It adds no value whatsoever to the house. Like that, it's not. Nobody gives a shit if there's solar panels. They're not going to give you an extra 10 grand on the sale price. Yeah. Like nobody cares.
Yeah, here in Washington,
that's so dumb.
California or Arizona, sure. California, Arizona, those panels are going to generate shitloads of power, and they're going to pay for them. And the power is going to be more expensive too, because usually in hotter climates,
no power bill, basically, right?
You're not going to have like hydroelectric in freaking Phoenix, Arizona, right? Or you might, depending on how close you are to like Vegas and stuff like that, the Hoover Dam. But it's still
my power bill is cheap as fuck anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing. We live in Washington. It's like our power bill, the minimum we pay for electricity is 11 cents per kilowatt hour. The max we pay, I think, is 14 at the absolute peak. You ran over all the things. You're twice your neighbor's usage.
I think
14 cents.
I think mine peaks at like 22 or something like that. Because I don't know, maybe because I'm down here.
Sound Energy, are you?
It's I think it's TPU.
Yeah, you're at
Tacoma Power.
Yeah, you're.
But still, 22 cents at peak. Like,
I can't believe
I think my dude, I get my utility.
Fuck,
seriously? I get my utility bill and my gas, so I get this natural gas in the heat and like the stove and things, right? Dude, it's like 4 times my power bill.
Yeah, and it is. Our gas is expensive too. And the funny thing is, the only thing we have in our house is gas. Is the furnace. Granted, that's a big appliance, right? But we have a furnace and we have a stove. That's it. Everything. We don't have a gas dryer. We don't have a gas. And water heater. Never mind. We did put in a gas.
Our water tank too. It's the Infinite.
But it's super efficient. It's like a brand new top.
It's so nice.
Like super efficient water heater. And gas, it still burns like twice the money that it would be for a modern electric one. And I didn't know that when I installed it. I was like, if I could go back now, I'd probably just, I don't want to say I'd install an electric one, because the electric ones, unless you can plumb them into 220, which like not all of them are, you're not gonna have hot water very fast. Whereas with the gas one, oh my god, you get hot water within like 10 minutes. The whole tank's like hot again.
Dude, yeah, man. I like it's the tankless, right?
On demand,
I do have to wait. Like if I'm upstairs, I gotta wait.
That's what
like,
I hate about it.
All the piping, the pipes got to go all the way upstairs. But otherwise, it's like once it's hot, dude, it's hot forever.
How long would you say it takes? Like realistically, how long do you say it takes from when you crack it open to you're getting hot water?
So it'd be the master bath is probably as far away from the tank that you could get. And
what about closest to the tank? That's the one I'm more curious.
Closest, about. Maybe like less than a minute.
Okay, that's less than a minute. That's actually better than the older ones. So they are getting
because it's only
it's a gas one or electric.
Yeah, it's gas.
Okay, it's gas.
And
I was gonna say my neighbor got one put in, and he complained like when I talked to him because he went from the tank like I did. Because the crazy story. Let me back up for a second. Every water heater in my cul-de-sac failed within the same week. After 20
all got the same
years,
one.
All got the same one installed from the same line. This is crazy. Every tank failed from the same rusted, corroded seam within the same week after 23 years.
Ooh, class action.
How in the hell? Well, I mean, I'm stunned. Like I'm stunned that these water
the builder bought all
that long. Like
builder bought a dozen of them all at once.
He did.
Every fucking house in the neighborhood's got the same one.
Only one neighbor didn't have a failure, and so I went and looked at their water heater, and sure shit, it was a different water heater. Like whoever built that house either had a different one put in, or the person who came in previously replaced it for a bigger one. But yeah, all of our hot water heaters within 1 week. I think it was let's see, end of the cul-de-sac, my neighbor, and then the neighbor next to. So 3 other people, 4 total, including me, all had the same exact model water heater. All failed at the exact same, like within a week. For the same reason. So it's like you drive down the street one day and it's like water heaters are all lying in the curb because everybody has their water heaters outside. They haven't taken to the dump yet. Mine still hasn't been taken to the dump. It's been like almost a year. Time flies. But yeah, no, the new water heater that I installed, I now have like a little reminder on my phone that tells me to change. You're supposed to change the sacrificial, what do they call it? A sacrificial anode. That's inside.
It gathers all the rust and stuff.
It's basically just a big bar of aluminum or magnesium that just attracts the corrosion. And apparently they do this on boats too, boats and salt water. And because if your water in your house isn't like reverse osmosis, perfectly pure or whatever, the minerals in the water will make it conductive. And basically you just end up rusting the tank. No matter what because they make the tanks out of like stainless steel or whatever it is. It corrodes, like whatever the material is. I mean, actually, it's not stainless steel. It's like shitty pot metal steel they use for these things. But it eats away. So like my water heater was like on the verge of literally like blowing the side out of it. Like the seam was so eroded that you could see water literally like seeping and pouring down the side of it. So and keep in mind, like all of them failed the same way too. Like my neighbors like had water pouring down their driveway. Because and I'm like, so it wasn't like a little leak. It wasn't like a drip, drip, drip. It was like a consistent flow. And I was just shocked that over 23 years, just think of the usage patterns, different size houses, different size families, numbers of times cycled. I mean, we all have the same water, so we're all going to have the same chemical composition of the water, and we all have the same pressure, right? Because we're all level with each other in the same neighborhood. But considering how many variables there are and how many times you would cycle a water heater over 23 years, given like families and patterns, and I cannot believe they all failed within like 7 days of each other. That is
pretty remarkable. Yeah.
I should have called the news. That would have been a great local news story. Like water heaters fail after 23 years, which I mean, they were already like, 13 years out of warranty or whatever. And the fact they all failed at the same time, just absolutely remarkable. So what I did is I called up the plumber. The plumber's like, I think a holiday was coming up. I want to say it was like Easter was coming up last year. And they're like, it's going to cost $1,500 to install it and another $1,000 for the water heater. So it's going to be $2,500 for them to come out within 3 days and replace my water heater. I was like, eat a bag of, D's. So I went down to Home Depot and just bought like one of the best water heaters I could find. I just got, platinum rated, blah, 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 because it was on sale. It was like $300 off for whatever reason. And it was highly rated. I grabbed it, I brought it home, and then I looked at it and I was like, shit, how am I going to install this? Like I had to get my neighbor's help to like get it out of the box and up on the stand and remove the old one, which weighed like 3 times as much for some reason. But
things are no joke.
Yeah, it was intimidating, but man, plumbers, I'm sorry. I know I've got plumbers in here. I know people are going to be like, plumbers have a lot of liability. I think that's why they got to charge so much money. But you are a fucking thief if you are charging $1,500 for something that I can do with a broken back in 1 hour with the neighbor helping me for 15 minutes to move a thing. Like, and that was like me like trying to figure shit out and calculating the numbers in my head and double checking, triple checking everything because I wasn't confident because I'm fucking with gas and water here. So I do understand.
Yeah, man, it's important.
They charge the money for liability and people are scared of it, right? Like you're fucking with gas. You don't want to fuck up gas, right?
Right.
But it's like as easy as it was to install, like an electrical one would be even easier. Like an electrical one would actually be like even easier than the gas.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Just plug it in.
I installed it and it's like fired it up. It's been working great ever since. Not a single problem. I just went back, snugged everything, learned everything I know from fucking YouTube. Like it took one one YouTube video that I just looked for the highest rated one, sorted by rating. Like a charm. Thing just went in. It was even a YouTube video for how to install this specific water heater. Like there was a how-to video for like every water heater there was. So I grabbed this thing, I install it. I went and bought so much shit I didn't need that I ended up taking back a bunch of it to Home Depot because I wanted to be better prepared. So I made sure that I had like every fitting I could possibly need. Turns out I didn't even need like half of the shit. Like half of the stuff was reusable from the old water heater. It didn't have an expiration thing where like, you just inspect it, and if it passes inspection, it's good. And so I got that thing in there, and I want to say I bought the water heater for I think $900, and then I bought $40 or $50 worth of like, you know, the little grease that you need for the gas fitting, a couple little elbows, like little PVC elbows that I needed, and then the PVC sealer, the stuff that you have to put on the PVC that like bonds it together, the little blue shit that turns purple. And that was it. And I was able to get this thing installed, and it was like really no problem. Like I welcome everybody to try this. And here's the thing you have to also consider is if you don't have a professional licensed plumber install a water heater, you can't sell the house. If you try to sell the house, the home inspector will go in and say, this is not the water heater. Where's your paperwork? So what you have to do is after you install the water heater, just keep this in mind. Keep a note of it in your book. When the time comes to sell your house, same thing for electrical panel. If you have an unlicensed electrician or you yourself wire in circuits, for you to sell the house, you have to prove to them that it's certified. So you basically have to have an electrician sign off on it or an inspector.
That's smart.
But it's a hell of a lot cheaper than having the electrician do the job themselves or the plumber do their jobs themselves. So it's like when I sell the house, I'll have to pay a plumber, like I think it's $100, and they're going to come out here and they'll go through all the stuff. And not just that, they'll give me an hour of labor. So they'll go verify other things I've done over the years. But they'll go through and check off on everything, give me a piece of paper that says basically, yeah, this is all up to code. And if it isn't, he'll tell me exactly how to fix it, so that he'll come back and recertify. But I'll have to pay him again, obviously. If he comes out and says, fix this, then I got to pay him another $100 to come back again. But as long as I make sure it's up to code and I verify my work, he just comes out, looks at it and goes, check, you're good. And then just gives you a piece of paper. Same thing for electrical panel. You call an electrician, they love those jobs because it's boom. They just stop by, they get 1 hour of labor, right? And they walk in and go bing, bang, boom, just visually inspect some things. They rarely even have to take out their equipment to test resistance. Like only if something looks like it's not well connected, they'll do that. But it's like they can inspect an entire panel in like 15 minutes. They're back in their vehicle. They didn't have to use any consumables. They didn't have to do any labor. It's just a visual inspection, boom, $100 on to the next one, right? So they love that kind of work. So they usually cut you a pretty good deal on it. So, but you do have to have that paperwork if you sell the house. So just keep that in mind if you're going to do the shit yourself and you go to sell the house and the inspector comes in to do the inspection walkthrough or whatever before you put the house on the market. And they're like, where did this deck come from? Where did this room come from? Hey, wait, we didn't have 2 ovens before.
Where did this room come from?
Exactly. I don't know. Yeah,
it was here when I got here.
The shed is now a bedroom. That said that was a shed. Now that's a bedroom. What the shit?
You're just as surprised as I am.
Why do you have 3 stories under your house? Like, why do you have a bunker? Yeah, at the end of the day, they do get you on the backside.
I've never opened that door before.
But the way I see it is the inspection, no matter when you get it, it's not going to be like it's going to be way cheaper, even with inflation calculated in than having people do physical labor. So it's like if you sell the house in 20 years, it's like, okay, maybe because of inflation, now I got to pay the guy $300. It's still going to be cheaper than the 3 times the $1,500 he would have charged me to install a water heater.
Right.
So the way I see it is, as long as you're comfortable and you have like some handyman skills, I say give it a shot, go for it, and just double check and triple check your shit. If you know somebody like me, I tend to not do anything unless I know I have somebody I can trust sign off on it. So it's like I have a friend who's a plumber. Yeah. He couldn't install it for me though. Nice. He's not in the state and he's not going to fly here to install my water heater. But he had pictures of stuff and he told me like he gave me a tip that was really, really cool. He said what you want to do with gas and hot water heaters specifically is because the temperatures change when you turn on the burner and you turn off the burner, and then that transfers through the threads and stuff where it's screwed in. Same thing with hot water, the pipes and stuff, they'll heat and shrink when you heat them up. He said that what you want to do is you don't want to snug them down super tight. You just, anything that has threads, you just want to like get it just kind of like to where it's just starting to tighten and then give it about a half a turn. And then what you do is you
Makes
just
sense.
watch it,
Sure.
you cycle it, and then if you see a leak or you smell any gas, they put a thing in the gas. Trust me, you'll smell it. If you have a leak,
Yeah, dude, it smells like bad eggs. You can't.
Yeah, it's like
you can't
sulfur.
not notice.
Yeah, it's literally there to make you wake up. Like it'll actually give you a migraine headache, so you wake up from a sleep so that you don't die from gas poisoning. And so, and I also recommend a CO2 detector. I have a CO2 and carbon monoxide detector out in my garage, like literally down below.
Thing.
Yeah.
Put it. That's another thing you have to sell.
So I did that. And that's the other thing too, is like take other things into consideration. Like for instance, if your hot water heater is like on the second floor of your house inside of a closet,
that's insane.
Then maybe you want to have a plumber do it, just because if you fuck up and you get a huge leak and you can't shut the water off, or you don't know where the water is, you're gonna flood your house.
Don't have your hot tank upstairs. That's dumb.
So
what happens when that shit leaks, man? You're gonna it's gonna come crashing through the floor. Don't do that.
Can somebody explain that to me?
Get that shit
my neighbor
moved.
has that. My neighbor, for some reason, they installed their hot water heater upstairs. Why? There was room in the garage for it. Why did they install?
I feel like that's not something. I feel like that's like old. That there's no way that could be like legal building code, like new construction. There,
it was carpeted.
They
it was
put my furnace
space. Like I was like, what?
It's crazy. They put the furnace up in the attic for that kind of reason. Like it's energy efficient and stuff. There, none of the all the registers, I think that's the right word. Whatever, the outlets for the heat, they're always on the ceiling. They're not in the floors anymore. They don't do that. You'll never see the ducting, for ducting for heat and stuff. Will never be on exterior walls. For the same reason. It doesn't make sense to me why there would be a hot water tank upstairs. Yeah. You got 800 pounds or more. What, a gallon of water is 8 pounds.
Yeah, it's literally in a closet off the main stretch of the house upstairs.
What is that?
Like, it's weird.
A 40-gallon tank is going to be what is that? 8 and 8, 16, another 16 is 32. So like a full 40-gallon tank is going to weigh like 300 and something pounds, 350 pounds more, because the tank itself, right?
Yeah.
That's insane. That's insane. Why would that be upstairs?
So what I like about my
fucking
house,
up your floor, crash right through
my
the ceiling.
house, my garage has a concrete floor, and then they put a concrete step around the entire garage. So like the first 2 feet off the floor, like you have to step down into the garage, right? But they dug it down into the ground to pour the slab, and they put a wall around it. So it's like there's a backsplash, and down both sides of my garage is like a concrete foot that sticks up. So if it floods, if anything floods in the garage, it's slightly slanted downhill. The water will run out and under the garage door and not damage any drywall, not damage any flooring, no wood. It comes in contact with no wood. So that's why they put the water heater in the garage where I live, is because they could literally explode and it's not going to hurt anybody in the house. I mean, unless it goes Mythbuster style and goes through the roof, then everybody upstairs is dead. But
that's so rare.
But if it leaks, all of that water goes out underneath the garage. And so, Joel said the reason you don't put it in the garage is because pipes can burst at the garage because it can drop below freezing.
Again, though, that should be that should be insulated and stuff appropriately if you're going to be in those places.
This is usually what they do, because it's a good, like, Joel actually makes a good point, because there's a reason that they do it. I'm about to say they install the furnace next to the hot water heater, because when it's cold, the furnace runs. Like that's generally, if you have a house, even if it's on the market and you're selling it, you leave the gas on, because if you let the house freeze over and over again, it can actually fuck up the drywall and cause cracks and stuff. So you want to keep the house at least like 60-ish degrees or something like that. So the heat is always going to be on. So by having the furnace in the garage, the residual heat that the furnace generates just from the burner will keep the garage above zero. Like the garage isn't going to drop below zero against the back wall where all the piping and stuff is. The other thing that you do is you insulate it. So like all my pipes coming in and out of the hot water heater are insulated, and the water heater has an internal jacket that protects the main tank from freezing. And so for my hot water to freeze, it would have to be disconnected from gas, completely offline, several days of sub-zero with no other heat source, like no other way for it to get any heat. And then the other thing that I did, just because I like my garage to be a little bit warmer in the wintertime since I'm out there doing stuff, is I actually vent the heat from my networking closet that I have with my NAS and everything. I vent that through the wall. I basically cut a hole. I put a dryer vent in there between the drywall. It was really easy to do, actually. And then I put a push-pull configuration. So I have a fan on the inside and a fan on the outside, and it just pulls the heat out of the top. It's up at the very top. It pulls the heat out of there and vents it directly into the garage. So then in the wintertime, when it's like, 7 degrees outside, and it's super cold, I can go out to the garage, and the garage is only like 40 some degrees. Like it'll still stay, like it's not toasty by any stretch of the imagination, but nothing out there will freeze. So I can also keep like 50 gallons of water just for emergencies. I have a 50-gallon tank of treated water that I keep in my garage that never is frozen ever. And that's right next to the door too. That's like at the furthest point away from the heat sources. And that still doesn't freeze. So as far as putting this stuff in the garage, I think that's fine, like here in Washington, because that's where they generally do it in Washington. But buildings codes change area to area. If you live in like Alaska, for instance, obviously they're not going to put the hot water heater in the garage if it's dropping to like 60 below zero, because there's going to be no heat. Like your furnace is not going to generate enough residual heat to keep that thing from freezing. They're going to have to put like a heater jacket on the thing. Like they do that in a lot of places too. Like when it gets like crazy cold, they'll put like accessory heaters on the thing that heats.
Oh yeah. There'll be like a wrap a coil of like copper or something that'll just plug into the wall, like the engine heater kind of thing.
Block heaters. Yep. As a matter of fact, I run a
the inlet pipes to my hot tank are all insulated. They got foam all around them. The input to because the tankless system is in my garage. But all of the flow is wrapped in foam.
It matters more if you have copper pipe versus PVC. So if you have
it's all PEX. It's all the PEX stuff here in my house.
So the PEX stuff, it's good to insulate, but it doesn't radiate heat that bad. So it's almost like self-insulating to a certain amount.
It's so cool. I loved it. When you were building
insulating though, just insulate everything.
Cold water. I love the PEX stuff because cold water, blue pipes, blue tubes everywhere in the walls. Hot water, red tubes all over in the house. And so I'm like, dude, that's fucking brilliant. Yeah, not that I'm getting in the wall or anything, but man, very cool. Very cool.
My house is old school because I bought my house. I think it was built 23 years ago. 23 years ago. My house was built. We bought it in 2001 when they just completed construction. So yeah, it's 23-ish years old. And I want to say that they're still using the CPVC, that yellow PVC that fights the UV stuff. That's what I've got in my walls. But the thing that I hate about it is it gets brittle over time. So like when I installed my hot water heater and I grabbed the pipe, I actually snapped it off. It was that brittle when I was like working a fitting to try to break a fitting off. And I looked online and I was like, that was a dumb move. I wasn't supposed to do that but they do say that the pipes get brittle over age. As long as you don't put stress on them, they won't break. They'll never break. But they do get brittle to the point where it's like you can't just grab it and torque on it anymore after a certain point. But the thing I like about the PEX is that shit just stays pliable forever. Like in 100 years, that's still going to be like super soft and bendy. It's completely UV protected, so the UV doesn't cause any problems. The problem with this is not UV. The CPVC has the chemical in it that stops the UV from breaking it down. What makes it brittle is just the composition of the material breaking down over time. So even when it's in a wall where there's no light at all, it still will get brittle over time. But luckily, the amount of pressure that you need to still rupture is way higher than like what the water table's bringing in. But if you overpressurize the system, it'd be a lot easier to break the pipes in a house that's 20 years old versus brand new construction with CPVC, or even conventional PVC pipe. But PVC pipe can handle a lot of pressure. Like a brand new piece of PVC pipe. I remember when I was a kid, we used to build these CO2 bombs. Did you ever do that? Dry ice bombs. Yep, dry ice bombs. Yeah. And you'd put them in a bottle, like a 2-liter bottle, and huck them, and it'd make the loudest boom. Like you'd swear to God, it was like gunpowder.
There were a couple of that at my high school.
So at the airfield, airsoft field that I used to play with called Phantom Force. We thought we were badasses back in the day wearing our camo, running around the woods with like fucking M16s and stuff. Right. But anyways, we took PVC pipe and we made pipe bombs. We literally made pipe bombs just for a scenario because we wanted to make it like more realistic when we're playing the game. So we wanted to signal starting the game by having a loud boom. So we made these like real looking pipe bombs, that like have like a little fuse taped on them or whatever, so it looked like it was real. And what you did is you put the little dry ice in there and you put a little piece of cellophane across it, right? And you put the dry ice on top of the cellophane, and then you put the water down on the bottom. You'd screw the cap on or whatever, and you just keep it upright. And then when you were ready, you just slam it on the ground really, really hard. And you'd hear that thing just like go, whoosh. You'd feel it too. And you just huck that sumbitch as soon as you did that. And then it'd take it was kind of a slow process. It'd take anywhere from 1 minute to 5 minutes. But when it got up to pressure and it blew, if you thought that 2-liter bottle was loud when it blew up, that PVC pipe bomb was like an order of magnitude louder, and it created this massive cloud of like gas when it went off.
Yeah. It's like the fog from CO2. Yeah. Oh, that's so cool.
absolutely crazy shit. So just be careful playing, guys. Be very careful playing around with
dude.
dry ice bombs, because they can actually do just as much damage as their contemporary.
It's violent. It's violent. Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna like take out. So you're not tearing somebody's car in half, but like you could totally punch a hole in somebody's garbage can. You could take out a mailbox or something. Like, yeah, it's no joke. Like, even just a 20, I remember they thought it was like a bomb. They like legit. They had like somebody had done that. They took a empty 20-ounce Coke bottle, and just like a little. It doesn't take much, man. Just a little chunk of the stuff with a little bit of warm water. You screw the cap on and then just drop it into a trash can. Yeah, man. It's
if
no
you're
joke.
Hardcore, like we had guys at the field that would take the 2-liter bottle and they would literally just dump the dry ice in it by hand and then screw the cap on. And as soon as they put that cap down, you'd immediately see the bottle go, and it'd start getting bigger. And it's like, dude, you still got your hand. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, it's like, dude, it's random. Like it all it takes is some weird flex in the plastic or a weak spot. And bang.
Yeah. And when it goes off, it'll rip the entire seam of the bottle, like all the way around. Like the bottle will be like flat piece of plastic with the whole seam ripped on both sides when it goes off. I've even seen them go off before where they'll rip the cap through the threads. So it'll rupture the bottle, but also the cap will be missing and the threads will be just completely sheared off.
The top of the cap, it'll blow the cap will still technically be like twisted on, but the circle at the top of it will blast off.
Yeah, it's crazy. But the sound is what's crazy, because a dry ice bomb. We're sitting here talking about dry ice bombs here on YouTube.
Man, it's nothing. It's having. Or we can talk about sparkler bombs too.
Oh, sparkler bombs! I got a great story about sparkler bombs. Right? Type 1 in chat if you have any experience with sparkler bombs.
Oh man!
And you have all your fingers, because those are two things that aren't common.
Right.
No, my dad. I got a story where my dad almost killed me about 100 times with fireworks throughout the age. It's actually one of the reasons why I was terrified of fireworks for many, many years. Even as an adult, there was a period where I'd literally start shaking and almost piss down my leg when I heard a loud boom, because my dad just tortured me with fireworks growing up. Like, he went out of his way to make me terrified of them. But one of the things he did that absolutely scared the shit out of everybody, not just me, is he built a sparkler bomb. All he heard about was from his friends. His friends told him all you do is you just take a bunch of sparklers, you pack them tightly together, and then you wrap them in electrical tape or whatever, and then you stick a sparkler in the top poking out a little bit, you light it and you chuck it, and it makes a huge kaboom. So what they didn't tell my dad was that the little metal sparklers, the ones that have the metal rod in them, those little metal rods turn into bullets, and those little bullets stick into everything, like just like bullets. And so my dad, because he takes this thing, he builds it, he takes it over, he digs this tiniest little hole in the ground, thinking, oh, this will contain the blast and keep people safe, right? I dug 6 inches into the dirt. He sticks it into the dirt. He takes the dirt and puts it over the thing, lights the sparkler sticking out, and runs away because he wants to see the dirt blow up. The thing freaking explodes, and you hear all this like aftermath. You hear plink, plink, like it was weird. It was like there was a sound in the air. You heard things whizzing by your head and shit, and you're like, whoa, are we still alive? We go around where the explosion happened about 50 feet from the house. My dad does this, right? I'm surprised it actually didn't shatter the windows. Like, it didn't shatter the windows. But what it did do is stick about 100 little sparkler stems into the wall of the house. So the siding on the house, the wooden siding on the house, was just peppered with these little fragments of metal stems from the sparkler, maybe only like an inch and a half long, but they were stuck in like darts. And they were actually, some of them were stuck in there so bad we had to remove them with pliers. We had to use pliers to pull them out. And so I was like, dude, if those had hit us, could you imagine? Because those things are so small, it would have just looked like a little pinhole on you, but it would have perforated internal organs and stuff, and you wouldn't even know. Like you just have these little red spots on you that were just, because the sparklers are tiny, little metal rod in them is itty bitty. And so that, man, I was so lucky. None of it hit me. None of it hit my dad. There was a couple other people there that said that they got hit by stuff, but I don't think it was the actual stems. I think it was just dirt that got kicked up from the initial explosion.
Yeah, I bet.
But the force that it went off with was more than any other firework my dad had ever lit off. And he's lit off a quarter stick of dynamite before. And the concussive force of this thing blowing up was so much more than that. All he did was, I think he took 10 boxes of sparklers and made a wad that was probably about, it's hard to tell because I was a kid at the time. I was only 10 years old. So, but as a kid, it looked like it was probably this big around. So it's probably that big around. He wrapped it with duct tape and he was wrenching on it to try to get it.
You gotta get it really tight.
You gotta get it super tight. Yep. And
I like electrical tape for
that. We didn't have electrical tape, so that's why we used duct tape. And
you'll have to use more because it's thinner, but I like the stretchiness of it, and it seems to be like more airtight than duct tape.
Totally. And plus, it probably would have been slightly compliant, so it would have built up more pressure.
I think
Whereas
so,
the duct tape's just going to shred, right? The duct tape just instantly, like we didn't even see a single, like when it blew up, there was no duct tape, not even the tiniest little patch or trace of duct tape. Like it vaporized the duct tape. And it probably made the hole that my dad dug about almost twice as deep. So it was a 6-inch like little hole with the sparkler bomb sticking straight up and down. And after he was done, it was probably 11 or 12 inches deep, and it was probably about like 2 or 3 like feet across. So it was like a mine.
Wow.
You saw it like when it blew up. You saw this huge like dirt clod just go flying into the air, and this giant, huge thing of smoke. And then the side of the house just got completely peppered. I don't know how it didn't shatter the windows. That was the craziest part. Is it literally hit the siding so hard that it was sticking these little pieces of metal into the siding, yet they just bounced off the windows. So I was like, okay, well, those are some decent windows, 50-year-old windows.
Oh man, yeah.
But yeah, that scared the shit out of me. So my dad never built another sparkler bomb after that. And the funny thing is, my dad's one of those people where he'll do a dumb thing over and over and over again, never learn from it. This one, he learned from it. He never made another sparkler bomb after that. And so yeah, not something I would recommend to anybody. That's a good way for you to die and a lot of other people to die. And people don't consider the shrapnel. Do not.
That's it.
If you're ever setting off fireworks like that, do it on a hard, flat surface like concrete or something that's going to direct the energy up and away. Like, don't dig it into the ground because all the rocks and all that dirt and shit just becomes more shrapnel. And it was raining, dude. It was raining. Like after the bomb went off for like the next like 30 seconds, you could just hear shit falling and raining into the woods. Like dirt was just raining down.
Oh man, that's crazy.
And so that was pretty bad. But the other really bad experience I had wasn't with the sparkler bomb. It was with what do they call it? Like an M1000? Is that the quarter stick of dynamite? The one that looks like a
toilet paper? I don't know. I've always found that to be confusing and it's always just kids like, oh yeah, man, M80 is like 1/10 of a dynamite, and it's like,
it's like
I don't know.
It really though? Is it really?
I don't know.
So,
right?
So I had one of those go off without me knowing. I was riding a bike alongside a park, and some jackass lit like one of those little like toilet paper tubes, full of gunpowder. And I'm just riding along on my bike. Nobody yells at me. The dude lights it and runs away. I think it's just a regular firework, right? He just lights it and he runs away for it. I think it's gonna be like a little M80 or something. I'm riding by, not even think about it. And all I remember was like waking up in the ditch in a daze, like the ditch on the opposite side of the road. So when it went off, it knocked me off my bike, blew me off the bike and into the trench. Ooh, I was like buzzing. I couldn't hear. I mean, the explosion went off probably a good 20 feet away from me, but the concussive blast of whatever they fucking set off was enough to get me off my bike into the ditch. My bike is laying in the road. So I'm in the ditch. The bike's in the road. All I see is all these people running over and trying to help me out of the ditch. Like, and it was a pretty deep ditch too. It was like a freaking 6-foot ditch. I couldn't have got out by myself. It was like one of those fire break ditches that they dig that's like really deep so a fire can't jump over. And so I'm down there. These guys are in there. Oh my God, dude, are you okay? Holy shit. We're so sorry. I'm like, and I have no idea what's going on. All I hear is, I'm like, what's going on? I was so fucked up and dazed for like a good 15, 20 minutes. These guys are like, hey, do we need to call an ambulance? Are you going to be okay? I'm like, no, I'll be fine. No, I'll be fine. It fucked up my inner ear for like weeks. I had an equilibrium problem where this ear was just popping nonstop and it was like tinnitus. It was super fucked up. So that really put the fear in me about like explosives. Because I got straight up. Like,
no joke.
What do they call those that the police use or whatever? They throw it in the house and the concussion knocks you over like a flashbang or whatever. I basically got flashbanged, and like the people that came over to help me weren't even the dude that lit off the firework. He just left. I think he thought he killed me or something. That dude just took off, got in his car, and left.
Although I gotta say, as a kid, I probably would have done the same thing.
Yeah, I didn't actually see him. The other people just said that they saw him like run over and jump in a car and drive off. They're like, oh my God, that guy left. But luckily, other than some curb rash I got like from going into the ditch and some bruising, I was relatively okay. I was like, man, kids are like invincible, dude. Like at the time, I was probably like 11 or 12 years old, fucking invincible. Like I was back up within 20 minutes. I was back on my feet and like back on the bike riding it down the road. But yeah, that was an experience, because it was like I'm riding my bike and I'm in a ditch. Like the passage of time was instant. Like I vaguely remember the explosion. Like I remember like a punch, like a, but I don't remember the sound. All I remember was I am now in a ditch and my ears are ringing. What happened? And so, and the people that came over, like my clothes were mostly fine. Like nothing was like ripped or messed up or anything. So I didn't take any shrapnel damage. But the fact that it created that much of a pressure wave that it was able to just knock me off a bicycle, I was like, holy shit. Like, it kind of makes me wonder, like, what those grenades that you see, the little, like real grenades aren't like in the movies, right? They throw them and it's just like a pop, and you're like, you don't really see any massive amount of force or huge explosion or anything. It's just basically like a pop, and the shrapnel is what shreds everything. And it's like, now I kind of, minus the shrapnel, I know what that must like feel like to hear that, to not hear the sound and just get slapped by the concussive wave. And it just goes through you, man. You know what it kind of feels like? It's like, have you ever been next to a top fuel dragster when they step the pedal to the ground?
No,
dude.
Let's I want to check that one out.
You literally can't breathe. It paralyzes your lungs for like a full second, where it's like you can't exhale and you can't breathe in, because it like reverberates the air and your muscles aren't strong enough to like push against it or suck in. So there's like this moment where the pressure, like just the pressure in the area changes, and it like fucks with your breathing really bad. And I don't know how the guys do it. They just sit there like all night, like the guys down at the track that like prep the dragsters and just watch one after another go. It's like after one dragster, I was like, nope, I'm gonna go back up in the seats. And I had full hearing protection and everything on. It was just that sensation. It literally feels like a rattlesnake wrapped around you and squeezed you as hard as it could. Like you cannot finish taking in a breath. Well, that thing is stomped. It is crazy. If you ever get the opportunity just to try it once, just to see what it feels like, dude, there's nothing else like it. There's you literally not even driving the car, not being in the car, just standing within 20 feet of a top fuel dragster when they just slam the gas to the floor and they take off. The feeling that you get throughout your body just feels so unnatural. It is weird. I thought
you meant the roller coaster. So I haven't experienced that sort of dragster, but I have been in Kevlar's Tesla in ludicrous mode, where it goes to 0 to 100 in like 2.5 seconds, and that is probably the fastest vehicle I've been in in terms of acceleration. And yeah, holy cow, it's like a rocket, like that like from the center of your gut getting.
Oh yeah, it hurt.
That pressure.
Hurt.
Yeah.
No. Now keep in mind,
it's crazy.
If you've ever been in a plaid is a full second faster. 0.
Oh my god.
So a plaid, like I've heard people, like I've done one pull in a plaid, but it was kind of moist out, so it felt a lot like Adam's car. Like I didn't notice a big difference, but the person who was driving it said that it was that wasn't a good pull. Like it definitely pulls way harder than that on dry pavement.
I bet that's insane.
But the feeling that it gives you is like, the way it pushes you in the seat, you feel like the seat's going to break. Like you literally feel like the hinges on the seat are going to give. That's how hard it pushes on you. But now to give you a frame of reference, a top fuel dragster goes just shy of a quarter mile. They run to 1,000. They actually shorten the track. Like they don't do quarter mile for dragsters anymore, because they got so fast that a quarter mile they were doing like 390 miles an hour. So they had to shorten the track. So now they run 1,000 feet, but they do 1,000 feet in little over 3 seconds. So think about that. Like almost a quarter mile in 3 seconds, like under 3 seconds, sometimes like two and some change. So it's literally going from 0 to 100 miles an hour in like a half a second. And then from like 100 miles an hour up to 300 miles an hour in the next 2 seconds. So I like the forces that you feel from that, as far as I know, are more than you would ever feel in like a fighter jet launching off of an aircraft carrier with a catapult at full afterburner. Wouldn't even be half of the force you feel from a top fuel dragster launch. So apparently it's like one of the most violent things that you can feel, like acceleration wise.
I believe it.
It's like something that they really, really have to train. So 338.94 miles per hour is the top speed record in 1,000 feet. That is crazy. Now keep in mind, they're still accelerating. They can go faster than that. They just shorten the track so that they can't, because the cars were just getting too fast. They have like 11 or 12,000 horsepower now. They're getting faster every year. The amount of traction they get is just ungodly. The way that they designed the tire so that it like expands and has ripples in it, so it's like flat patches grabbing the pavement instead of a rounded edge. It's just everything about it is designed. Then they prep the surface with something called, I think, DEP or whatever, that makes it really tacky, and it basically makes think of it like glue.
Oh, sure,
right?
like grip. Yeah.
It makes your tire basically melt into the surface of the track so that the two are like glue connection. And it just allows for this violent acceleration. But the thing that the Plaid doesn't give you, or the Tesla doesn't give you, is it doesn't give you the sense of the concussive force of that engine blowing through 18 gallons of fuel and the hundreds of liters of air, thousands of liters of air that it takes to go that 3-second pull. So, and I mean, literally, if you look at the fuel lines on a top fuel dragster, they look like the intake or the exhaust on your car. They're like this big because they go through 18 gallons of nitromethane in 1,000 feet. 18 gallons. Dang. Like, just visualize 18 gallons of liquid being gone in 3 seconds. Like, the fuel pumps are insane. It looks like a fire hose. It's basically just a fire hose blowing fuel as fast as it can into the engine. A supercharger pushing as much air as it possibly can into the engine to help with that combustion, and then it blows through that whole 18 gallons in one run. Just freaking wild, dude. It's absolutely wild. Oh, it's VHT. Okay, so VHT. Yeah, I've heard about that. People losing their shoes. Like, if you watch a lot of drag racing, if people walk across the track and their shoe will get so stuck to the surface of the track, they just pull their foot right out of their shoe.
Wow.
And then they'll take another step, and then they'll lose their sock. And then they're like, oh, shoot, I should probably stop doing that.
Oops.
Yeah, that level of waste is just gross to me. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. The way I look at it is like the nitromethane at least burns cleaner than a lot of the leaded fuels that they still use in a lot of motorsports. They're burning through 18 gallons of it. It's not very cost effective, but if you look at the number of people that are doing it versus the number of people that are entertained, and you do the math, you're like, yeah, that does burn a lot of fuel, but the alternative would be, instead of people watching Top Fuel, they would go watch another motorsport where now you have 100 cars on the track that are all burning, 50 or 100 gallons of fuel over the course of, a 5-hour race or whatever. That's going to be way more wasteful. So I try to look at like the bigger picture on these things, and yeah, if everybody had a Top Fuel dragster and everybody was doing it, and it was just one after another every single day, 24/7, everybody was doing it, then yeah, that'd be a really terrible thing. But as far as a spectator event, I don't think at the end of the day it's all that polluting, considering the number of people that are being entertained versus some other things that happen. Or even like jetliners. Like, jetliners pollute like a motherfucker. Like they like the amount of fuel that a jet burns, like even a commercial jet. I'm not even talking private jet. Private jets are like a whole nother level, right?
Yeah.
When you think about it, it's like when you fly on a jet, it's like that jet's burning 10,000 gallons of fuel, like more than 10,000 gallons of fuel to transport a couple hundred people. Right. Like at the end of the day, but then if you think about it, you're like,
it's all bad.
But if you think about it, if you do the math, you're like, what if every single one of those people had to get into a car and drive themselves to that same
That's
location?
even worse. Yeah,
they would actually burn way more fuel than that, right?
It'd be more polluter.
It'd be more of a polluter. It'd be at ground level, so it'd be more concentrated in the areas. Whereas up in the, when they burn it up in the thing, the chemtrails, they basically expand out and mix with the surrounding air. So, depends on how you look at it. Frame of reference is really important with things.
Yeah.
One thing I learned working at Microsoft for so many years is as a person that went through data, right? Like a big part of my job when I worked at Microsoft was data and reporting, right? Doing the testing, automating the testing, and then quantifying the results to make us look good. And one thing I learned over my 15 years there is you can make any number look good, and you can make any number look bad by just conveniently ignoring certain aspects, right? And so you can apply that same thing to everything. That's why I consider myself, an objective thinker when I look at everything. Unless I have a bias that's built in, because everybody does, right? The bias changes depending on how attached you are to something, how emotionally attached you are to something. So it's like, as long as I'm not looking at something where I clearly have a bias, I try to apply as much logic as humanly possible to the big picture and try to take in as many data points as are available to me and leave nothing. If it's available to me, I'll use it. And so when you look at the big picture on a lot of things that look bad, a lot of them start to look good towards the alternative. And then many times the alternative that they're pushing, that everybody's like, yeah, that's the thing we want, ends up actually being worse. And then you're like, well, why are they pushing it? Follow the money. Every time you go back, you follow the money. You're like, oh, it's actually more profitable for the people that are voting for that. It's kind of like with the whole coal thing. It's like they want to stop coal because burning coal is bad, right? It generates a lot of pollution. It causes a lot of problems. But then you look at the argument, you're like, okay, the people that are voting against coal are the environmentalists that don't depend on coal or don't need coal in their lives because they already live in an infrastructure where it's not needed. They already have a job that's not linked to that industry. But then you look at the other side and you're like, everybody voting for it are the people that have worked there, have jobs there, they burn coal, they need coal. Coal's the cheapest way for them to heat their houses. Coal's the cheapest way for them to get electricity. So it's like, depends on, it's the same data. Any way you look at it, it's the same data, but you're gonna have a different reaction to it depending on the people that benefit from it and the people that don't benefit from it. And so it's important to keep that frame of reference whenever you look at something. Don't just look at it like at the surface and how somebody's trying to make it look good or make it look bad. Try to look at all the data points and say, overall, is this as bad as they're saying? In the alternative that they're offering, look at the ups and downs, like all of the ups and downs, and then try to make a decision and be like, is this really better, or are they pushing this because of money? Like, is this a money thing? Because God, so much of it ends up being a money thing in the environmental space, where it's like good intentions. They start out with great intentions. They have like good ideas and stuff, but then they compromise on those ideas to such an extent that they end up creating a solution that does absolutely nothing. It's like a net zero gain in any way, shape, or form, other than it makes people feel better about themselves. And so I think it's important for to like look at the big picture and look at all the data, but always understand that data can be manipulated to make something look good or bad, depending on how you want to present it. And it's the same thing with jets. It's like private jets. Somebody could argue, like the guy who's like a multimillionaire or whatever. He's like, because I can save 5 hours flying, sure, I create all this extra pollution here, but then I make it up on the back end by not driving around a tour bus 24/7, every single day, on the road with this thing burning diesel. I can go point to point to point, and then I get my job done a lot quicker, which means that I'm not spending as much time working. So now I've got time to do other things, maybe philanthropic things, depending on who the person is. So it's like, there are people that you can look at and say, yeah, private jet absolutely makes no sense for, but then there is a small group of people where you're like, oh, that actually does make sense for them. And in the grand scheme of things, it's better than the alternative. Like the alternative would even be worse for us. But people like to just put everything in a bucket. That's kind of like the thing that everybody wants to do, is they just go, if I don't understand enough better, I don't look at all the data points, I'm just going to put everybody in that same bucket, every scenario in that same bucket. But you have to look at all the changing factors. Like if it makes sense to use a jet to fly, 100 people to a destination versus them all getting in a vehicle and going there individually, and then all the maintenance on the cars that have to be done, all of the oil changes on these 300 cars, all the fuel that they're going to burn over that trip, the potentials for accidents when you have 300 people all traveling individually instead of together in one safe capsule. You add up all that stuff and you're like, okay, maybe it's not as bad as people think, but I don't know, man. It's stuff like that's hard, because I think that I think that a lot of people don't really want to put in the time, or can't put in the time. They just physically do not have the time to do the research on shit, that they just have to kind of defer to other people that they trust to give them a direction to go in. And I think those people have good intentions most of the time. Like if you trust somebody, right? Like if you trust somebody, hopefully it's for the right reasons and it's not for the wrong reasons. But if you trust somebody and you expect them to be intelligent, it doesn't mean that they're without fault. Like they can mess things up. I mess shit up all the time. I've quoted so many things. Now, keep in mind, I thought it was a fact at the time. Like based on the data that I had at that moment, I was accurate. But then new data comes into the picture and I'm not accurate anymore. And it's like, I didn't try to mislead anybody. I was literally just showing the data that I knew, but there's always more data. There's always more stuff coming in. So that's why I try to like stay fluid on stuff and be like, I can change my mind on anything. Like if you present data to me and you show me the data and you show that one way is clearly better than the other way from a perspective that I would also agree with you is better, all day long. I change my point of view on shit all the time, especially
I'm all for easy, man. Yeah.
Technology is a big one for me, because like AI, I have flip-flopped so many goddamn times on AI, and I'm going to flip-flop 1,000 more times on AI, because it's like every day I see new technologies coming out. I see old technologies being having more light shed on them, right? To understand how they work, the resources that they use, what's really going on behind the screen versus what I thought was going on behind the screen. And it'll change my view on stuff. Like it'll absolutely change my view on stuff. Like for instance, I mean, this is a really terrible example, but I think it's an extreme example that'll get people's attention, is if you could prove to me that the earth was flat. Like if you literally came to a scientific evidence that showed that the earth was flat, like you ran scientific experiments, you had all the data, you're looking at the orbit of the planet and everything clearly lines up and correlates and shows that the earth is flat, I'm not going to fight you on it. I will 100% believe you that the earth is flat if you can present me with the actual data without those data points conflicting. That's the thing. The data has to correlate. If it doesn't, then your argument's dead. But if you could figure that out, if one flat earther could do that, they could even convince me, somebody who's literally spent his entire life making fun of flat earthers, you could convince me that the earth was flat if you could bring me that data, because I don't consider myself a knower of everything, and I never will be.
Right.
You know, it's like I only know as much as I know at that moment, and then later I will know more. And there's always more to know. And that more stuff to know can also invalidate and change the data that I previously had. So you have to be willing to compromise your position. To like truly be a scientist, you have to be on the side of the data. What was the other thing? Adam Savage said it really good. He said that it doesn't matter if something is true or false. Like that's inconsequential to scientists. All that matters is that the data, that the data is there and the data is accurate. It's a win either way.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Even if you
Yeah. Okay.
disprove your theory, even if you have a theory, all your data points to it and you disprove it, and you're like, well, did I waste the last 10 years of my life proving that there is no, you know, boson or whatever, right? Higgs boson. You still proved that there's no boson in the end. So that's still a win. Even though you disproved your theory, that doesn't mean it's a loss. It's not a bad thing. It's like if you go into science wanting a position to be true, and you subconsciously do everything you can to ignore the data that invalidates it and only look at the data that validates it, you're not doing science. That's not science. Like the science has to follow the data, and you have to see it as a win either way. It's like, I don't care if the earth is round or flat. All I care is that I know the truth. That's all I care about. And if that truth changes because there's more data to support one point than another, that's the one I'm going to go with. So wait, real estate says Aux knows the truth. Aux always knows.
That's right. That's right. I'm with real saying the earth isn't flat, it's concave. We live on the inside facing, on the inside edge. Yep. 100%. Hollow earth. Although funny that I know this was like just fucking around and stuff, but I did just see a headline that, and this could this is just barely popping into my brain, so this could have been just like a fake, like Twitter ad or something. But and maybe somebody in chat will Google it or something. But I did see that it was like scientists found a 700, I don't know, like basically like an ocean 700 kilometers under the ground. I'm like, 700 kilometers. I'm pretty sure that's too deep. Like the crust isn't that thick. Like 700 kilometers is pretty far.
I mean, that's what, 500 miles.
It sounds fake, but yeah, because like I'm pretty sure the thickest part of the crust is like 75 or something, 75 miles. It's not that thick. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
Was it like the deepest hole in the world's only what, like 15 miles?
Again, this was just a headline, so I don't know. It could have been fake ad on Twitter or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. It was just funny that I saw something like that very recently, like in the last day or two, that it was like, oh, we found a big ocean under the ground. And I was like, yeah, that sounds made up. But
7.4 miles is the
7.4.
Yeah, that's the deepest that we roughly. That's not the exact estimate, but
okay.
That would be that Russian hole that was dug.
Oh, that's Russians, scary one, man.
Yeah,
that's scary. So didn't they cap that off or something? Like they stopped digging that because they
just put a metal plate over it. You can actually go there and visit. It's not
Spooky,
blocked off at all.
No, I bet you hear the screams of dying souls and stuff down there. That's scary, man.
Yeah, the Kola borehole in Russia. Yep, the super deep
koala. I like the koala borehole.
Yeah, they literally, and the only reason for doing it was they just wanted to see, they were competing with the United States to see who could dig the deepest hole. And they actually did win. They just like they did with the Tsar Bomba back then. Like Russia was really good. Russia was really good at one-upsmanship.
Good for them.
I will give it to them that back during the Cold War, when they were the Soviet Union, they were really good at throwing shitloads of money they didn't have just to post a bigger number than the Americans. For pride, right? Same thing with how they in the Olympics, right? They literally built every athlete that they had.
That was so whack. Whatever happened about that? Like that was like a big deal, and then it just disappeared.
They got banned. I think it was at least for one Olympic Games. I know they were completely banned and they couldn't come back. But obviously they still compete today. So obviously they got over it. But Russia, man, you go back and look at their history. One thing that they did do consistently is the Soviet Union is the one-upsmanship. It's like we built, was it Castle Bravo or whatever, and blew up that big nuke, and it was like what, like 20 megatons or something, like 18, 20 megatons. And they're like, hold my beer, and they set off a 50 megaton bomb. And what a lot of people don't know about the Tsar Bomba is 50 megatons was its lowest yield. It was actually supposed to produce 100+ megaton blast, and they dialed it back because they ran the math, and they're like, "Oh shit, this is gonna be like
not set the atmosphere on fire, right?"
No, they thought they were gonna like shatter every window within 1,000 miles and like literally kill people like outside of the blast radius. It was crazy though. That 50 megaton blast was felt like 1,000 miles away. Like it rattled the entire earth. like the fact that man built something, like, just period. I mean, it's just, even though it's just a destructive force and it's like there's no rhyme or reason to it other than mutually assured destruction, the fact that they were able to build something back then that long ago. As a matter of fact, in a lot of ways, don't you feel like humanity has kind of gone backwards a little bit technologically? Because think about during the height of the Cold War, we flew to the moon, landed on it, walked around. We built bombs that were so big that you could vaporize fucking entire states if you wanted to. These are things we used to be able to do that we can't really do today because of like, and I would argue that in the bombs case, that's a good thing. But
there's no incentive really for true innovation and progress. I pointed that, like you said, it took like 66 years or something to go from the Wright brothers to the moon.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Why are cars still basically the same after over 100 years?
Yep, still shitting on the same toilet after 100 years. Internal combustion
which
engine.
I mean, that's a very efficient design, at least toilets and stuff. But like internal combustion engine, there's no reason why haven't we innovated that to be over 100 miles per the gallon? Like, I don't see why we couldn't. Why not?
You know what's weird about internal combustion is every single time they have an advancement in it, the industry tries to kill it. Like literally purposefully tries to kill it.
It doesn't make sense.
A good example is the Wankel rotary engine, right? The Wankel rotary engine. Now, granted, it wasn't that efficient, right? It wasn't that efficient. It wasn't that reliable in the beginning. Yeah, it burned oil.
What is it? The seals. The seals are terrible.
Yeah, but modern technology, we've solved all those problems. Like today, the Wankel
the RX-8, right? The RX-8, I think, had like a redone version. It was their last. They were like, we're not doing rotary engines after this, and I've heard good things, right? Yeah, of course. Of course, the answer is money.
Yeah. So, and the thing is, they're cheaper to manufacture. They have less moving parts. They have less moving parts. They're easier to rebuild. Like, there's a lot of pluses for the Wankel. Plus the incredibly high RPMs they run at is just fantastic.
It's a good name too.
Yeah, well, Wankel. I want to fucking drive a Wankel.
I'll Wankel all over your.
Wankel my car
my ass down to this.
So and then you throw a turbocharger on it, and they love turbos. Like, that's the other thing is rotary engines love turbocharging, because they still use a conventional 4-stroke process. It's just instead of a cylinder going up and down, which means you have to stop it completely and go the opposite direction, the mass is always moving in a rotation.
That's why rotating mass is efficient. There's like no top end. The thing will just keep going faster and faster and faster until it tears apart.
Hey, Roger, they solved a lot of those durability issues. I know exactly what you're talking about. Like the Apex seals,
the old
were really bad.
That's what it was. The Apex seals.
Yeah, they've got new materials now that they make Apex seals that can survive 200,000 miles now, which is like, that's a normal rebuild interval. Actually, I'd say that's better than a normal rebuild interval for like a 4-stroke standard conventional piston engine. But they also have different types of engines that they've created. They just never took off, even though they were radically more efficient than the design we have today.
Right? Like what I saw like from World War II.
So sure. I forget what they call it, but there is a car on like sale today that you can buy that has this in it. I think it's Nissan or something like that. But they basically, instead of the cylinders going up and down like this against a flat surface, they have two cylinders opposing each other, and the cylinders come towards each other. The explosion happens, and it pushes both of them apart. So you basically have two pistons. For each cylinder, you have two pistons that are opposing each other, pushing off of each other, putting that energy into the system. And it's way more efficient than just letting all that extra energy go out of the exhaust, right? It gives you basically like double the surface area per pressure per cylinder. So with 4 cylinders, you're producing the power of a V8 basically.
Whoa.
And so apparently,
those
engines are way more efficient than what we have today. Yeah, that's a great liquid engine or liquid piston. So there's a liquid piston engine that they created that weighs, I think it's like 25 pounds and puts out 100 horsepower.
That sounds cool.
Like, and I guess it's, I don't know what they look like inside, but apparently they're somewhat like a rotary. They're a take on a rotary engine.
Yeah,
but apparently they're supposed to be super efficient. Your engine in your car, like for a 300 horsepower engine, you could just pick it up off a bench and install it yourself. Like you could literally set the motor into the mounts. Like that's how light it is. Like that's just wild. You have Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg created the camless engine, right? That uses electronics to control the firing time so that it can get the optimal burn for each cylinder, given the conditions of the air that's coming into the engine, the moisture in the air, atmospheric pressure, all that stuff it can take into account in real time. And every cylinder on the engine can burn the gas as efficiently as humanly possible on every single stroke, because every single stroke is like slowed down by the computer and controlled. The timing changes depending on, did the gas that come in, was it a little light on ethanol? Did it have too much ethanol in it? Is the air denser? Is it colder or hotter? It can figure all that out per cylinder. and figure out the exact right time to like fire the spark plug personally. And apparently it's like it's amazing technology. It wasn't possible before because we didn't have electronics that could keep up with something moving that fast. Now we do.
Yeah.
We have electronics that can keep up with, you know, something going 100,000 times faster, you know, and it would be fine. And because it's a camless engine, most of the top of your motor, most of the weight that's in the head of your motors is the cams and the rockers and the valves and everything that you need to control that top end drivetrain of the engine. With a valveless engine, you don't need that. Like with a free valve, you don't need that. All you need is electric servos.
Cool.
Basically. Yeah. So there's so much cool technology that's just not being used because the industry's like, you know, we're already set up to produce these motors. We're already building these cars. People are already buying the fuel. Like if everybody just stopped buying fuel and everybody went to electric cars tomorrow, then I bet you the oil companies would be like, oh shit, it's time to reinvent an engine that's way more efficient to bring some of those people back, right? Let's make it cheaper than electricity. But they have no incentive to do it yet. That's the problem is like people are still willing to spend fucking, you know, $60,000 for a Honda Civic. Like it's ridiculous. And as long as they're willing to do that, there is zero incentive for them to innovate like the technology of an internal combustion engine. Now, electric, on the other hand, because electric's brand new and everybody's trying to make their mark and dig their thing, you get all kinds of different technology, right?
Man, I'm loving like at least if nothing else from the design standpoint. Like I love that they're taking this as a good opportunity to make cars look a little different, like a little. It's not crazy, but like I don't like the look of the Ioniq 6. It looks like an Apple mouse.
Do you feel like they're going the other direction though? Like I feel like they were more Starship when electric cars were first, like when Tesla came out, you know, in like 2012. I feel like all the other electric cars that came out just kept getting like more spaceshipy. Now I feel like they're almost more like gas cars. Because trucks definitely look more like gas trucks.
Like Teslas look just like, I mean, they're fairly unique, but they like their first one looked like a car, looked like just a fucking car.
Yeah,
but Tesla, like take a look at I mean what is it, the RS1, right? The Rivian, the truck, like that looks pretty cool. Yeah. Like that's a little different. They got different headlight stuff and things like that. I mean, it still looks like a truck. It's still,
the shape. Have you seen their SUV, by the way? That thing is the hotness, dude.
That new one, the RS3 that they just talked about,
dude. It looks like a Range Rover.
So cool.
It's like an electric Range Rover, is what the vibes I get from it. But again, unobtainium prices, dude. 76,000. I mean, for an EV. Yeah, let's be honest, that's a deal today. But $76,000
only from these new guys, right? Like, and I think that's because these new guys are trying to like drum up a whole new production like system and stuff, right? They have to build factories and all this stuff to make these cars, so they're going to be expensive right off the bat. But like, dude, you can get a fucking full on electric car nowadays from one of the big guys for like $45K, like brand new mid-size sedan price, 45-ish K. Like my spaceship, I think, was around there. You know, that's like brand new. That's brand new car price, no problemo. But these I say off brand, but these new car companies, of course, they're going to be wicked expensive because like they have to build up their production, the whole fucking chain basically. Yeah. So like, yeah, they're going to be wicked expensive because like they still got to make money back on the factory and the research and development and the materials and all that stuff.
That is true, because every internal combustion car that was built before it is usually based on like a previous.
Yeah, like, they're not retooling a whole lot.
Yeah,
it's this frame is probably the same for like a decade, and then they just put different panels on it.
It's like if you look at an assembly line for like an electric vehicle, the only thing that's going to be similar is maybe like the panel assembly, like actually punching the panels and affixing them to the car with like the panel bonding agent or whatever. That's probably the same, but everything else is going to be different. Like I mean, the entire drivetrain, the fuel, everything, like they're not even going to be like the same shell. Like I know that some companies experimented with that, like Ford with the Mach E, was it Mustang Mach E or whatever it was?
Yeah,
I don't know what they were thinking, man. Like let's take our ugliest car we've ever made that's an SUV and call it a Mustang, our most famous muscle car. Like that was the dumbest
know why they tried to do that.
It just pisses me off. They still do it. But the thing is, they tried to build a vehicle to make it cheaper because it was competitively like one of the cheapest EVs on the market that you could get for the specs. And the way that they achieved that was by having a gas version and an electric version that shared a lot of the same components.
There you go. Yeah, that makes sense.
So anything they could share, they did share, right? So, but then you end up with another problem. It's like, yeah, that does make things a little bit cheaper, but now you got a vehicle with like space that's wasted because that was like supposed to hold a battery pack, but now there's no battery pack, so it's just wasted space.
No, it's storage now.
Well,
right?
I mean, under the car, though, like people don't want to.
Yeah, they got those fucking minivans where you pull up the panel and like the seat can fold down into it, and now it's all flat. Why not?
Yes, that's true. Like if you can utilize it, then that's a good thing, right? But they try to like, let's put the electric motor in the front, make it like front wheel drive, or just so that we can put the power plant and the batteries in the same spot. Let's put the battery pack where the gas tank is, so that we don't have to change the shape of that and stuff. Whereas like most electric cars keep it down low and spread it out as like a skateboard under the car, and it is the structure of the car. So there's like little ways that you can actually like save money in the production of an electric vehicle by making it closer to its contemporary ICE counterpart. But in the end, I think the goal is everybody's just going to go to electric. Like there's going to be no reason to make a gas powered car here in the next
electric hybrids.
Yeah. Like I see diesel sticking around for a long time. Like, and I'll tell you why diesel
can run on anything.
It not only will it run on anything, but the sheer amount of miles that a diesel can do is insane. Like there's trucks like this is I didn't know this was million miles. That's common for a semi.
Easy.
Like a semi, before you rebuild the engine, before you rebuild the transmission, you can get some of these things get 1 million miles, like actual 1 million miles. Whereas like if a car hits 1 million miles, like the 1 million mile Lexus or whatever, the RX3 was it like RX or no EX 300, the sedan that went 1 million miles. That's like really famous. That was super rare. Right? That was like, that's unheard of. That never happens. Like a car going 300,000 miles is a miracle, let alone 1 million. But diesel engines, apparently, like going 1 million miles is no big deal. Like agricultural vehicles, semis that are driving 24 hours a day, just relentlessly just running through the night while they're sleeping and stuff to keep the cargo cold and everything. They're just designed to be super beefcake, and the fuel density, the amount of fuel they can carry. Like a semi can carry enough fuel to go, 1,000 miles. Between like picking up fuel. An electric wouldn't be able to do that. Like you're not going to be able to efficiently carry enough weight of battery to also be able to pull cargo. Like, yeah, if you make the trailer behind you the battery and it's literally replacing your cargo, then sure, you could probably go 1,000 miles. You're not going to go 1,000 miles while keeping it within the same kind of like weight and efficiency of a regular big diesel semi. So I do think that for things like trains and things like, well, I mean, where they don't have the infrastructure to electrify it. If they can electrify it, then it makes sense to have, an electric train. But things like train and long haul trucking and stuff, and especially like ships, right? You're not going to see electric ships moving, hundreds of thousands of tons of cargo across the ocean. You're just not going to see that because a lot of these giant tankers that you see that are transporting fuel, they can literally burn the raw crude oil. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When they get outside of an area where it's like the EPA regulates them, they like flip a bunch of dials and they're just pumping pure crude oil into their engines and burning it. And yeah, it's not great for emissions, but it's like they have unlimited fuel, right? They just get there and they just dock them for how much fuel they burned.
Oh, man.
Dude, it's wild.
I love seeing these articles. Some article floating around where it's like, oh, we're basically bringing back giant sails for cargo ships, like wind power to help with the efficiency and stuff. It's like, well, it's like, no shit, Sherlock. Like, yeah, sure.
Like,
throw some big kites in the sky or something to pull you along too, or something, like. Sure, dude, whatever. If that helps you out, like, yeah, why not? It makes sense.
I just saw that not too long ago where there was a sailboat that deployed like this kite, like it put up all of its sails, and then it had a kite that it could deploy that was like as big as the main sail that would sit like 100 yards off its bow, and that was also connected to it and pulling it. And I was like, dude, that's rad. I've never seen that before. But then immediately I was thinking about that. I was like, the thing that's limiting the surface area that can pull the boat is literally the surface area to fix the sails. Well, if they're kites, you don't need that surface area. You just need a mast to attach the thing to, right? So as long as you have a really strong mast, what's stopping you from having 3 or 4 or 5 of these freaking kites out there? I mean, the downside is, of course, if the wind stops and you don't reel them in fast enough, you're basically going to have these giant anchors filling with water and probably pulling your boat down. But if you could solve that problem, just basically create a system or something that could recover them or drain the water out or whatever and bring them aboard. If that does, God, the efficiency that you could get from that, just seeing imagine seeing like a big ship, like a big container ship that has like 1,000 fucking sails, like 1,000 of these kites deployed at like various different altitudes and stuff to get into different wind currents and shit. And that thing's just being towed by the weather across the ocean. That would be freaking cool. That would be, and plus it'd look cool as shit. Like, honestly, tankers they're not that much to look at, right? When they're like pulling in.
Yeah.
If you saw a tanker that's like, thousands of yards off the coast and you just see like a million kites, you're going to be like, whoa, that's a spectacle. Like, that would be some really cool shit to look at. Like people would line up to see that. So I think that'd be neat if they put some money into that area. And I do like that they're creating like the rigid sails for the. Apparently they're gonna take the tankers and they're gonna put these massive like wings, like a wing off an airplane.
Yeah.
And because I guess the rigid ones, because you don't have to do any of the rigging, a soft sail, you have to manage it, and it's a maintenance nightmare and everything like that. But apparently with these like big, huge spires that go up with the wing, when they're not using them, they just turn them into the wind and they produce very little drag. And then when they're ready to use them, they just basically put them into the opposing wind, and they can basically create any force in any direction. Even going, I didn't know this. You can go. Did you know you can go the opposite direction? I didn't know this. Yes. I thought sailing ships could only go with the wind, maybe biased it. No, they can drive directly into the wind and use the wind's energy to propel them into the wind.
You have to tack a little bit.
Right.
You can't go straight into it. You got to go kind of at a bit of an angle. But yeah, you can go into the wind. Yeah.
That's the weirdest
I've played a lot of pirate games. So
I just learned
I understand
that,
the very, very basics of sailing.
Yeah. Last couple of years I learned that. And I was just, my mind was blown by that. I think I was watching what's that? Veritasium. I was watching a Veritasium video where they were driving this like land vehicle that had a rigid sail on it. And it was like, I think they did like over 100 miles an hour in this thing. And the wind was only like 30 miles an hour, but they were able to go 100 miles an hour. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Like if the wind's pushing you, how are you going faster than the wind is? And it's because it hits at an angle and it's like gears, it creates a ratio. So it's like the wind is blowing by you at 30 miles an hour, but for every foot of air that's moving because of the angle of the sail, it might be pushing you 5 feet. So it's, when you think about it and you see it visualized like Derek did, I was like, that makes perfect sense. But until he showed me that, I was like, I had no idea. I did not know you could go into the wind. I didn't know you could multiply the wind. I didn't know that you could physically make a boat go faster than the wind. Like when I watch yacht sailing races, I thought the wind was like 60, 80 miles an hour.
Nice. No,
it's not. No.
Yeah, that's insane how
those
fast
they
can
like
get those
40,
things
50
going.
miles an hour off of like 5 mile an hour winds, like 5 or 10 mile an hour winds, and they're doing like 30, 40 miles an hour.
So crazy. That is some cool stuff to see. Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's something I just learned in like the last couple of years, because it's like, but it makes sense once you see it. You see it.
When you see it, you kind of have to just accept it. But like, I don't understand it.
It's bizarre,
not really, you know, like
Derek's video is amazing though.
Cool.
Derek's Derek's video where it's like a land speed car that they actually let him drive, which I was actually, that was sketchy as fuck too. Like, let's see here, Veritasium. Let's see here, wind car. Let's see here. So yeah, risking my life to settle a physics debate.
Oh yeah, the one with the it's got like a propeller on it, right?
No, propeller. That's right. It's a propeller.
That's right. Yeah.
But it uses a similar principle. It uses a similar principle as the sail, because they actually use sailboating as the example. Like when he's asking the guy, like, how can this thing with a propeller spinning? Like, it's literally like the wheels, the wind is pushing it, which turns the wheels, which then turns a propeller. So you're like,
but the propeller also pulls it a little bit.
Yeah, the propeller also creates thrust.
Or I think it's a pull. It like helps to pull it forward as well. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember like the exact outcome of the video, but it was surprising. Like he wins
the bet against the physics teacher.
Yeah.
No, the physics teacher was wrong, or one of them. Whoever said that it would go faster wins. I can't remember whoever said it would go faster.
You're thinking of the other debate he had with the college professor over. Here, let me see. Here, debate
the car with the propeller on it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they did it as a small scale, right? So this is his large scale.
Yeah, this is the thing I'm talking about.
You're totally right.
And I can't remember who was saying that it would go faster. I think the Veritasium guy was saying
you just reminded, because
the physics professor was like, no, that doesn't make sense. But yeah, and they took a while to like really break this down. This was really, really fun. And it's bonkers to think that like, wait, because you have all this extra stuff, like how could this work? And
because it's like the propeller,
cool.
If I remember right, the propeller spins a ship. So the wind hits the propeller spins, which drives a gear system, which turns the tires. So the tires that have friction with the earth, as the wind is hitting the propeller and turning the propeller, it's also propelling the wheels because of the gearing. And somehow because the wind is blowing, you can actually drive into the wind. Like you can actually, so the wind is turning the propeller. And because it's turning the tires, and it's also it's not generating any thrust, but it's also not generating a lot of drag. But the amount of power it transfers to the wheels is enough to overcome it, so it can drive into the wind, which is like. And I think they put in the comment.
The pinned comments a good breakdown of all that. It's
Didn't
it's cool.
Zyla Foxlin build a little model that they did on a treadmill? It was like her and who's the other guy? The guy that runs around with William Osmond all the time. God, I can't remember his name. Somebody in channel will correct me, but they built a little scale model on a treadmill. I remember they used a treadmill specifically, and when they were successful, they actually got the thing to drive up the treadmill belt. Like as the treadmill was going back with the fan blowing at it at the same speed, it was able to actually drive into it. And that's what like ultimately proved the theory, I think. And then Derek won, and the dude was like, I think he didn't want to pay up or something. Like, wasn't he like making some excuses or something? The professor who was like,
well, I mean, I was
wrong, but not really.
Whatever, 10 grand. Like, it's not really about the money, right? It's about it's about who was right. Like, who cares about the money side of it, really? I mean, these are brilliant people. Like, the $10,000 joke or bet or whatever is a joke, really. Because like the physics, the math works. That's so cool.
Yeah, because wasn't it Neil deGrasse Tyson or something got to decide? Like they agreed ahead of time when they signed the contract for the $10,000 that they were going to have like an external observer make the final call, like when they presented their evidence.
I don't know.
It was something like that. Yeah. It's been a while. But it was a big thing when it came out. I remember that was like a really big thing. But you're right. This was that same problem, which is like, how the hell are you propelling a vehicle forward into the wind? When the wind is like, you'd think if the wind is hitting the vehicle that it'd be equal and opposite, right? Like you wouldn't be able to, at best, you wouldn't be able to move it at 100% efficiency. So it's like, how are you able to move it into the wind using the wind? It's very bizarre.
It's a similar sort of, I guess, to like put into a visual perspective. Like, say you're sitting on a skateboard and the wind is strong enough to push you, right? But then you also are able to like pull on a rope, right? It's similar sort of that the wind is pushing the vehicle, which spins the tires attached to a chain to the propeller. But the propeller, as the propeller spins, it's pulling you through the air a little bit more as well. So like it's about the gear ratio in a sense. Like, is there enough oomph in the wheels to spin the propeller hard enough to pull you through the air? And if you get the gear ratio right,
in their experiment, it was they were moving faster than the wind. I remember that.
Because of it's not just the push of the wind. The push of the wind also helps you to pull on the rope, essentially.
Exactly. No, you're right. You're right.
Very cool. Very cool. I dig it. It's super smart, and it makes sense, right? Like if you could
have breaks my brain like that. That's fun.
Yeah, if you could instead like hook your bicycle pedals to a propeller to pull you through, it'd be the same kind of a deal, right?
Yeah,
like even though you're pedaling, like you're putting so much effort into the pedaling, the propeller is also going to be pulling you a little bit, so you would be going faster than you would be without the propeller.
Yeah, and you'd have to have a faster gear ratio. In order for you to go faster than the wind, the gear ratio would have to be so that the wheels are turning more than the wind is actually pushing the propeller. Because that's the only way you'd be able to go faster, right? Because for the wheels to spin faster, it would also require the prop to spin faster. So you wouldn't be able to spin the prop faster than the wind, otherwise it wouldn't work. So they're somehow able to gear it so that for every turn of the prop, the wheel is turning like 1.5 turns, or if they were the same size, given the distance they're traveling. And so as the wind is blowing, the wind picks up in speed. It's basically like multiplying it by a factor and giving you more push. And so when you think about that, it's like compared to a sailing vessel, that would be way more efficient. So I think one of the things they talked about in the video, if I'm not mistaken, was how this could be applied to future like yachting technology, because they could take the same principle, but instead of turning tires, they would turn a propeller. So there'd be a propeller under the water, and you'd basically be using the big propeller up top as a sail to capture the wind and push it. So it'd be pushing it with the surface area of the prop, but by the prop actually spinning and transferring that through gearing to propeller, the propeller would also be pushing off of the water. So you'd basically be way more efficient. And I'm like,
I can see that working out.
Cool. Pretty damn cool. It was a rickety ass vehicle too, man. Like usually see that thing. It was like shaking back and forth and like vibrating like crazy. Go for it, bro. Yeah, it was super sketch. Hey, well, Ox is gone. I want to thank let's see if I can fuck up this name. Zorios Uxorious. Yes, Zorius Burrito. You're a member. Thank you for being a member of the channel, brother. Meat Puppet 007, thank you for the $20, man. We appreciate it. It's the biggest tip of the day. He said, if memory serves, there was one guy who made an improvement to a fuel pump or something like that. They got 100 miles per gallon, died mysteriously. The other 2 or 3 guys that made engines that can run off of water also died mysteriously. I believe that myth was like kind of busted. About the guy, like the people that created the hydrogen cars that died miraculously, because there is a guy right now who created a hydrogen car like back in the late 70s or early 80s. It's still very much alive today, and he still has the vehicle that literally like converts the water into the brown gas, stores it inside of some medium that absorbs it, and then slowly releases it as he heats the bottles under low pressure. So it's like super safe. And it's actually a really, really good system, but they can't use it in commercial vehicles because the material he's using to absorb the hydrogen to make the system safe and allow him to carry a large volume of hydrogen, that chemical is on the list of banned chemicals for people to be able to buy or business to be able to buy, because it's like used to build nuclear bombs. It's not a radioactive component. It's just because of its ability to absorb hydrogen. It's used in the construction of nuclear weapons. Therefore, it's a banned material. You're allowed to have the material if you create it yourself, but to create it yourself, it's prohibitively expensive. So it's one of those things where it's like car companies never really latched onto it, because the thing that makes it super efficient and the thing that makes it super awesome and safe is also like pretty much unobtainium, and the price would be way too high. But it's really cool. I'm talking about the I can't remember the guy's name, but the guy who created the Corvette that ran on hydrogen, burning hydrogen, and he stored the hydrogen by filling these like scuba tanks with like this granular material that he created that's on the banned list. Like you can't buy this material. It's like it's used in nuclear weapons. Oops. But if you create the material yourself, which he created a reactor to make it, this material absorbs hydrogen. And so what he does, he takes the water, he does electrolysis with the water using solar power. He separates out the hydrogen. He then pumps the hydrogen into these tanks. These granules at a certain temperature absorb the hydrogen into like physical granules, so that the pressure in the tank isn't high. It's very low pressure. And then what happens is he heats the tank, and with using like these blankets around the tanks, and as it heats up the tank, it releases hydrogen. The hotter he gets the tank, the faster those granules release the hydrogen. Therefore, he can control how much hydrogen is flowing and make sure that there's only enough combustible hydrogen to run the engine and nothing more. So you don't have an explosion hazard. If somebody like hit you and ruptured both fuel tanks and the granules went everywhere, nothing would catch fire. Only the residual hydrogen would burn, and it'd be over. So really, really cool idea, but it just never became mainstream because this chemical is just so difficult. Like there'd be no way for a commercial manufacturer to be able to like make it and sell it. Like they could make it for themselves, but as soon as they sold it to a customer, they'd be violating like literally nuclear arms treaties or something. Yikes. But that technology exists. That's crazy. Like the technology actually exists to build a car that can store a crazy amount of hydrogen incredibly safely, very low pressure. It'd be safe for you to fuel yourself at home, just like plugging your car into the electrical grid. You'd plug it into the garden hose and a power outlet, and your car would be charged up in the morning with tanks full of low pressure hydrogen. And you'd literally be burning it in your engine. So you could use a standard internal combustion engine. Hydrogen burns really clean, so you'd never have to really change the oil. Like if you have a synthetic oil, it's like gonna run. It's never going to dirty the oil. It's going to be nice and clean. You're only creating water vapor. I mean, when I saw that, I thought that was like, and people signed off on it. Like people went and reviewed this car. Scientists broke it down and looked at how it worked, and they all verified it was the real deal. Like this wasn't a hoax, like a lot of them are. Like the guy who's like, oh, I created an HHO brown gas engine that runs purely on water with nothing else involved. No, that's impossible. But this guy actually showed how, and he even shows like how he used the really cheap chemical that he adds to the water to make it break down into hydrogen faster. It's like the catalyst that he adds to it, because obviously you're not going to be able to. Something. It's salt works, right? Cheap. And so he showed exactly, and there's a video. It's like, God, it's like 15 years old or something on YouTube, where this guy goes through and shows you exactly how the car works. The range that it has. And I mean, he shows everything. He doesn't hold anything back. There's no secrets. He basically gives everybody they need to build the thing themselves if they had access to this chemical. And that's the thing, is it's that one chemical. And the reason why that's so critically important is because without that chemical, you would have to use a high pressure hydrogen system. And high pressure meaning like hundreds of bars. Like you're gonna be in the thousands of PSI, right? 5,000-6,000 PSI tank on board that if it ruptured, you would have a massive cloud of hydrogen that could explode and create quite the explosion, right? When it mixes with oxygen. But with his system, you never have that situation. It's always just letting out enough hydrogen at incredibly low pressures to burn in the engine. And then if you rupture the fuel tank, the only residual hydrogen that's there is whatever's come out of the granules, which is enough to make like a little pop, not going to hurt anybody. So it's even safer. He created a hydrogen car that's even safer than a traditional internal combustion engine car running on gasoline. And I just thought that was like the coolest thing ever when I saw this. But apparently the dude, and this is another reason why shit didn't really go his way, is apparently the guy's like a big conspiracy theorist and like into fucking like weird alien conspiracies and stuff.
Gotta love that.
But he is an actual like published physicist that like knows, you know, he can back up his education, but he's also a little wonky bonks. And so people never really took him too seriously because of his like more wonky and conspiratorial stuff. But the car was solid. The car was absolutely solid. And if that chemical was off that banned list, we would probably see
probably why it is in the banned list.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it's like lithium deuteride or something like that. Let's see here. What is this is what I love. Don't you we live in a day and age where you just literally ask Jeeves like a question and it just gives you exactly what you want? It's like here, what is the chemical in that low pressure hydrogen burning car that stores the hydrogen in the tanks and only releases it when it's heated up with external blankets? I love that. I can it's like you don't even have to be clever. Just give it as much information as you have and it'll figure it out. All right. AI is going beep boop beep. Okay, here we go. Okay, the concept you're referring to involves hydrogen combustion engine that operates with liquid hydrogen as a fuel. That is incorrect. Challenges. Okay, it didn't get it right. I'll be damned. AI has failed me today. Let's see here.
They don't want you to know. It's on the banned list, man. They're not going to tell you.
What is the name of the chemical that absorbs hydrogen and only releases it when heated up? Because that's really what I want to know. I just want to know what that chemical is. Okay, so endothermic reaction absorbs heat from the surrounding area, causing temperature of the immediate environment to decrease. Nope, and nope. Yeah, it's hallucinating like I've never seen. This is crazy. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna open up Poe. You know what? I'm gonna skip Microsoft's shitty Bing, and we're gonna go to Claude because Claude has been.
Somebody's saying it's a metallic hydride. Someone
here. Okay,
James Campbell is saying something of metallic hydride
that stores hydrogen at a low pressure inside of granules and only releases it when heated up. A guy used it in a Corvette to burn hydrogen in an engine safely. All right, let's see. I'm asking Claude now. Oh, yep, it's borohydride. So NaBH4. Right. Dude, I love Claude is kicking ass. Claude is like taking the world by storm right now. So the chemical I'm referring to is sodium borohydride. It says it's a hydrogen storage material that can release hydrogen gas when heated or catalyzed by certain compounds. It's a white salt-like powder that contains a high weight percentage of hydrogen, around 10.8%. The sodium borohydride is heated or exposed to a catalyst like water or acids to undergo a hydrolysis reaction that releases hydrogen gas according to the following chemical equations, blah, blah, blah. The reason hydrogen cars can then be burned, and this says the release of this hydrogen can be burned in internal combustion engines and used for other applications that require hydrogen gas safely. In 2008, a company called Powerball Technologies demonstrated a modified Corvette that used sodium borohydride, hydrogen storage medium, to run a hydrogen fuel. The sodium borohydride granulars were stored in the trunk and when heated would release hydrogen that was fed into the engine to be burned. This allows for the safe way to store and release hydrogen on demand at relatively low pressures compared to the compressed hydrogen gas tanks. However, sodium borohydride is non-rechargeable and has other challenges that have limited its widespread adoption so far. Now
what do you do with it when it's done then? Like,
that's not true. What do you mean non-rechargeable? The whole point of this thing is you could charge it. What?
Yeah, like what do you do with the spent borohydride then?
Yeah, rechargeable. How does the hydrogen get suspended in it in the first place? Let's see here. Okay, so when I say sodium borohydride is not rechargeable, I mean that once it releases its hydrogen through the hydrolysis reaction, it cannot be easily recharged or rehydrogenated to regain its hydrogen storage capability. The process of producing sodium borohydride itself and incorporating the hydrogen is done industrially. See, this must not be the chemical, because the chemical the guy talks about, like, he literally charges the car, like he shows you the reactor he built.
Let's see here.
And all it does is he's using like a basic air compressor, like it's low enough pressure that like your garage variety air compressor is enough to pump it into the tanks, and then the granules absorb the hydrogen as he's pumping it in the tank. So he's like pumping in liters of gas that are coming from the water, and then it's absorbing, so the tank pressure isn't going up. So as the granules absorb it and store it in a solid compound, it's not expanding and creating pressure in the tank. And then he has these like silicone heaters that are like blankets that are wrapped around the tanks that he heats with batteries. And then as he starts to heat them, the pressure in the tank rises. And as the pressure in the tank rises, then he releases it and lets the hydrogen into the engine to burn. And then all he's doing is he's balancing the temperature of these heaters to keep the bottle at whatever temperature it needs to be to produce enough for the engine as he's accelerating. So
this is from Wikipedia, at least.
Yeah, Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar. That's right. Thank you, James.
Wikipedia here says, however, because it talks about niche or abandoned applications, talking about using it for vehicles. It says, however, such a usage would need a cheap, relatively simple, and energy-efficient process to recycle the hydrolysis product, sodium metaborate, back into borohydride. And no such process was available as of 2007. So we've come a long way.
So this was a little bit of a fraud, because the guy was having to remake the chemical each time he charged the car.
That seems to be the well, at least there is no cheap, relatively simple, and energy efficient process to recycle the hydrolysis product, sodium metaborate.
Yeah, he made it sound like you could just repeat this process over and over and over again. If that's not true, that's dead in the water, like immediately, because nobody's going to do that, right? I mean, if you're relying on another chemical, you might as well just burn hydrocarbons, right? If you have to go through a whole process of creating a new chemical that have to put in your tank every time just to burn the hydrogen, now that just defeats the whole purpose, in my opinion.
Right.
Hold on here, I wanted to look at yeah, so Meat Puppet. Again, Meat Puppet, thank you for the $20 tip, dude. And then Uxorus burrito. God, I'm fucking butchering this name. Here, you try this. So UXORIOUS.
Hold on, I gotta see it. Where is it? It's under the funding.
It should be the last super chat.
Uxorius.
Uxorius burrito.
Yep.
That's
how I would say that.
I came up with. Yeah, Uxorius, thank you for the $2 tip. He said they just
it's a real word.
Ship too. It's great. Yeah, I haven't
seen a real word.
Yet.
It's a real word. And it's having or showing an excessive or submissive fondness for one's wife. So he's simping for his woman, which is adorable.
Good man.
He's a burrito. He's a burrito who loves his wife.
You should simp for your wife.
Hold on, let me hear how Google
Kyle K said the article I found said Lazarus card needed heavily lithium 6 deuteride. I was right. I literally said lithium deuteride. How the shit did I get that right?
More of an E sound at the beginning.
Exorius?
Exorius
burrito. Hey, we learned a word today. Exorius means simping for your wife. Beautiful.
Basically, yeah. That's super cute. That's so cute.
So that's what it is. So Kyle said that he used lithium 6 deuteride, and that's what made that special. Lithium 6 deuteride you can recharge over and over again, but unfortunately it's heavily regulated. Yeah, and that's funny because I said that. Did I not say that? Lithium deuteride?
Yes,
I didn't say lithium 6, but I didn't
something
say
like that. Yeah,
deuteride. I cannot believe that I actually remember.
See, man, it's all that's my problem too, man. It's not a matter of saving information. It gets recorded just fine. It's a matter of recall. It's like digging through a fucking pile of stuff that's not organized appropriately. It's all there. It's just I gotta find it.
Okay, here I found it. It says lithium 6 deuteride is a compound composed of lithium 6, a naturally occurring isotope of lithium, and deuterium, a heavy isotope of hydrogen. It plays a significant role in nuclear fusion and has applications beyond energy storage.
Isn't that like hydrogen 3 or something? Right? It's like instead of two atoms,
yes,
it's
3.
It's 3 of them smooshed together.
So I think they said it's like out of every 1,000 drops of water or something, one of them is H3O. Like in all the water we drink deuterium every single day. It's just in very small quantity.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, H3O or deuterium, which by the way is also the fuel that like all the starships and shit run on and the stars.
That's helium 3.
Huh?
That's helium. Isn't it? Yeah, helium 3 is what they want to use yeah, isn't it?
Because deuterium, I know deuterium is the fuel in Star Trek. Like I know they use that as a fuel.
That's dilithium. The crystals, dilithium.
Why the hell are they always saying that they need deuterium injectors? What are the
I think it's helium. Helium-3 is a lot of times used in like sci-fi for refueling your starships and stuff.
Here, what is deuterium used for in Star Trek universe? I want to say
deuterium is for the impulse engines. Thank you.
Oh,
thank you, B. Smith.
So the sublight travel, whereas the
nice.
shit, what'd you say?
Deuterium is the matter component of the matter antimatter. Oh, see, you fucking nerds are so good.
And then you said the
but I think dilithium, that might be more for the compute. I think the dilithium, because those get wore out too, right?
That's the warp drive.
Okay,
because I just remembered whenever they crack that thing or whatever, they can't go to warp.
Yeah,
like they always have to go find a planet with some shit and try to jerry rig another one together. Let's see here. So apparently that's what makes the lithium deuteride or whatever that's the reason why that one is so sought after is because it can be recharged. The other chemicals let off the hydrogen, but then you can't put it back in. You have to basically recycle the material to get it back. This lithium deuteride, you don't have to. The lithium deuteride can actually absorb hydrogen at one temperature and release it at another. So it's reversible. So that's why this lithium deuteride is like so important, but it's super duper regulated. Here, hold on here. Okay, so the article I found about labs are heavily regulated. Oh yeah, thank you, by the way, Kyle. You're absolutely right. It was lithium 6 deuteride. Irene said, I just joined. Did you talk about the earthquake yesterday? It shook up my house pretty good. Yeah, did you hear about the earthquake on the East Coast?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I saw you can't help it on
any gave New York
social media people talking about it.
It was
it seemed kind of wimpy though. It was like a 4.8, right? I'm I wouldn't, dude. If a 4.8 or 4.5 happened around here, you wouldn't even notice. This just happens. That happens though. Like nobody even notices that kind of a thing around here.
I mean, shit, we just recently had one that was what, like a 5 or a 6 or something.
Hold on. Yeah, let's see. Like I want
to say we've gotten up into like the 6s.
Recent Washington earthquakes is like the top thing. Holy shit! There was a 2.8 on March 31st.
Didn't even feel it.
Just a week ago. Centered right in the middle of the sound.
If I remember right, the Richter scale is weird. Like it goes up by like a factor of 10 or something like that. Like
it is, yeah. From a 1 to a 2 is an order of magnitude, and then 3, 4. It scales very fast.
Yeah, so it's like the difference between a 7 and an 8 is like astronomically huger than a 6 to 7. Like it goes up like it's like logarithmic. But yeah,
apparently is one of the largest East Coast quakes in the last century. 4.8. 4.8 is
on the East Coast, dude. That's a rare.
4.8 is weak sauce, man. Like that's not even going to make the news.
You know, when it rains in Washington or rains in California, nobody knows how to drive. I think it's the same thing. Like on the East Coast, they never have earthquakes, so even a small one is considered like, oh my god.
Sasquatch. There was one today, a 1.8 out in Morton. That's not even far from me.
I mean, there's a little far from me going on, right? I mean, the tectonic plates are always moving in. Yeah, we just don't feel it.
Holy cow! There's a lot. There's a lot.
How does an earthquake have to be to actually feel? Let's see. I'm curious.
Dude, the 1.8 literally today.
How strong does an earthquake have to be?
An hour ago.
Feel it as a human? No, but to feel it, not that it exists.
Oh, to feel it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good call.
Okay. It says a magnitude. So magnitude 2.5 or less is usually not felt by humans, even when they're on the epicenter. Magnitude 3 to 3.9 is often felt by people indoors, especially on the upper floors of buildings. Magnitude 4 to 4.9, noticeably shaking of indoor objects and rattling of windows felt most. Yep. And then magnitude 5 to 5. Well, I watched videos. I watched internal videos of people's like apartments and shit, and stuff was actually falling off shelves.
Man, we get a bigger shake when the trash can, the fucking trash truck comes rolling by. This is 4.8.
But honestly, yeah, it says a magnitude 5 to 5.9. So all the way up to 5.9 is felt by everyone, but potential for only minor damage. Yeah. So plus the media was blowing this out of proportion when they're like, "Oh my god, this is major damage causing huge."
That makes a good point because buildings on the East Coast aren't designed to withstand earthquakes. Like they aren't being built for that. Plus, the East Coast is old as fuck. How many and stuff?
Yeah.
So it might not be that violent of a shake, but it's definitely like it has a catastrophic effect.
You're right. Like here we have like earthquake straps between the floors, and they do the framing so that the buildings can move around and have relief.
Yeah,
you might not have that for 100-year-old structures on the East Coast. Yeah,
Lady Liberty could fall over because it's not built for that. So
you're right. Irene said we had an earthquake while I was living in Redmond. Yeah, that was the big one. We had a big earthquake here back in, this would have been like 2006 or 2007. we had a pretty no, even earlier than that. This would have been like 2003, 2004, because I was still
I remember the last like big one that like people freaked out and stuff that I recall. I was still in high school, so this would have been like between 2000 and 2002, because I was actually at the high school for it. And I was in a portable, right? So for those of you who don't know, a portable is like a temporary building that they'll put up. Well, temporary.
Redneck school.
Yeah, it's kind of like a trailer. Like it's kind of like a quadruple wide trailer. It's a portable building, a portable room, whatever. And we were maybe 200 feet away from like the big fucking dumpsters for the school, and we felt it, and we just thought it was the garbage trucks like slamming the big dumpster thing down. And I'm talking like we used the big dumpsters at this high school, like construction style long boys, right? And it took like, maybe it was like we felt it, and we just thought it was the garbage truck, until like 2 minutes later the principal gets on the please excuse this interruption, teachers, we need to evacuate, blah 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 blah. And then it wasn't until we fucking got out into like the baseball fields or whatever, and we realized it was an earthquake. And they handled that so terribly, because like it doesn't happen that often, and they had no fucking clue what they were doing and stuff. It was crazy. That was fun. A bunch of kids run off, like ran back home and stuff, dipped out and just disappeared, and it was just such a cluster. They had us standing around for like 6 hours before, and like parents were getting contacted and stuff, and like it was just a mess, just
blown out of proportion.
I mean, yeah, there wasn't even any like damage. I mean, I'm sure some stuff fell or whatever, but like nobody was hurt. Nobody. Yeah. That's the website I'm on right now. Earthquake Track. That's so fun.
I cannot believe how many freaking earthquakes have happened in the last 24 hours.
Right. It's a bunch.
Yeah. Our seismic detectors are really good. Like they know exactly where the epicenter is of every single one of these when it's happening and everything. That's great. Yeah. So here, let me filter by magnitude. Let me see if when was the last time we had a magnitude 5?
So call it 6 or 6 or more.
Yeah. So here in Seattle, Seattle over the last sort by biggest quakes.
And I want only sorted by.
So 74 years ago, we had an 8.2, which is the strongest in the history of Washington. And that was in let's see here. Oh, sorry, that was in Alaska, but it affected us down here. Let's see here, and then let me see where's the biggest one in Washington. Oh, found it. Okay, so 23 years ago, the largest earthquake was 6.8 magnitude, 51 kilometers depth, and this was at Long Beach, Washington.
Yeah, that lines up. That sounds about. Yep. Let's see, you said 23 years ago.
That was 23 years ago.
Yeah, that lines up. I think I was a freshman in high school. Yeah.
Yep. So that would have been that was the big one in 2001. That's the one at Microsoft. Because I was in the main lab, which means that I was within my first year. Because when I got hired, they gave me an office not long after. So I was in the main lab when that one happened. That was a big one, and that was a 6.8. Wow. So that was actually up in the like major damage area.
I love it. Yeah, there was one prior to that. I remember too. It was probably the one you're talking about, Bradley, in 94. I remember that too, because like
that was the biggest earthquake in our freaking history, like measured history.
Yeah, I remember playing. I was playing Addams Family on the NES, I think it was, and I remember and like the bookshelf wiggling and things like that, and like and that was one where everybody realized it was an earthquake. Oh, everybody get outside and stuff. We're all like, oh, what the fuck? That's crazy. Man, that's so much cool. This is a cool website.
Dude, I remember when that one happened in 2001, I was on the 3rd floor of building 26 on the Redmond campus at Microsoft. And the building is built on something they called acoustic suspension. It's for earthquakes.
Yeah, the whole thing, like
the whole building, like you lift up the tiles outside, and it's like a foot or two underneath is like these. Yeah, they're like metal poles. The whole building sits on an array of like metal poles. They can slide back and forth and move up and down. They're like suspension in a car. And so I remember it took the building like 5 minutes to settle. Like people were getting seasick and having to go outside because the building was doing this gentle sway for like 5 minutes. And you could feel it. It felt like you were on a fucking ship at sea. It was really weird. And you could see it. Like if you went out in the hallway and you looked down the windows at the end of the hallways, you could actually see the tree outside, like moving like this much. It was weird.
Man.
So imagine being in a skyscraper.
What a trip.
Imagine in New York. I bet you in New York, like if you were on the 100th floor of a building, that 4.5 probably feels more like a 7. Like it's got to be super amplified by the time it gets up there.
The whole thing just wiggling like that. Blech.
Yeah, and if the building doesn't have a good mass dampener, like it's an older building or something like that, oh my god,
man.
Like modern skyscrapers, they use a thing called a mass dampener that like keeps the building
it's a big pendulum. Pendulum thing that hangs like 100 feet below the building, so that when it wiggles, the thing wiggles in the opposite direction to keep it from like collapsing.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Weight up at the top of the thing. Apparently, like the Burj Khalifa or something has like multiple of them.
It have to. Levels. It have to. It's so big.
And that's the only way that you can have something that's that tall that's getting beamed by wind constantly.
It's got to be anchored to like, because it's like all sand and shit out there, man. There's got to be some bedrock.
I'm sure that
it has to be anchored down, and then on top of that, it's got to have like wiggly stuff because being so tall, like the wind has got to buffet the shit out of that thing.
Man, they'd have to do that down to bedrock. As heavy as that building is, that thing would sink on anything other than rock. Hey, what's up, Graham? How's it going, brother?
Oh man.
Kyle said that was the Nisqually quake. That's right. It happened in Olympia. I remember that. Remember it caused some chunks of the old King Dome roof.
I remember that. Panels falling.
Panels falling on the inside. The Seattle Viaduct or whatever that they had to do the rebuild on or whatever. That was largely because of that quake. It also screwed up some of the waterfront in Seattle. I remember
I believe it. The Fisherman's Wharf or something.
Out there, the wharf. Yeah, it got severely damaged from that too. I remember. So I remember we were like worried about a tsunami too. I don't think it happened, but there was like a major tsunami warning after that too, because we thought that, oh shit. But then we figured out the earthquake actually started here. So we'd create the tsunami for somebody else. Hopefully we didn't kill anybody. But anyways, that's wild, man. I didn't realize that the biggest, so we in our lifetime, we have experienced the largest earthquake in measured history in Washington State. That 6.8 was the largest, like measured one. Now, granted, apparently there was one back because my grandpa said that back in the 40s or 50s or something, there was an earthquake that was so big that it basically the in-ground swimming pool that my grandpa had built like completely collapsed inward. Like that's how big
I was not alive, McBurg. I was not alive when the St. Helens exploded. That was like 1980.
That was my dad's birthday, though. My dad's birthday was on the day St. Helens exploded.
Right, I think.
So Graham said new buildings have counterweights that swing. Oh yeah, we were just talking about the mass dampeners. Yeah, the counterweights that swing under the pilings.
That was in 1980.
Prevent them from toppling over, I believe.
I was not alive.
It's just wild that somebody created that. How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I turned 38 this year.
Oh, you little youngster, you. Look at you.
Oh, please. You're like 5 years older than me, Grandpa. You're not even that older than me.
Hey, I'm 44 years old, bitch. 40.
Okay, so you're 8. 43. Not even 8 years. 6 years older than me.
How old am I? Am I 43?
I don't know, man. I had to do some quick math.
So 2 + 2 hold on here. I was born in October 30th, 1979. So it's not October yet. So that would make me 43, right? 43 years old. That sounds right. So, or no, because no, it's 2024.
Yeah.
No, that'd be me 44. God, I'm 44 years old. Fuck, man, really?
Yeah.
Oh, see, why do we even go down this road? I don't want to know that.
Whatever. I don't know. Yeah, right. I'm like, oh man, I'm almost 40 now. Like, that's crazy,
dude. That's crazy.
Honestly, though, like after a bit, I want to say like probably after about 30, like I've hardly even noticed. I was like, I don't feel a whole lot different. You know, maybe a little. I don't know. There's more creaky places and sore bones and stuff, but like not. I don't know. What was it like before you invented the wheel?
October 30th, I will be 45 years old. That is just insane to me, dude.
What a trip.
Like I looked at my son the other day. He just turned 14. I'm like, I have a 14-year-old. And I still call him. It's funny. His nickname, we call him Baby Zygote Man. So we always mess with. We always say he's like he started out as our little toddler, and then he was our little fetus, and we were like, what's smaller than a fetus? A zygote. So we're just working our way backwards. So every time I see him, we're like, hey, what's up, my little baby zygote man? He laughs. He thinks it's hilarious. But yeah, 14 years old. It's just hard to believe.
What a trip.
It's weird. It's like blink and you'll miss it. It's totally true because I remember like yesterday holding him just this like little loaf that was 4 pounds.
Little baby.
It's just my little baby bringing him home for the first day, and now he's like a sassy little 14-year-old running around yelling at kids in a rec room playing VR and coming into his own. But he's such a good kid. He is such a man. I lucked out big time. I won the lottery on him big time. Yeah. Like that was a rough start. That was a super rough start. But man, talk about a miracle story how that turned out in the end. So I couldn't be more happy. I just wish that I was a little bit healthier and a lot of bit healthier and didn't have so many freaking problems with my skeleton and my nerves and everything else. But other than that, Did I give him his $20? Oh, I gave him way more than the $20.
Yeah.
Everything he gets, I give to him. If somebody earmarks it for him, he gets it. So, and what I usually do is we just give him the cash. If we have any in the safe, I just give him the little cash that he can put in his little piggy bank. And that just makes everything easier because that way I don't have to like cash it out or whatever specifically or we'll buy stuff for him. Like if somebody gives him money specifically, we'll go on Amazon or whatever and let him spend it. And that way we can just take it out of PayPal or whatever. So no, I make sure that he gets his money. Like I don't want to be that parent like my parents were. My parents used to steal shit from me like every chance they got. Like that. So when you have a traumatic experience like that as a kid, you don't do that to your own kid. It's right. It's like kind of a memory and it like hits hard and you're like, yeah, I don't want to be that guy. And I remember my parents as a kid, I used to work so hard to get like what little allowance I could. And I'd try to save it up so I could go buy like a game for my computer or something like that. And then my parents would be like, oh, we need that money for food. And then I'd give it to them and they go buy weed with it. And I'd be like, God damn it, every time. Because they knew I wouldn't loan them the money. Like I'd never loan them the money if I knew it was for drugs growing up because I was like really against that when I was a kid. And so they just lie to me. They'd just be like, oh, we're not going to eat dinner tonight if you can't loan us the money. So you're going to starve. And they give them the money. They just go buy drugs with it. And I'd be like, God damn it. You guys couldn't even do it like behind my back. You had to do it like right in front of me, like assholes. Yeah. Anyways, I don't do that stuff to my kid. My kid has a very, very nice childhood. Like he's homeschooled. He doesn't have to deal with all the abuse. However, we didn't want him to like go out in the world unprepared. So we did just like unleash him on Rec Room and took the safety walls off when he turned 13. And just monitor him. We still monitor him closely, you know, just to make sure he's not getting influenced in the wrong direction. But no, he's really good. Like kids come in, start, you know, dropping the N-bomb over and over. He'll report them immediately. Good. They'll tell him to knock it off. He'll police the room, be like, nope, rules say you can't do that. Sorry, I'm gonna have to report you. And they'll be yelling, oh, you're just a piece of shit, blah, blah, and boop. And then muted. And he just goes on playing his game. Doesn't even affect him. I'm like, man, I wish I had that thick skin that he does. Like he is bulletproof online. I absolutely love it. I'm like, man, I look at him like, how do I get that? Like, I should just pay him for lessons. I should be like, all right, son, how do you do that? How is it when somebody tries to feel like shit? You just push a button and walk away, and it's like they never even existed. It's amazing. He even got a thing. Rec Room actually, like, I got a little email because he's not allowed to have email or talk to anybody except for his chosen friends that we have for a messenger thing. We curate his online activity 100%. And just too many parents just let their kids just run amok on the internet and they get involved with cults and shit and people indoctrinate him. So I didn't want none of that happen to him. So we watch him very, very closely. But I check, you know, his emails that come in on his little email account. I watch that. He doesn't. And it's like an email actually came in from Rec Room, like telling him thank you. Because he reported over 100 people, and it was like 98 of the 100 people he reported got their account suspended for violating the TOS. So they basically sent out an email. It's like, you know, oh, thank you so much for being a great community leader and blah, 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 because he was doing like such a good job, like getting rid of these people on the kids servers that were doing terrible things. So
awesome.
Yeah, I was pretty proud of that. I was like, dude, he's awesome. Just
a little bonus there.
Yeah, he's homeschooled. He's homeschooled. My wife teaches him. So and it's not in a vacuum. Like he has other students that they get on video calls with and he interacts with, and he does Minecraft. That's cool. Like part of his curriculum is doing things in Minecraft for like history. They're trying to like recreate castles and stuff like that and do things in Minecraft. And they do that as a group. And so, but he gets to like basically have school with his friends, which is really freaking cool that he has like his friend group to do school with, and he doesn't have any bullies or anything like that, which is just fantastic. Priscilla said it's heartwarming hearing you talk about your family and son. He has a great dad. Yeah. I think I could be a better dad, though. A lot of people say I'm a great dad, but I've got a lot that I need to improve on. Number one is supporting my family. I need to get back on the bandwagon and do that because we're heading for doom right now. But I will spare you guys that. That's why I haven't been on Twitch for like the last 4 weeks. I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it in my head, but it's just I'm having a hard time coming to grips with how bad my health has declined. And it's kind of a hard thing to face because like I don't have a lot of therapy because my therapist was forced into retirement. So I'm currently transitioning to another therapist, and that's becoming a little bit of a process. But yeah, it's really tough when you're in a situation where it's like most people can't really understand the situation because they're not me. It's like all they can really do is look at you and say, oh, just lose weight and you'll be fine. But they don't really realize that the weight gain is a symptom of the problem.
Oh, just
like they don't it's just and they're like, oh yeah, you'll feel great, and it's like, yeah, but you don't understand my problems that I have aren't weight related. Like I gain the weight because of the problem. It's not like fix the weight and the problem goes away. The problem was there first, And that's why I gained the weight. But it's hard to make people understand that. And I understand. Like it's like people, they see what they see and they don't have all the information, or they don't want all the information. Those are the two groups, right? There's the people that are just dead set, already made their opinion. Anything that deviates from that, they will not accept it. It's how it is.
It's not. Right? It's not necessary that they understand. Like
it's not. It's really not. And that's in therapy has helped me like understand that. That's like, listen, you know, there's people are going to be, they're going to have their opinions, they're going to have their worldviews, right? But they're going to be based on their experiences, just like everybody's based on their own experiences. But they can't understand your experience. They're not you, right? All they can understand is what they choose to accept. And you're always going to have people that just can't accept things, right? And it's not just this specific topic, it's every topic. Like there's people that no matter how much you tell them, they're going to believe the earth's flat. No matter how much you tell them, they're going to believe science is a lie and that the sky is purple and that cults are awesome. You just, there's certain people you just cannot convince, right? But it still doesn't make it hurt any less when you have people saying that it's like, oh, just, you know, the equivalent that I look at, because I have friends that are quadriplegics, I look at them and they're like, just get up out of the chair and walk. Like, dude, if you just got up and walked, you'd be fine. It's like, you don't understand. I can't do that. Right. It's like, no, you're not trying hard enough. You just need to get up and walk and you'll be fine. And it's like from their frame of thinking, they're like, well, I just get up and walk. So you should be able to get up and walk. You're just being lazy. That's why I just get up and walk. And they can't understand because they've never been in that situation. So they just think the person is faking. Right. Yeah. And it's that same kind of mentality when you look at people. It's like the health ailments that I have are not super visible at the surface. Like it's like I have a really, really messed up spine. I have misformed the places where my nerves are supposed to travel through are not the correct size. So the nerves are constantly agitated. And I'm definitely allergic to the medication that can help relieve some of those symptoms. So I'm stuck in this like really weird pattern where it's like all they can do is manage my pain as I degrade. And that sucks. That's a shitty thing to swallow, right? And so it gets you depressed. But what's even more depressing is like I'm trying to accept it and I'm trying to like live with the new me and try to find like the new strength. But it's hard to find those new strengths when everybody's like, oh, you could just be the person you used to be. You just gotta just eat less and you'll magically be fixed. And it's like, God damn it. Like I wish, and that's what makes it hurt, is it's not the fact that they're wrong. It's just the fact that it sucks that they're not right. Like I wish they were right because I would love that so much. I would love it if I could just fucking put the fork away and I'm magically better. That would be absolutely amazing. I could do that no problem. Trust me, I've done some pretty hard things in my life. That would be fucking easy by comparison, but it's hard to make people understand. So yeah, I'm trying to just accept that they're going to think the way they think, no matter what I say. It doesn't matter. Don't waste your oxygen. Focus on you, focus on what you can do about your thing and move forward. And that's what I'm working on right now, is trying to come to grips with that reality. But yeah, it's scary, dude. It's scary. Like, cause I used to have a mentality. It's like, you can do anything you set your mind to. Like I was that person that's like, you know, even when I was 280 pounds, I was an avid snowboarder. Huh?
It's only to an extent. Like,
yeah,
you know,
it's like, your mind is still limited by what your body can do. It's like, it very much is. Like, it's like, yeah, you can really want something so bad that you'll give it 110%, sure, but there's a certain point at which it's just unobtainium. And it just, you know, it is what it is, you know. And talking to my doctors, it's like the cool thing is, like, I have two doctors that are absolutely amazing. They understand, like, they went to school to understand the physiology and understand specifically the problems that I have, right? And it sucks that they can't fix me. And they've both told me that, like, they can't fix me. There's nothing they can do to fix me. It is only going to get worse. There are some things that I can do to mitigate it, to slow it down a little bit, but it's only going to get worse. Like, there's no, until medical science has huge breakthroughs in this area and they figure out how to stop allergies entirely so that I'm no longer allergic to anti-inflammatory medicine, I'm probably not going to get a lot of relief more than what I'm getting right now. And as a matter of fact, as time goes on, because of legislation, because people don't understand how medication works and they're scared of things because of fear mongering, I'm probably going to lose the ability to even be able to manage my pain, which is going to become a big deal. Because that's like, you know, if your mental state degrades too far, then you become suicidal and then you become a harm to yourself and everybody else around you. Right. And I don't want to be that guy. So I'm scared. I'm legitimately that's one thing about, I think they call it like the midlife crisis, right? Where you hit a point where it's like, you understand that you've lived the first half of your life. So you only got that much time left that you have a frame of reference. It's like, and that's best case scenario for me, right? I'm not going to live to be 90 years old. I'm not. No. So when I look at it, it's like, I'm past the halfway point. So it's like, now I know what it's like to live that period of time from when I first became conscious to now that I can remember, right? that part of time, I don't even have that much again. And that's freaky when you think about it. And I think that's kind of where the midlife crisis comes from, where people are like, oh my God, hang on to your youth, try to run backwards, do whatever you can to hang on to it. And it's like, I'm at the other end of the spectrum where I'm like, I just want to accept it, stop thinking about the damn thing and move forward. But you can't, because everything in life reminds you about it constantly, right? So, but yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to drag the mood down there. It's a little bit of a tough topic. But,
that's all right.
Yeah, it's just something that I had to talk about there for a second, because a lot of people have been wondering where I'm at, and it's like, I'm scared to death, man. Like, I'm so afraid to come back to Twitch and just be like, not even be able to function for more than like a couple of hours, and then just degrade in front of my audience. And I don't want to watch a bunch of people just watch me just like fall to pieces. But at the same time, it's like, I have to be able to support my family. So I don't have a choice. I got to do it.
Yeah,
I got to do it. So I'm going to. It's just been a hell of a hard time doing it. So, but the good news is, hey, I do have some positive things. Right now, I have three screens again on my desk, which is driving my OCD absolutely batshit crazy to the point where I was having a hard time even entering this room. And so that's alleviated. So this is the first time in months that I've actually like sat here and it feels right. So that's a big thing moving forward. That's going to be a huge thing for me. So nice. It's funny how a little thing like that can make such a big difference. But man, when OCD has a grip, dude, OCD is fucking weird, man. It's weird. And it gets worse with stress. So the more stress you have, the more OCD affects you. The more comfortable you are, the less it affects you. Apparently, it's like this throughout the entire spectrum. Even the most like craziest OCD people that have to like tap a desk 3 times and lick a doorknob or whatever, even they, when their stress levels are lower, have less repetitive behavior. It's weird. It's like a tick that kicks in the Oh
no, yeah, totally. It comes it comes from a anxious sort of place.
And because my current situation in life and the fear of losing everything so quickly, I'm like, it's made my OCD so much worse. It's like I can literally just look at something slightly out of place in the corner of the room and it'll bug me to no extent, even though everything's dirty, everything's messy, the whole house is destroyed, but I ignore that. I put that out of my head because I can't affect it. The little things that I can't affect just eat at me until I have to go and correct it. So it's like, it's weird. I'm like in the sea of shit that needs to be fixed, needs to be organized, but I'm like doing all the little stuff that I can do that's of no consequence to relieve my symptoms so that I can go do the bigger thing. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. Even when I analyze it myself and I try to look at it like scientifically, I'm like, this makes no goddamn sense. But then you live it, and it's weird. It's so just don't think that people that have OCD or any ailment, don't think that the thing that they're doing is on purpose. It's not. Like, it looks bizarre to you, but they're just following their instincts. Like, they're just doing what they feel like they have to do in the moment, and to some people that just registers as really bizarre, really weird, sometimes even concerning, depending the level it's at. But it's like, to a lot of people, it's just it's like a pacification thing, right? It just happens automatically, because if it doesn't happen, you build up more stress. So it's a way of relieving stress. So fixing that little thing, or moving that little thing, or doing the inconsequential thing when the consequential thing matters the most, that's just like a step. That's a distraction. That's a thing that you're doing that you can affect, that that you can produce a positive outcome no matter how small, because you're afraid of doing the one that you can't affect in the way that you need to feel satisfaction. So you go after the one that you can instead of the one that you might not be able to, if that makes sense. And it just becomes a fucking constant struggle. But yeah, stress really, really exacerbates OCD. My ADHD is pretty much the same, like all the time. That doesn't really get any worse, any better. It just depends on how tired I am and if I'm medicated or not. But the OCD has really exerted itself badly, and to the point where, like, it's really difficult. Like, you think OCD would make repetitive actions super easy, like just do a live stream at this time every single day, and magically that'll make you feel better.
That's not how that works.
No, it's the exact opposite. As I approach the time that I plan to do it, I build a fear. And then that fear becomes the repetition. So now every day when it's time to stream, as soon as I start moving in that direction, my heart rate goes up, my blood pressure spikes, and I freak out. And it's weird, because it's like, that's the thing I need to be doing. And that's the thing that if I did it, that would relieve stress, because then I'd be taking a step in the positive direction. But because I have a history established in my head of not being able to reliably repeat that, I know it's not a maintainable pattern. Therefore, now it's triggering the OCD. It's very fucking bizarre, dude. But it doesn't make a lot of sense. It really doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It doesn't make a lot. I don't expect it to make a lot of sense to other people, but it's just a big old fucking scary monster, dude. And I hope that, I'm glad that most people don't have to deal with it, and most people don't have to even know what it's like. Right. I'm glad that most people don't have like I literally would just love to go to the doctor right now and get very painful shots injected into my back that hurt worse than probably most people experience in their lifetime that you have to do every 3 months. I haven't been able to afford those shots forever, but if I could, I'd get them in a heartbeat, even though they're only a 50% chance of success. And if they fuck it up, I have to go another 3 months without trying again, because once they inject the chemical, they can't put any more in for 3 months. So if they miss the mark, you just have to live with the consequences. You still have to pay the $500, but you have to live with the consequences. And it's like, man, so our medical system also adds to the stress, because it's like I can barely afford, well, I can't really, the insurance. But then the way that they rig insurance in the United States is you pay so much for insurance that you don't really have enough left for the copays to use the insurance. So they kind, and that's why there's copays. It's like just not just pay this sum up front and then you go get the care that you need. They always have the copay system. So it's like you still in your head think, if I go to the doctor, I still have to give them a bunch of money. I give them less money because I have insurance, because I paid this up front. Yeah, I still have to give them more money, and that deters you from going to the doctor unless it's like really, really necessary. But then there's things that aren't covered under insurance, like my steroid injections, where it's like every time you go do that, it's $500. That doesn't even come off the deductible for whatever damn reason, because it's not even remotely covered in any way under the insurance. And you're like, shit, and I got to do $6,000 of those before insurance even helps at all with it, even though I'm already paying them $1,400 a month. That's what's so broken. And then of course that creates the stress, because you're like, do I pay for the house or do I pay for the insurance? Because if I have a bad accident and I have to go to the hospital or an emergency, which I have had life-threatening emergencies in the past, the difference between whether the hospital I live or die or have a good outcome is directly dependent on whether I have insurance or not. Yeah. Because hospitals are only required to give you the bare minimum care to reasonably keep you alive if you don't have insurance. If you have insurance, then they're absolutely compelled to do everything within their power, so long as your insurance doesn't have a lifetime cap, right? Which I think doesn't even exist anymore under ACA. But yeah, as long as you have insurance, they'll do everything, because they know that you only have to pay a maximum of $6,000, and then the insurance company will give millions. But if you don't have that insurance, no, they're gonna. That's why if you've ever been to a hospital, and I think this is like one of the most demeaning experiences for people, and I feel so bad for them, because it's like I've been on both sides of this, right? Where it's like you walk into the hospital and it's like before they're even like treating you or giving you medications or helping you, the person walks in with the clipboard to ask you for your insurance information and ID. They literally have to vet your insurance and make sure you are current and insured and that the plan is covered and everything before they pick a course of action. They do not pick the course of action first. And they do that on purpose. So it's like anytime you go to the hospital, you'll notice it's like the second they're taking your blood pressure and they're doing the intake to get you a room or figuring out like how bad you are, unless you're like in cardiac arrest, no, the person comes in with the clipboard and they're like, okay, what's your insurance? Give me your card. What's your copay? What's your provider number? Blah, blah, blah. And they write all that down. And then they come in after that. And then they're like, okay, now I can authorize the doctor to give you a high level of care versus the bare minimum to keep you alive, to kick you out the door. And that's sad. A lot of people in this world don't, like, if you live in a country where it's like Canada or something like that, where you have, subsidized healthcare. There's some bad parts about it too, right? Because if you have a lot of money here in the United States, you can just cut to the front of the line and get anything done. Like you could literally get cosmetic surgery before somebody else can get life-saving surgery just because you had insurance and they didn't. Like you'll actually go to the front of the line for
money,
a cosmetic
money.
Them living. So if you're rich, that's great for rich people. But if you're not rich, it's a really terrible thing, because it's like your survival is directly dependent on whether you're insured or not as a human being. And that's scary. Because then you start thinking about it, it's like, a house to live in is great, but a lot of people have to make the choice of like living in a fucking tent just so that they have insurance so that they can survive. It's like it shouldn't be a decision people have to make. It's really bad. Graham said, let's be clear, socialized healthcare isn't a cakewalk either. Procedures take forever to get taken care of. Yes, that is true, Graham, except for only if they're not life-threatening. If they're life-threatening, then as far as I understand it, you do get priority in that system.
Yeah. Like that can suck too, though. Like, okay, it's not like my Achilles tear, right? Like that would suck if I had to wait any longer than I did for that. Like, ugh. And like the fact that like I got bad advice in the start, like made it worse, and like, I don't know. So I can see where that's shitty.
Yeah. And it's like here, they can just straight up refuse care. As long as it's not life-threatening, hospitals do not have to give you any quality of care beyond survival. So if you don't have insurance, their goal is to process you out and send you to a hospital that is more likely to give you care at that lower level that they're going to get paid, or if they're subsidized by, the state or by charitable funds. Like Seattle Children's, amazing. If you take your kid to Seattle Children's, it doesn't matter if you have insurance or not. That kid's going to get the highest possible care all the way up until he's an adult, 18 years old.
That's why I was always like when I was doing the streams for Puget and stuff, all of the money that came in from that went to St. Jude for that same kind of reason, or Seattle Children's as well. Yeah, because for that exact because like no child should ever blah 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 and all that stuff. Like that's awesome.
Yeah. So Graham said, sadly, even life-threatening can be delayed. I've had friends from Victoria travel to Seattle for emergency back surgery. They pay it out of pocket with the credit card. Yeah, but like I was telling Graham, it depends on availability of surgeons. Like we have the same problem here, but this is the difference. If you're in Canada and there is a surgeon physically available for a life-threatening procedure, you will get that procedure. Here in Washington, unless you have the insurance, even if a surgeon is available to do the surgery, you will not get it. Like they would rather not do any surgery than operate on you if you do not have insurance. So yeah, you're right. It's not you're always going to have the problem if there's more people that are sick than there are people that can heal them, then there's a chance you're not going to get care, right? That's going to happen no matter what system you're in. But the difference is like here in the United States, it's like if you do not have that credit card or you do not have that equity to put up front and show the hospital ahead of time, like literally work with their creditor ahead of time to make sure that they know they're getting paid, you will at best get the lowest quality of care, like period. And they're not going to their surgeon would rather sit on the bench and go play golf than operate on you unless they know they have that payday coming 100%. Whereas in a system like in Canada, they know they're getting paid. Like if they do a surgery, the state does pay them. Like they do get the money no matter what. It's like everybody has insurance, right? So that being the difference. But I do hear the story constantly of people, doing medical tourism where they go somewhere else and pay cash to get a procedure because it's just not available to them within a reasonable time within their medical system. And that does make sense when everybody is insured. That's the flip side. When everybody has insurance and everybody has a quality of care, of course, you would need a shitload more doctors. And so you don't have enough doctors. So it does delay a lot of care that isn't necessarily life-threatening. And what is life-threatening, right? It's like a back problem might not be life-threatening, but it may make you be in so much pain that you are at threat of killing yourself. And that's something that also needs to be considered, because if somebody's pain threshold approaches a point where they can't remain conscious, like being conscious is agony, where they literally cannot function, then suicide is immediately the thought. So a lot of people, they commit suicide. That is the reason, is because they approach a pain threshold where they can't enjoy anything in life. Like literally it's just surviving from one state of consciousness to the next state of consciousness, because you're just struggling pain. That's not a way to live, right? You can't, I would consider that life threatening, because if you can't extract any quality from life and being alive is just pain, then you would just want to end that. Like that, there's no reason to be alive at that point. So, and I don't think that the hospitals really take that into account, right? Like when they look at something. And sadly, all the people that are fighting against pain management that are going to make it so all these people have to suffer and commit suicide, they're the people that don't need the medication. And that's one thing I don't like about how our country is set up, is that the people that make the decisions aren't the people that suffer the consequences. It's like the people that make the decisions are not the people that need the thing they're canceling, right? It's like, if you look at anything, it's like, who are the people that are against guns? People that have never owned a gun, have never had to defend themselves, and never have lived in an area where they've almost been killed by somebody that needed to defend themselves, right? They've never been through that. So they can make that decision like, oh, I've never needed a gun, so why should anybody else? So they make that decision for the other people. Same thing with medication. The people that are like, oh man, fentanyl's killing everybody in this country, we need to ban all opiates. And it's like, but what about the people that legitimately need them, because otherwise they would be immobile and die a painful death? And they're like, well, I'm not immobile and I don't have a painful death, so suck it up, buttercup.
It's the same argument against any like social services, right? Like, oh, well, there's some people who take advantage, so nobody should get it. It's like,
exactly.
That's dumb.
Exactly. Like I don't need it, so it doesn't matter. And the it's the same thing. Like a really good example of this going the opposite direction is like when Congress, the one thing that everybody agrees on, doesn't matter what party, doesn't matter independent, doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, whatever you want to call yourself, the one thing that everybody agrees on when they're a senator or a congressperson is that none of them want to pass a law to regulate insider trading by Congress. Even Nancy Pelosi, doesn't matter. Chuck Schumer, even the people that a lot of people look up to. Anytime a law comes up that says that you, as a senator, if you take this job, you cannot play in the stock market because you are directly making decisions that impact that stock market, and you are privy to information before anybody else has it that allows you to have an unfair advantage in that stock market. Anytime that legislation comes up, it gets banned from going to the floor. And when it rarely does make it to the floor, it unanimously gets downvoted by both parties, completely nonpartisan. Like they both agree, bipartisan rather. And and that's really telling, because you're like, here are the people that make millions of dollars a year, like many order of magnitudes more than their salary, trading in a stock market where they literally can't lose because they have all the information. They know exactly when a stock's going up or going down. You can bet against either of those positions. So they literally know the outcome ahead of time, and they bet on it and make millions and millions of dollars. And then the only legislation they agree to is legislation that they have a clear workaround for. Like, for instance, they banned I guess like senators or something can't buy a stock in something that they're directly involved with the legislation of at that moment. However, their family members can do it. So so we'll look through all the financial statements of their family members, every single one of them, brothers, husbands, aunts, uncles, every single one of them
buy this stuff.
Exactly what it is that their relative is currently working on legislation for. How does that not create? I mean, that's evidence. Like, when every single one of them, like literally there's 10 senators and there's 10 relatives of senators that are all buying the same exact stock from the same exact company right before it goes up because of legislation they are specifically working on, that's a red flag. But you know what they say? They're like, oh, that's not us investing. That's our family members. They're allowed to participate in free trade. Like, we can't stop them. But it's like, no, but you're giving them the information that they need. Like, you are literally providing them with the information so that they can enrich themselves, which then takes the burden off of you, because you don't have to support them anymore because they have their own money, or they're giving you money or taking you on trips or whatever. And it's like, God damn. It's like, but again, the people, they won't vote against the thing that helps them. It's like, if I told you, hey, listen, there's a thing coming up where we're gonna take everybody's houses away and give them smaller houses so that everybody can have a small house. Are you just gonna vote to give up your house and live in a smaller house when you don't have to?
Yeah.
Well, most people aren't going to. Like, even though they want to, they might want to, and they like the sentiment of everybody getting something, they don't want to give up the thing that they have, even if the thing they have isn't deserved and it's just something that they get as a perk of their situation, right? And that's the problem. Is like, the people that vote against the laws that help other people, those laws do not affect them negatively, or by passing that law affects them positively, with not a care in the world for the people that it absolutely screws. And then what's going to happen is, and I guarantee you this will happen, as soon as they ban opiates, they're going to be like, whoa, opiate deaths are way down, we're super successful, but suicides will go through the roof, and they will never correlate the two. Even though they know that there's a correlation there, they will never draw that correlation, because that would look negative. And remember, they can ignore things that look negative, because you can show data in a positive light if you just leave things out, like I said earlier, right? So it's like, watch that'll happen. They'll be like, oh, we banned fentanyl. Now fentanyl deaths are down because we banned it or whatever. But now nobody can get any kind of pain management because we banned the entire spectrum of medication. Now you got all these suicides, or people that like, but they're never going to correlate the two. They'll just be, oh, the suicide rate's just up because of something else. It's up because people are just angry. You know, they'll blame it on something else. And it's like, God, it just sucks knowing that. You know, it's like as you experience things going through life, you start to see stuff that you didn't see before. You start to understand other people's positions that you didn't understand, because now you're in that same situation yourself. It's like I told somebody the other day, I said, listen, I'm one of the few people that a gun has actually saved my life. Like, literally having a firearm and brandishing it saved my life. I would be dead today without doing that. So I have a good argument for me specifically in a situation that I was in, where a firearm and nobody got hurt. Like, arguably people would have been dead if I didn't have the firearm. Me having it prevented anybody from dying. So I can have that situation, and people are like, oh, but that doesn't happen to everybody, and it never happened to me. So, most people that doesn't happen to, so we should ban it. I'm like, okay, let's say that's true. We're gonna ban it. What happens if they're in a situation now where they're about to be killed, and if they had a firearm, they would be able to protect themselves? Funny, that actually does happen quite frequently. And it actually recently happened with a judge that was voting against all kinds of gun shit and acting like they were anti-gun, and somebody went to their house and tried to kill them, and you know what they did? They pulled out a gun. They had a gun. The people that are like fighting against it, it turns out most senators and Congress people, even Democrats, they have guns. They don't say it publicly. They don't talk about it, but they have them, and then when they get confronted on it, because they are put in a situation where now it's unavoidable, they have to, out themselves. They're like, oh, you don't understand. We're public figures, or we have more attention on us than the average person. So it's different. It's somehow different for us now that we've been caught. So now we're for it. Now we're okay with it because we got caught. And now we're in that situation. So again, it's like you flip flop based on whatever side you happen to be on at the time, or whatever happens to benefit you the most. That's your position that you take, that most people take. And it's sad because it ends up like screwing over the people that legitimately need something. It's like just because you don't need something doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't need something. Just because you have something, that doesn't necessarily mean that somebody else has to have that same something, right? It's like there's all kinds of situations and things, but I wish people would, what's the saying? Walk a mile in someone else's shoes or put the shoe on the other foot. It's like, I wish more people would think about that and go, you know what? You know what? I think that instead of me trying to be against all this stuff that doesn't impact my life in any way, shape, or form, I'm going to defer to the people that it actually does affect their life and let them actually weigh in on the decision. I mean, doesn't that make more sense to you? Like regardless of what it is, like, it doesn't matter what it could be.
Doesn't matter.
Like if you're voting against like police being able to do something or something, maybe you should get like some of the police officers and be like, how has shit been in the field? Give us the data, show us how this is affecting you, how this legislation will make it more dangerous for you to be an officer or safer for you to be an officer, and make your points. Like, you guys come together, and then as a group, by taking all the officers from all these different walks of life and all these places, and the other side to the people that are hurt by whatever the police officers are doing, take all those people, put them together, and hash out all the data, write it all down, and figure out which one is the greater pro or which one is the greater con to make the decision. But they don't do that. What they do is they take a group of people that know nothing about the situation externally, that have been fed data based on their political position, and then they just make a call that doesn't affect them either way. Like, they could give a shit. They just want to vote in whatever way gets them votes and betters their life and improves their situation. They don't give a shit how it affects everybody else. And I'm like, God damn. Yeah, women's rights is a great example of that right now, right?
Oh, man. Yeah.
It's like most of the people that are voting against women's rights are men. Why are all the dudes with the dongs the ones making the decision for the women's with the VJs, right? That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Yeah.
There's actually a law that says that as a judge, you're supposed to recuse yourself from anything that you have a personal conflict of interest with. This is legal precedent. It always has been. It gets ignored completely all the way up to the Supreme Court. Like, the Supreme Court rules on Trump every fucking day, even though he gave them their lifetime appointments and made them rich. Like literally, that is a conflict of interest, right? But it doesn't just happen with them. It happens with everybody. It's like Congress people should not be involved with stocks that their legislation affects. They should not be making decisions on medical care when they have unlimited medical care just given to them for free by the government just because they're legislators, right? They shouldn't get to vote on the cost of how much a lunch at a restaurant should be when they are given free lunches every single day as a part of their job, right? No matter, they get $500 a day. Senators get a $500 per day per diem for lunch. Can you fucking believe that? $500 a day. They could go to Daniel's fucking broiler and have 2 steaks and a fucking bottle of expensive wine every day.
They vote for their own rules and shit. Like,
they do.
So
they vote for their own rules.
Whack.
Yeah. And it's like, that shouldn't be how it is, but you can't fix it because the people that make the decisions ultimately are always going to look out for themselves. And you can't fix that because every time you squeeze a person in that looks like they're going to do the right thing, they immediately get contaminated by everybody else around them. That's like, you're either with us or against us. Like, if you come in here and try to rock the boat, we'll kick you off all the committees. We'll drown you out. Your constituents will never see you. Like Katie Porter, you know, she raises a lot of points. She puts her data where her mouth is. They just fucking hide her and kick her off all the committees until her constituents can't even see her. Like, she's ineffective because nobody will listen to her. And it's like, God damn. But you know who they will listen to? Fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and all these fucking crazy conspiracy theorists. Like, oh, the earthquake yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, but was it Marjorie Taylor Greene right after the earthquake happened said that God created the earthquake so that we
repent for, and the fucking the eclipse and blah, blah, blah,
and shit.
Blah,
and I'm like, Marjorie Taylor Greene,
you
literally just cheated on your husband. He had to divorce you because you cheated on him with a married man who had 2 kids. Then he divorced his wife to be with you. So you wrecked 2 families. Literally, according to the Bible that you claim to hold so dear, you would be stoned to death. And you're literally talking shit about like repenting. Other people need to repent for not fucking voting for a sex offender. It's like, you goddamn people. It pisses me off, dude. I just hope that one fucking day, just one day before I die, we see just one decision be made that is actually made by the people that are the actual people that are affected by that decision. I don't even care what it is. It could be like people that park in a fucking public parking lot. I don't care. I just want to see one decision go to the floor, make it through the Senate, and actually become law that actually solves the real problem that was affecting the real people actually involved, and not just a perception from the person that has nothing to do with the situation at all, that has all the power to make the decision on everybody else's behalf. All right, end rant. Sorry,
man.
I'm a little sour. I'm a little sour on this, man.
Yeah, it's all right.
Throughout my whole life, I've been in every spectrum. I've been poor. I've been middle class. I wouldn't say I've ever been rich by any stretch of the imagination, but I've been down in the depths of poor, up to middle class, back to poor, back to middle class, and now I'm back on my way down to losing everything again. And it's like, so I have an interesting perspective because it's like I've existed in all these different little reigns, and I know the problems that come with them, and then I know what you take for granted when those problems aren't there, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's like, so I have a little bit of an interesting view because it's like I can see where other people are coming from. Like I can understand both sides because I've been both sides myself, and especially on political stuff. It's like, oh, you're just freaking libtard or whatever. It's like, no, but you don't understand. It's like I've voted for both parties throughout my life for different people. I've literally gone on the ballot and voted Democrat and Republican on the same fucking form, going down and voting for state representatives because of the person's record. Because I go on the person's record, not on what they promise, right? Because they lie on both sides. But people are so dead set and becoming so separated mentally that it's just about sides. It's like picking sports teams now. Nobody gives a shit about the laws.
Right?
Nobody follows the legislation. Nobody looks at the shit like and you can tell too, because it's like all the people that are like, oh, Trump's trying to save the border and everything. He canceled the fucking biggest border support bill in history. More money was going to be given to the border. Now they ultimately renamed it and called it to action 2 weeks later or whatever, and ended up passing it. And it was less money. The border ended up getting less overall because they got reworked. But they had that opportunity. It was bipartisan. Both sides co-wrote the bill, co-sponsored it. It was 100% guaranteed after 4 months of work and tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money spent on these fuckers. And Trump just calls them all and says, I'm going to help your competition beat you in the next election unless you vote this bill down tomorrow. Don't even tell them why. Just and then after it's all done, he takes pride in it. And during a public interview, he brags about it. He says, I didn't cancel the bill because it was a weak bill. I canceled it because it was a strong bill, and I'm not going to help my competition during an election get a win. He said, oh, but when I'm in office, I'll pass the bill, but he's okay with 9 months of everybody else suffering. What's that? Okay, so he's okay with everybody else suffering for 9 months from what he considers the biggest problem in the world, and killing more people and raping more people than everybody. He's okay with that happening for another 9 months as long as it's under Joe Biden. Like he's fine with that. Like he's actively making that happen on purpose, and he was bragging about it. And it's like people still don't even know that. You talk to his supporters, they can't even be bothered to even figure out like the smallest little details. Oh no, he didn't do that. Oh, that doesn't make sense. He's for the border. He would never do that. It's like, but he did. He literally did. And he bragged about it, and he outed himself, and he multiple times admitted to it, and even said it was a strong bill and said he would pass it himself, but just not while Biden's in office because he's not going to help his competition win an election. I'm like, God damn, but this happens all the time. And then people are like fucking sports team mode where it's like they don't get the information because their information source for the party they're voting for doesn't give them the key information that would make them think the other way. So unless you watch all of it and you take it all in, you really don't know all the pieces in play, and you're basically just home team or nothing. And I think that's what really is screwing us over, and it's getting worse and worse with every year. And I'd even argue that COVID made it a lot worse because it forced a lot more people to have online interactions instead of in-person interactions, which made us more dependent on trusting the internet as a good source of communication between people, which is absolutely fucking terrible at now because there's an algorithm everywhere. It's put us in this situation where it's like people just don't really what's the word for it? Like thinking constructively, right? They don't really like sit down and try to like things through. Yeah, they just are like fucking this team over here is my team. So if they say something, no matter how stupid it fucking sounds, I'm just going to try to rework it and think it in a way where it's like acceptable and it makes more sense. Instead of asking them to explain it or trying to get the information, they just justify it to themselves in some way. Because it's like, oh, it must be right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it because they're my sports team, right? They're the greatest sports team in the world. So if they're saying it, it's got to be bad or it's got to be good, right? It has to be because they're saying it. Right. And critical thinking. Thank you, Chris. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, that is it. There you go.
It's a dying thing, man. Critical thinking is that people are so into the whole fucking energy of just getting behind a team, and it's like this winning syndrome. All they care about is winning. They don't care how much cheating occurs. They don't care how many people get hurt. They don't care how many people are being down low. It just all they care about is winning. And it's like they don't care about the result, like the consequences of winning. They just care about winning. And that mentality is getting scary as shit. And honestly, that segues into one of our topics today, which is this fucking gaming thing and how gaming companies and the online stuff, like look what they're doing. They're doing the same shit, right? It's like you effectively have gaming companies that are trying to make their games like so that they can just flip a switch and kill it. And nobody can ever play the fucking thing again.
Yeah.
And that way they're future proofing their sales because they can just keep recreating the same game over and over again and just keep selling it back to the same customer over and over again because they can't pay the old one they already paid for, or they can't play the old one they paid for.
Yeah.
And there's no second market. Nothing has value. Everything you buy now just defaults to going back to the company you bought it from. There's no, I enjoyed it because I paid for it. I'm going to sell it cheaper to the next person to enjoy it. Every company, doesn't matter if it's a gaming company, an app company, it doesn't matter if it's a car company, they're doing it. Like imagine this, BMW, you buy a fucking BMW, and I'm just outing BMW because they're the worst at it right now.
Yeah.
You buy a BMW and it's like there's a monthly fee to turn on the fucking heated seats that you already paid for. Like they're factored into the price of the car. But you have to pay a monthly service fee to have a circuit open up to let electricity flow through your seat to heat your backside. So now you have to pay that monthly fee. But here's the problem. You paid for that when you bought the car. Like the car actually comes with the option electric seats, right? But with an asterisk, you got to pay monthly fee for it. But now you go to resell the car that you paid for those seats for. You cannot sell it with heated seats because that's a subscription fee that BMW owns. So now you have to sell the car as not having heated seats because they have to pay BMW for the heated seats, not you who bought the car. So, and more features are going that way as we move into the future. And car companies are seeing it and they're like, wait a second. Like everybody wants to move to monthly services, right? Why have somebody pay once and own something when you can ensure they have to pay every single month? And then when they can't pay anymore, that you get it back. There's no way for them to leverage that on a secondhand market and recoup everything. And it's happening with everything now. Right. It's like even games, like, isn't it Electronic Arts or something? Like if you sell an Electronic Arts game, like you buy like a FIFA or whatever, you buy FIFA on DVD before everything went always online connected or whatever. And you got your little code that you type in, your little key or whatever. And it's like, I own this game. I bought this game. Now you go sell it to somebody else. And it's like, oh, to play this game, you have to have an EA account. Log into your EA account. It's like, oh, to play FIFA, you have to pay $10 to activate FIFA online when the previous person already paid for the game. So now they've made it to where when you sell it on the secondhand market, you have to sell it for $10 cheaper because the person who's buying it knows that now they have to pay EA another $10 to activate it.
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
Dude, it should be illegal. It should be fucking illegal. So what was the scenario you were thinking about here? Like with the online game?
So I think the link that started that was a group of gamers are suing to be able to like keep how did it go?
Here, I'll put Twitter. And I'll put the link in chat for everybody. Here's the PC article.
Thank you.
So gamers seek legal win that would stop developers from rendering online games unplayable. It is an assault on both consumer rights and preservation of media. Okay, go ahead.
Preservation of media. So their argument is an interesting angle, and I'm all for preservation of like old video games and things like that, especially because like I grew up in like what I consider the golden age of MMOs, right? Like everybody was making an MMO 100%. Game at this point. Like EverQuest was blowing up, World of Warcraft was like I came from the early days, like fucking basically graphic chat rooms and stuff like Worlds Away, The Realm, Meridian 69, Wars, that kind of shit. Asheron's Call, RuneScape, but before that even UO, right? Unreal whatever it was. Ultima Online. Like I came up from the early days of MMOs and stuff.
Same here.
And a lot of them failed in the late 90s. Like a bunches of them. Shadowbane, and I mean there's 100,000 of them.
For everyone that failed, like five or for one that
barely
passed, 5 failed.
Yeah, man. Like you guys probably haven't even heard of most of the ones that I've played because I was a serial. I played all bunches of them. And
I think Ultima Online would today though. I think
there is, of a good
company.
Yeah. But what drives me kind of bonkers and what kind of clicked to me earlier today was like nowadays, instead of like MMOs, massively multiplayer online games, they're live service games. You got like Diablo 3, Diablo 4, the Call of Duty shit, all these games that have like these seasons or these battle passes and things like that, which is essentially the same. It's just a bit of a twist on the monthly subscription that you would pay for old MMO games. But what's shitty is like when the big company like EA decides that, oh well, it's not profitable for us to keep the servers running, which it's cheap, like, especially these older dude. I spun up or a friend of mine spun up a private EverQuest server.
Yep.
And dude, one character in the world increases the data bandwidth for one character a kilobyte.
Serious?
A kilobyte. Yeah, like that's like the throughput on what I would connect to the server, and he would see a blip, like a boop increase in the data traffic of 1 kilobyte per character that would join the server. It's a kilobyte.
That's not bad though.
For old school EverQuest, and not even old school like Project 99 stuff.
You're talking
not
about
even
old
Project 99 stuff.
modem connection stuff, like modem
like
era, right?
the data transfer to know where all of the data of where the character connecting to the server is a kilobyte back and forth, like a kilobyte at a time. That's nothing. Cheap. There's what's most annoying though is a company like EA won't release their hold on the IP.
Yeah.
Like I feel like because I mean their argument is, oh well, you know, we might come back to it someday. But EA is never going to reinvigorate Earth and Beyond. It's never going to happen. Cost them a couple $1 million to make the game and keep it up for like a couple years or whatever the fuck. They're never going to go back to that game, but they're never going to let it go either. And nobody can play the game without risking, or, you know, there are private servers and stuff, but like you can't, you're just on borrowed time. Like all it takes is one fucking letter from a lawyer and your fun times are over. Yeah. And I feel like there should be a limit to that. And I think that's kind of where they're coming from with this legal action that they're trying to take, is like after a certain, and in my opinion, I haven't scrubbed through this. I'm not sure exactly what their argument is in this. But after a certain amount of time, if you're not going to do anything with it, or if you haven't done anything with it, you should be forced to let it go. I don't know, 10 years, 5 years. Yeah. I mean, and that comes around to copyright law and how fucked up that is and all that stuff. Say,
this is strikingly similar to patents and how they work, where people just camp on patents for like 20 years and it prevents like a cure for cancer just because some company wants to make more money off of not developing it.
Yeah, so the example that they have in this article is Ubisoft pulled the plug on The Crew this month. So
Dangerous Prime was right.
Just the other day. The other day, rendering the 10-year-old racing game unplayable due, it said, to quote, server infrastructure and licensing constraints. So in part, there are a lot of nuance to this, right? So like Ubisoft pays a lot of money to be able to feature the Mustang or the Corvette or Lamborghini. Like they have to license those, at least the terms. GTA gets around this by making cars that look pretty similar to BMWs and fucking SUVs and shit, but they call them whatever they want. They call them, you know, instead of a Jaguar, they call it a Panther or something like that, you know.
Their developers said they mashed two cars together because then they can prove in court that it's 50% one car and 50% the other, showing that they changed more than the 20% or whatever required to make it a unique property. And they changed the name and boom, they're protected, 100% protected.
So I get some of that, right? Like I understand some of that. That's still dumb and that's kind of shitty. And like I should be able to have your car in my game, like without, I don't know, like it seems weird to me that
how are you here?
The likeness of it.
I think I know how to put this. I know how to put this. So why it should not be legal for you as a developing company to seek a license for a fixed term for a product that you're physically selling to people for life. Like if you were selling a physical game to somebody, you're like, I am selling you this game with a standalone mode that doesn't need online, that can play 100% by itself, is a standalone product. You should not, as a company, be saying in 10 years, I'm allowed to remotely disable everybody without making that absolutely clear up front.
Right.
They should have to put on the front of the box, this game will expire on this date and will never be usable again.
That comes back around to the idea of you don't really own your video games. You're licensed to use them. You don't own the copy that you have. You're licensed. You're purchasing permission to use the software. Right. And that's so. And so that's part of it. That's a big part of. I mean, holy cow, I don't like that at all. And part of their argument, I think, is it says here the basic legal argument is that video games are goods, not services, regardless of the terminology. Right. When we're talking about live service games, so they shouldn't, and goods shouldn't be rendered inoperable by the seller after we buy them. Now, like. So then that brings up the issue of like, well, how is like Gran Turismo going to do its thing without licensing the cars and stuff? And I don't know. We'd have to. That's a whole different part of the argument, I guess. I mean, I guess you could try and talk about like fair use and things like that. Because frankly, I don't see why I couldn't make a game that says that okay, so I don't call it a Ford Mustang, but I could call it the horsey wheels or whatever, and it looks just like a Mustang. Like I don't like none of that is like stealing. I don't know. It gets so weird.
Dude, there's a
just
million
gross.
ways they could resolve it, though. They could even make it where when the license expires, the cars just revert back to some basic models and let the customer put in their own cars.
Or yeah, I mean,
like,
I don't know.
Like, there's a million ways they could do it.
What? Yeah, like Beam. You were playing Beam NG or whatever earlier, right? That's super moddable. But nobody's going after the modders who make Lamborghinis and shit for the game or whatever. But the point is, older games, especially the live service or MMO like online games, should have some limit where then like the public can pick it up. Like my example of like EA and Earth and Beyond, right? I loved that game. I loved the shit out of that. I loved playing that game. I mean, I got ADD and stuff, and so I jumped around, but like, EA is never going to bring that back. Like it's been fucking 20 something years. They're never going to make that game. They're never going to use the property to make something else. So like, why not allow somebody to pick it up, to take over? And because like there could be a whole there's so many games that I know people would play. It wouldn't be a whole lot. There's a game that I used to play when I was a kid called The Realm Online. It still exists.
I remember The Realm.
It's changed. It used to be Sierra Online. It's changed hands a bunch. The current group that owns it don't seem to be that great as people or as a company or whatever, but like
no, they've shit on the name. Like it's done.
It's still basically the same game that it was 25 years ago. And it still has a fairly what I would consider a fairly robust like community. Like I want to say there's probably at any given time, well, it probably averages maybe 200 to 300 people peak, right? But all of those people are paying like $10 a month. They do have a free server, but like the free server is like old, right? Like they don't do anything to update the free server. But so like there's plenty there, and man, I just know if somebody could like spin up like an old Shadow Bane server that was like legit and actually had like a small team to like keep it going, like put out new quests and new things like that, it wouldn't be crazy popular. You're not going to get 10,000 people fucking joining the server or whatever, but I bet you'd have enough people who would be willing to pay $5 a month or something to keep a team of 3 or 4 people like fed and healthy and alive and like whatever, and keep the game going.
Yeah, seriously, like 100 people playing the game would pay for the infrastructure for 100 people playing the game, like easily.
You know? Yeah. Oh man, it'd be so, and like I said, like it's so cheap. Those older games are so small. So dude, you could spin up a fucking $10 a month AWS server or something, and it'd probably be just fine. Like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just.
But playing devil's advocate, you know what their argument is? Their argument is, oh, but if we allow people to keep playing that old game, then they're not going to pay us for our new game.
But that's not true, and we all know that that's not true,
right?
Like how? Because like the people who would play an old game like that, the people who are playing The Realm and paying $10 a month or whatever to play The Realm Online are not playing WoW. Or if they are, they're willing to pay for both. Like that's so dumb. Like that's not to say that you're dumb, but the argument doesn't hold water, because like
right.
That's the people who are like, it's like the free to play MMOs. Like that's why most of them are free to play nowadays, is because you're not really stealing from somebody else. You know, the people who are willing to pay a monthly fee are going to do that. The people who are not willing to pay a monthly fee are going to play games that don't have monthly fees. Like,
I'm also pissed that a lot of these games, that just to play in single player mode, you still have to authenticate with the server and still have to connect. It only let you play single player mode. That should be illegal
too.
Yeah,
fuck. That's like, it drives me nuts.
Like that SimCity thing that happened. Diablo, even like Call of Duty, 3 or whatever, has to connect to the server. It won't even fucking let you go into campaign mode.
Hate that. Like, I understand authentication, right? You want to verify that the game isn't pirated or whatever. Fine.
Yep.
Then one phone home when I open the fucking game, and that's enough. Or a cookie, even a fucking cookie that says, "Oh yeah, he authenticated you've been authenticated in the last 30 days." or 2 weeks or whatever.
Let the user buy a physical key, like a physical auth key, just like you would for like fucking Photoshop or whatever, that you just plug it in the computer so you can only auth one computer at a time playing the game. Why not? Fucking do that.
I have an auth app. Why not?
Offer it as an option. Yeah.
Every fifth time I log in, I got to punch in a 6-digit code that's from my 2-factor authenticator thing. Why not? That sounds fine to me too.
That would be great. That would be absolutely great, right?
Great.
And they wouldn't have to maintain any infrastructure because it'd be rolling based on a hash that was given to a company that does an authenticator. So it'd just be a standalone app with no infrastructure whatsoever. They would give you that code that shows that you bought that game and you could play it.
And a lot of these live service games have apps that you download anyway to like tie in. You can get extra XP or whatever in the app. You could fucks around and do shit on your phone to
and let's
get
be honest, they get hacked, right? They all get hacked anyways. Like all the games single player modes. There's not a single game that I know of today that has a single player mode that doesn't have a hacked counterpart that doesn't have to connect to shit. Most people end up going and pirating it just because they don't want the inconvenience of having to authenticate to play a standalone game. That's
why GOG is wildly popular, so that you don't have to any of that DRM stuff. Like they have a launcher and all that stuff, but you can always download a local launcher sort of thing for
100%, 100%.
It's just there's so many cool games out there that have died and will never see the light of day, even from a historical standpoint.
And it'll get worse. It'll get way worse. Our kids will not be able to experience the games that we have played.
If Valve just decides, you know what, fuck you, turn off the servers. Boo! Millions of games are now unplayable.
Now Steam
unplayable.
So Steam said that if they ever go out of business, they're like, oh, if we ever go out of business, we're going to release a decryption key that automatically decrypt everything. They don't have to do that. If they sold the company or they default or they go bankrupt or whatever, they don't have to implement that.
Could you imagine Microsoft stepping in and saying, oh, we're going to buy Valve for $12 billion or whatever the fuck, like fill in the blank. I mean, that'd be a gross antitrust
and all
thing.
you have to do is pay $20 a month for Microsoft Gaming Pass, and then you can have all your games back in your library again.
They'd roll it into Xbox Game Pass, and you pay $20 to $5 a month. Then you can access your Steam library again, 100%. And it's bad, and oh man, then that spreads out into all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
but that's the big thing. Yeah, and
shit, but I just 2 o'clock. Fuck,
it is. Yeah,
how did time fly by? We even started on time for the most part.
On the one side, like I wish an MMO, and they kind of do nowadays, they take the sort of live service angle where like every couple months there's like a season, like Diablo 4 and Diablo 3 do. I'd love to see some of that. Like that could, holy cow, that concept could be applied to these older games. And I think there could be a whole company that just collects these older games and like just offers them out, like to spin. Oh, hey man, we've got you can even do it where it's a pay to play. You pay one time and you can play forever, and then you release stuff every couple months or whatever, and you have to pay another $20 or $10 or whatever to get the new quests or new areas, just like they used to do old expansions and things. And
instead of creating a whole new game, just add content, just infinitely add content.
Just like you can pay whatever it is to get the base game of Elder Scrolls Online, right? There's a lot of content in just the base game, but if you want, there's like 4 expansions for that, and you can pay more to get those. If you don't, that's okay. You have still all of that base content to play, and you can still interact with all of the people who are in that, and why not? Like that's great in my opinion. I don't know. It's a
problem that needs a solution, because like I hate the idea that my kid's gonna grow up and he's gonna be like, what the fuck's Mario Brothers? What the fuck's this? I mean, unless Nintendo just keeps selling it back to him like they've been doing with like the emulators, like they'll just take other people's emulators and then appropriate them themselves and then like release it with the games. Like, oh, you can buy fucking Mario Brothers for the 20th time in your life, right?
Yeah. And that's another thing to it. Is Nintendo not ever putting anything on sale. All of their first party shit is dude, there'd be 20-year-old games that they're still charging $60 for. Because they can.
Those fuckers can. That's why. Like, just because they can.
It's outrageous, man. Yeah.
As long as they can keep getting away with it. I don't think it'd solve the problem, but I think a good way to mitigate this would be if companies had to specifically, like on the front of their packaging or on their website where they're advertising the game or wherever it's like being sold, like where you cannot fucking miss it. Just like the Surgeon General warning, it should say this game is going to expire on this date and you will never be able to play it again.
Yeah.
You are
like
not. You do
licensing,
not
at least
own
for the
this game.
licensing
Yeah.
stuff.
Like it needs to
Because
be
like
so straightforward because people assume
what?
that it's like, oh, I put a disc in my computer, I put a disc in my console, I can play my video game. It's like,
Yeah.
no, one day that's not going to work. Like,
Nope.
and you can't sell it to somebody else because if you sell it to them, they have to pay the company to reactivate it anyway. So it's like you just sold them freeware. You know, it doesn't make sense that you can't physically own things. Not even the consoles. This was crazy. It's getting to the point
that too.
It's like you can't even fucking sell it. Like you sell the console to somebody, and now it's like, oh, to use this console, you have to pay, $100 a year or whatever for the basic, most lowest membership. When it used to be only to play online, you needed it. Now it's like, no, you have to have it. So you cannot own this second-hand console unless you pay us.
Yeah.
And then when that service goes offline, you got a paperweight because their console can't authenticate against any server.
That's all they have to do.
You've got hardware in the dump.
Like when they shut down the Halo servers. Right, like the old Xbox Halo servers, all those people turned on their old ancient consoles and stuff, and were in there until the very last minute. One guy was still in the server for like an extra week or something. One person was like, somehow they didn't physically turn them off or whatever, and like because he never turned his console off, like he was still kind of connected, sort of. But it's like that's all they have to do is send it, I imagine they could send something where, oh, if I plug in my OG Xbox to the internet, it decides to phone home because it's going to try and connect to Xbox Live, and Microsoft decides nobody gets to play the old Xbox anymore. As soon as I plug it into the internet, it's going to go, hey, Microsoft, you still there? And Microsoft's going to say, old Xbox, shut it off. They could just push an update that kills it completely, and that just disables the operating system.
So like did I tell you my original Xbox? So I plugged in my original Xbox. This is years ago. This was like 5-6 years ago, right? I had found an original Xbox out in my garage. I plugged it in, and I made the dumb mistake of plugging it into Ethernet, right? Because I wanted to like boot it up and play my games or whatever. So I boot it up, and the console says, "Oh, there's an update available." Okay, first of all, the Xbox is no longer supported. Like the original Xbox can't even connect to live services. Yet it was able to download an update. And I'm like, okay, so it downloads the update and it installs the update. Then it reboots and it says, oh, as of date, blah, blah, blah. Xbox Live services are discontinued for Xbox. Thank you for your consumer patronage, blah, blah, blah. And I can no longer go to the menu and I can no longer open any games. It's just a screen that says, like, we're no longer online. I'm like, before that, it used to boot into the menu and let me play games without being always online because the service was an optional thing. So what they did is they kept the servers up to push the firmware so they could brick the consoles. Yeah. So they basically intentionally made it so like even though Xbox Live is supposed to be offline, they still allowed my console to download the firmware update just so it could brick itself so I couldn't use it anymore, to make it absolutely worthless to me and unable to sell to anybody else unless they want to mod it. So that's why everybody just jailbreaks their original Xboxes now, because they're useless. Like if they're not jailbroken, as far as I know, you can't even play a game if it gets the latest firmware installed on it. Like you have to keep it offline otherwise, because Microsoft, and that's what I think is super dishonest, is like, why is Microsoft still hosting the firmware? Like, don't even bother sending firmware updates anymore. If you're not going to support the console, if your only purpose of sending the firmware update is to make sure it's an always online firmware so you can make it now permanently offline, that is illegal as fuck.
The Nintendo did something similar to the old Game Boys, not the like OG one, but they pushed something to like the DS, I think it was just recently, that disabled support for some older game or something like that.
I heard about
so it's like, I can't remember exactly the details, but I love the ending of this article because the suggestion here, the
PC Gamer
here,
one, or
they say like they're not trying to get developers to operate game servers forever, right? Like that's not fair either, right? I'm not asking anybody to spend money on an old defunct game that they're not really making any money on anymore. That's fine. I'm okay with
other
that.
People to host the server.
But just turn a blind eye to it, or say, you know what, we're not going to support this anymore. Here's a bunch of tools and shit so you guys can run your own private servers. And we're not going to, like, NCSoft they just recently, I love this. NCSoft officially came out and officially endorsed a fan run private server of City of Heroes. They say, you know what, you guys have been doing a great job. We are officially, we're not going to help you. NCSoft is not going to help you guys, but we're officially giving you permission to continue doing what you're doing with this private server. I think that is the best compromise. If the company don't want to do this anymore, there should be an option to allow the community to pick it up and keep it alive. I think that's totally fair.
So Evans too said 3DS and Wii U dies Monday. Upload your spot pass. What does that mean? My son loves Wii U. My son plays Wii U like every day in his bedroom. Like, what the fuck's happening with Wii U? I didn't hear about that. I need to go look that up, because if they're gonna brick the Wii U, I'm gonna go fucking jailbreak that.
Yeah, Wii U and 3DS. We not brick, but the online servers shut down on Monday.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. So no more online games.
Literally, the Wii U is the platform that the Switch is based on. A Wii U is almost,
I believe that,
just as powerful as a Switch. Like comparatively, the hardware, they're almost identical. So why the fuck are they bricking basically a Switch that's tethered to a console? Like, that is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of.
Yep. So no more online services for the Wii U or 3DS. No online play or anything like that.
Oh my god! But he'll still be able to play like the non-online games, right? Let's just be honest, like most of the games are online to some degree.
Yeah. So no more store, like that kind of thing.
That is so bullshit, dude. Like, oh man, I hope somebody hacks the shit out of that and puts up third-party servers and stuff. Right. Although knowing Nintendo, I'm sure they encrypt the ever-living shit out of everything to like the craziest possible way.
If anything ever popped up, that's why I love, like, here we are, what, 3 months after Pal World has come out, and everybody's, oh, Nintendo's gonna fucking crush it, blah 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 blah. Like, it was there's no fair use law in Japan. Right, they don't have that in Japan. That's part of how they get away with. Which is so funny, because
Nintendo is based in Japan and they're getting owned by a fellow Japanese company.
Another Japanese company. So if there was any legal standing for Nintendo to stop Pal World from doing what they're doing, they would have done it years ago.
Yeah,
they would have done it. It would have been years ago. They, like, Nintendo.
That company, Pal World, wasn't their first time stepping on Nintendo's toes. Apparently, they did it multiple times with other properties.
Yeah. But that's it. It's so, I don't know. I wish.
What happened to Pal World, by the way? Everybody talked about it like every single day. I haven't heard anybody talk about it for like a month.
It's still wicked popular. Helldivers kind of took over the zeitgeist at the moment.
That's kind of what I thought. I thought it was.
But it's still very popular. Yeah.
I need to play some more Helldivers. A really nice fan got me a copy of it for PlayStation 5. I need to play it more.
I want to play, but at the same time, like, I think. Man, Helldivers, I think, is a really, really good example of how to operate a live service game, like, in the like perfect way possible. Like, I love that they have this one person that is in control of, like, this is the game master. He's like, oh, okay, these guys are doing too good, so we're gonna beef up the robots over here. Like, he's like he's paying attention to and controlling, like, at different aspects of the game. I think that's amazing. I think they should do that more in MMOs or just whatever live service games in a general sense. And yeah, dude, I want to play really bad, but at the same time, like, it's just another game that I play. I have too many.
It is really funny though. Like, I played through the training so far. It's hilarious. Yeah, you gotta get out of here, dude. You're like 15.
I'm gonna wrap it up.
All right, bro.
So
you go enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Oh yeah. So that's it, and that's all for me. Thanks, everybody. Bye. Don't stay up too late. Okay.
Dude,
I know you a half hour of sleep or whatever, but
I actually got about 5 hours last night. That's a record for me on a tech talk night.
Good for you. Good.
Seriously. Good. All right. Well, you enjoy the rest of your weekend, bro.
Hello, everybody.
Peace out. God. Thank goodness for AuxxZillary, man. I don't know what I'd do without him. Seriously, I've been struggling so hard to live stream lately. It's just eating me alive. But having him there as a co-host somehow helps me a lot with this. So we had WeConnect 24. It got shut down a long time ago, but WeConnect 24, a community project, bought it back. Oh, so this is like an alternative that the Wii U can use? Oh, okay, I'm going to have to look this up. So Spot Pass Archival Project. Thank you, Evans. Or Evans. Let's see. So Spot Pass Archival Project. Let me open this up. All right, your help is needed for the preservation of Spot Pass data. Find out how you can contribute to the Spot Pass Archival Project. With the closure of 3DS and Wii U online services, Spot Fetch features will stop working in 3DS and Wii U titles. It has started to collect user Spot Pass caches, which contain data from recent Spot Pass events and games you've played. This allows various network retrieval services to archive the Spot Pass data ahead of the server's closure, allowing Spot Pass features to be replicated later and re-enable functionality in countless games, blah, blah, blah. Oh, so you do have to do this like ahead of time. If you want to learn how to contribute to Spot Pass cache from your system, visit this website. Okay, here, let me check this out. Okay, so as you may know, so this is spotpassarchive.github.io is the URL. Hopefully this is the official one. I'm thinking it probably is. As you may know, Nintendo has announced that online services for the Nintendo 3DS, 2DS, and Wii U family of systems are shutting down in April. All online communication services, including distributed Spot Pass data, will be discontinued on April 8th. Wow, we got 2 fucking days at 4 p.m. Pacific time. As a result, features using Spot Pass and many titles will stop working once this change has taken effect. 3DS and 2DS and Wii U systems store a local database of titles which you have recently received Spot Pass data. This database can be used to check for the URL it uses to download the Spot Pass content. By dumping this database from your system, you can help various network retrieval services in preventing Spot Pass content, in preserving Spot Pass content, ensuring that Spot Pass features and these titles can be used long after Nintendo has pulled the plug on the service. Database dumps are anonymized when collected. Dumps are sent to the network retrieval services to allow Spot Pass features to be replicated later on. Okay, so it looks like they're just archiving all the data. So if somebody in the future brings a Spot Pass project online, they have the database with all the data and everything backed up in it that they can start sending down to people's consoles. Popular 3DS titles using Spot Pass features include Street Pass Me Plaza, Mario Kart 7. Oh man, my son plays that like every day. Pokemon games, New Super Mario Brothers 2. He's got that too. Swap Doodle, Swap Note. I don't know what those are. Tamagotchi Life. Total number of 3DS dumps 5,699. Total number of Wii U dumps 2,168. So wow, they really haven't gotten a lot of people to participate in this, because I know a lot more than 2,000 people on Wii U's. Okay, the way you dump the database depends on your system firmware version and whether or not you have CFW custom firmware installed. So okay, so any firmware version, modded system, how do you get the data? All right, it says okay, any modded Wii U system running. Oh no, it's not a modded system, it's an unmodded system. Okay, so unmodded system has to have a firmware from 5.5.0 to 5.5.6, which is the last firmware. An SD card formatted to FAT32. It says open the internet browser and navigate to dumplingapps.com. Click on the launch dumpling button. Once dumpling is open, use the D-pad and A button to navigate. Select the option that says dump all Spot Pass data. Select your SD card. If it hasn't already been selected, then select OK. When finished dumping, Dumpling will ask if you want to upload these files to Spot Pass archival project. Select yes. If it is unable to upload your cache to the internet, the TaskDB files will be located on your SD card in the Dumpling Spot Pass files folder. If your system was unable to upload your files, you can also submit them using the green link below. Okay, so my only concern with this is, what does that Spot Pass cache contain? Does it contain like usernames and passwords to authenticate with these services, or keys to authenticate with these services that could be used by an attacker to fuck with Switch accounts and new online services and stuff? Like, I get that this is like an open source project and it looks like there's a lot of shit going along with it. But still, that would be kind of concerning to me. Just blindly downloading a bunch of data from a console that pertains to online connectivity, and then just blindly uploading that data to a database, that raises some spidey sense with me. So I'll have to do a little bit of research on this first. But it looks like if I'm going to do it, well, it's just caching the Spot Pass data that's already on the console. So even if they cancel the services, I'm guessing that Spot Pass data is still going to be on the console from the last time it was able to sync with the servers. So, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm going to look into it. Let me bookmark it here. Spot Pass archival project. I'm definitely going to look into this because it doesn't look like they have a lot of Wii U uploads, so mine could actually make a difference. Okay, so check the spreadsheet to see which games currently have data archived for 3DS and Wii U. Here, let me open up a spreadsheet here. Oh wow, they're missing data for a lot of games. Damn. I wonder if I have any that they don't have data for. Wow, they are missing data for so much shit. Minecraft Wii U edition? Seriously? Nobody's uploaded data for that? Half Genie Hero, ESPN Sports compilation, Mario and Sonic at Satoshi 2014 Olympics, Monster Hunter 3, Wii Fit U, Lego City Undercover. My son actually has that game. I think, actually, no, he has it on Switch. Never mind. He doesn't have it on Wii U. He has it on Switch. I'm actually surprised they're missing so much data. I mean, they hardly have data for, they maybe have like 20 games that they have spot pass data from out of 2,000 uploads? That something seems a little fishy with that. I'll have to look into this because yeah, if 2,000 people uploaded their spot pass data, I can't believe out of 2,000 Wii U consoles, only like 30 games actually existed between them. Like that doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's see, nothing for internet browser, nothing for Nintendo TV, nothing for friends list, nothing for Wii U's electronic manual, amiibo settings, Just Dance Wii U, Lego Dimensions. I don't know. Something seems fishy about this. I don't know. Has anybody done this? Has anybody here in chat like contributed their spot pass data? Because that's my biggest concern is I just don't want my son's like, you know, Wii U login and password and shit like that compromised in case it could be used to authenticate with more modern services like the Switch uses, etc. Also, why in the hell is Nintendo discontinuing a service? Like, honestly, why not just release a firmware for the Wii U that makes it compatible with the Switch's current services? Because obviously they're not sunsetting the Switch, and the Switch is based on the Wii U, and they both use the same infrastructure in the beginning. So why not just allow the Wii U to continue using the Switch's database and servers? Like, I don't know. It seems to me like Nintendo does a lot of going out of their way just to make your shit useless so that so that everybody has a Wii U now is going to be like, oh, I can't play online with my friends anymore. Now I got to go buy a Switch, and then I got to buy the same game again for the Switch, which is literally the exact same code and everything, just so I can keep playing with my friend, and my friend has to go buy a Switch, and they don't get a better experience because the Switch and the Wii U are roughly the same power. I mean, granted, the Wii U is, uses a console that has a lot bigger electronics because it's an older technology. I don't know, man. I think it's rotten. I think it's dirty, and I think it's rotten. What do you guys think? Notorious Ray said, didn't that happen with Apex Legends? Hackers could get into your personal computer through the game, I'm pretty sure. I mean, there's actually a lot of exploits in games that have allowed shit like that to happen over the years. That's why I say thank goodness for, modern day operating systems based on the new technologies kernel, or NT. Because back in the day, with Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows Millennium, everything was just straight up hardware level access. So if you had a game and that game could load shit into memory, and you could feed it a packet with some buffer overflow data that would then go overwrite another piece of memory on the system, you effectively had root access 24/7 and could do whatever you wanted to the computer. So there was a lot of avenues for you to contaminate and control other applications, whereas under NT or anything from Windows 2000 XP era beyond, the operating system has rings in virtual memory spaces that it maps everything into, which creates overhead, sure, but it also compartmentalizes things so that if you try to go overwrite system memory from within that virtual address space that the program is running within, it basically, even if it's successful in overwriting the memory, which it won't, it'll get access denied. It'll literally tell it, the operating system will deny it. But even if it could overwrite that memory, it wouldn't be overwriting the actual memory where the graphics card is, or the actual memory where the hard drive's like storing something or taking instructions, or where the driver is. It's just going to write to memory that's virtually mapped, meaning that it's just memory that does nothing, that just happens to fall within that same mapped region. For that one process. Nothing else would see it that way. So if you guys are curious, if you ever wondered what the difference is between, say, like Windows Millennium or Windows 98 and then like Windows XP or Windows 2000, Windows XP, everything was direct bare metal hardware. All the drivers, the kernel, everything like that ran at the same level. There was no level of access for memory management. There was no, you had a user account and a password that you could log in, but you could pretty much just overwrite anything on the system. You could write anywhere in memory. If you wanted a blue pixel on the screen, you could just write directly to C80 memory, Visa standard memory address for graphics card, and just like fucking change pixel colors on your desktop and stuff. It was pretty wild. It was fast. It was super fast and super efficient, but it allowed everything to fuck with everything else. But when you're talking about Windows NT or Windows XP and beyond, they compartmentalize everything. So like when you create a process, it creates fake memory, virtually addressed memory, that then the operating system maps to physical memory. So when you're within the address space of your program, your user mode memory, your every program looks like it has 4 gigabytes if it's 32-bit or more if it's 64-bit, but it looks like it has all that memory to itself and nothing else, not even the operating system, is within that memory space. But then there's a thing that maps it to the real memory addresses. So to the program, it looks like one memory address, but to the actual physical hardware, it's a different memory address. And there's a table that keeps track of that. And it makes sure that your program doesn't have access to override another program's memory unless it's running at a higher elevated level of access. And it's specifically calling APIs and shit to get outside of that space and cross over and modify something else, which can happen. It's just a lot harder to do. And then you also have the concept of kernel memory and user mode memory. So every process on your system has its own virtual user mode memory space. And then every one of those processes also has access to kernel memory space, but it's protected. So there's only certain things that can see, certain things that can read, and certain things that can write to, depending on security and all that. So, and for you to run in low rings of the operating system, so like closer to the kernel without levels of, security between you and it, to get to those lower levels, you usually have to load is a system level, not just administrator, but a system level. And you have to load directly into the kernel memory, which is the physical memory space. Like at that point, you're not using virtual addressing, you're using very real addressing and all that. So I don't know how many of you guys didn't know that or knew that or whatever, but now you know. Look at that. You learned a thing. Chrissy said Nintendo is a weird company. They don't seem to care much about money, but jealously guard their IPs. Their primary motive is what? Creative control? What do you mean they don't care about money? Chris, their actions look like that's all they care about is money. It looks like every single thing they do is in the quest for more money. like I honestly, I can't think of a single thing that Nintendo has done that isn't directly connected to them in some way missing out on an opportunity to get more money. They are very controlling though. However, here's the thing, playing devil's advocate, because I like to try to see both sides. Playing devil's advocate, there are laws here in the United States. I don't know about Japan, but there are laws here in the United States that say if you don't defend something, like if you don't actively enforce and defend your copyright, it's more likely that the person who violates your copyright can get away with it. So there's a lot of companies that literally have to enforce legal actions. Like even if they don't want to, even if they don't feel like they're losing money, even if they feel like what you're doing is perfectly innocent, they will still sue you or issue a cease and desist or some legal action just so that there's precedent on the record showing that they were defending their copyright. Because if they don't defend their copyright and they just let people walk all over it for like 6 months and then a big fish comes along and fucks it up and they go after them, then they're going to be like, why didn't you go after all the little guys that did it before you? Because they basically set precedent, because that person that did it here, he saw all those other people do it and get away with it. So why are you singling that person out? And it's kind of stupid. I don't know why that law exists. All I know is that it does exist, because I've seen a lot of companies argue that they have to enforce their law. They don't necessarily have to sue the person per se, but they do, CBAs and stuff to people that have an Etsy store and sold exactly one item. Why are they spending $10,000 on a lawyer crafting a letter to get that to stop? It's because they're literally just defending it's the trademark. Okay, so the trademark is what they're rigorously defending. Okay, fair enough, Eric. So they have to defend it, because if you don't defend it, then the courts won't take you seriously, and there's a better chance that the person violating your trademark will win. So I think it's to prove they're still using it. I mean, that could definitely be like the woman with the Eleanor car. Yeah, exactly. Except for the woman with the Eleanor car, I want to point out something very specific about her. One thing, she lost finally because she lied her ass off in court, and she's a hag and a piece of shit, and I hate her. I wish all the bad things in the world happened to her, because she is a terrible, terrible fucking human. She claims that she had to enforce the trademark to protect herself. But the truth is, all she had to do was issue the cease and desist. She physically took all the cars and then even sold some of the cars at her own profit, even though she had nothing to do with them, instead of having the cars destroyed. So no, she was a terrible, terrible fucking person. Oh yeah, she lost. Yeah, she lost. I don't know if B is for Build got their car back, but I know a lot of other people did. So yeah, she was found in court. They found out that she lied about a whole lot of the things, and she didn't truly own the IP to the level that she claimed that she owned the IP, and the way that she presented the people that were violating the IP, she falsely represented them. And so after a judge actually got all of the information and came back and revisited it, he shot her down, and she basically has no right to it. Anybody can create a fucking Eleanor now. So that's freaking awesome. Apparently she's appealing it. I don't know where the appeal has gone thus far, but I do know that she got her ass handed to her like a year or two ago, which is fantastic. Did I hear the McDonald's lost its exclusive right over the Big Mac term and name in Europe? No, I didn't. That's crazy. I didn't know that. I thought they called it like a Royale with cheese or something over there. I didn't even know they called it the Big Mac. So but yeah, the thing that made her a piece of shit, the Eleanor lady, is that she was actually seizing the cars and all of the property and everything, like literally robbing these people, like completely taking everything from them under lawsuit of ruining them and destroying them completely, when all she had to do to support her case was just issue a cease and desist or settle, basically filing a lawsuit and then settling out of court for like $1 just to show that they actually sued and had it on the books. That's all they had to do. If she truly was protecting the trademark, that's what she would have done. What she was doing was not to protect the trademark. She was literally trying to profit on something that was, that had a cult following, that she wasn't making a lot of money on herself because she wasn't selling a lot of Eleanor cars. So she figured, oh, well, I can just get everybody else in the community to build these cars and then wait for them to get to the point where the car is complete and then step in and steal it. And to be clear, BS for Build worked on that car, I think, for the course of a year. And she didn't step in and issue anything until the final video where the car was completed. So again, she and apparently she has done this with other people too. She knew the build was in progress. It was heavily publicized. It was only when the build was completed that she stepped in, sued, and confiscated the car and all the property. So she was basically, in a nutshell, she was making these people build the Eleanor cars for her for free so that she could step in and steal them when they're done, erase all their content, anything that they did, and then she could sell them as her own. That's horseshit. Like, I hope that when she lost the lawsuit, every car that she sold or every car she destroyed or whatever, I hope those people went back and sued her for the full money and any losses and income and everything. I hope that they just completely destroyed her. A few flew too close to the sun. Agree. It's true, Notorious. 100%. James Janus said, what is your stance on kids having phones? I walk around the mall, like grocery store, etc., where 7 or 8-year-old kids have the latest 2024 Super Pro Bazooka Extreme smartphone. I try not to judge other parents for how they raise their children because I know the challenges of raising a child myself. But me personally, if you're just asking what I do, my son does not have a phone. My son does not have a phone. He has an iPad he's 14 years old. He has an iPad that is very locked down. He has VR that is very locked down and monitored, and it's done nothing but good for him. It's like he is a much happier person because of it. Like, when you give your kid 24/7 unlimited access to the internet without you being able to be there and monitoring them, you are basically throwing them into the fire. Like you are, it's such a disconnect with your child at that point. Like, when they start doing like terrible things, you're going to be caught off guard. Like, oh, how could my child do that? It's like, because you literally weren't paying attention for years and years and years. Okay, I take it back. I will judge parents. However, I think it's an important thing that you also trust your children. You learn to trust them, like figure out like what they're doing, give them opportunities to earn more trust and give them more capabilities. If you have a very responsible child that is like really going out of their way to like show how responsible they are and they're making good decisions and everything, I think that they should get more responsibility. However, it shouldn't be like the default position, like, oh, I want a cell phone. You just throw a fucking card in there, no parental supervision, no parental apps like controlling anything, just hand it to them and say, oh, just fucking leave me alone. Like, you're just asking for your kid to either get, raped or killed or tied up in some bad shit, or, go do a school shooting or something because they got indoctrinated by a group that promised them love and attention because you were ignoring them in exchange for them doing terrible things. I mean, we've all seen what indoctrination does. I mean, we saw January 6th. It's like you can literally get a massive group of people to go and attack their own people and kill the same people that they're sworn to protect, because they believe something that's absolutely not true, because they got sucked in by a group that gave them attention and told them how important and how intelligent they are for purposefully being ignorant and stupid. Like, you can indoctrination is a big fear with the internet and children for me. Like the two things you shouldn't do is you shouldn't just unleash your child free on the internet without any supervision, and you shouldn't free your children with, Pastor John down at the local church without any supervision either. Like you should never be in a situation where you just blindly have faith that your child is somehow going to be okay when you put them in a sea of piranhas, right? No, that in my opinion is bad parenting. Let's see here. Kyle K said, well, I guess there's no more chance of me renaming my junk cars to Eleanor, so she paid to haul them away for me. Dude, that's funny, Kyle. That is so funny. Oh, that would have made a great YouTube video series. Just have a bunch of people like posting fake pictures of like Eleanor's that look really cool, and then she comes to confiscate the car, and you're like, oh, there it is right over there, and it's just a big old rusted out bucket of shit. Nope, haul it away. Because the person that she'd send to haul the car is just going to be somebody who has orders just to pick up the whatever car it is, right? You're like, nope, there it is. That's Eleanor right there, spray painted on the side with like an old rattle can of paint. That'd be hilarious. Oh my god, that's funny. It's a cool mental picture. I love it. James Janus said, not your kid. I was asking your opinion in general on kids having phones, i.e. having the latest high-end ones. A phone, maybe, but it doesn't need to be 2024 top-of-the-line smartphone. I mean, again, it depends on, the family and their means, right? Like, if you have like unlimited money and you're living like super rich, high on the hog and shit, and to them they're just like, oh well, I want my kid to have the same phone that I have for compatibility reasons, or they really want it bad and they're spoiled rotten. Like that's the thing, right? Is it depends on who you ask. I mean, I've seen kids walking around with like fucking $30,000 Birkin bags when they're like 13 years old because they're a celebrity's child. It's like, do I think that's stupid? Yeah. I mean, you're literally setting them up to get like fucking robbed or killed or whatever. But then again, it's also a family that has like 24/7 bodyguards, and they're being transferred by limousine and flying on private jets and shit so that nobody has the opportunity to rob them in the first place. So it's like, again, it's a different situation than I would have. So it's like, given the situation, it's like, okay, well, do you want your kid to have the phone that can talk to satellites where they can call for help if they get kidnapped out in the middle of the desert somewhere? And you had the means to get them that, and that's what they wanted, fucking sure, why not, right? But again, Tyler said, what do you got going for the rest of the day? I'm not even sure yet, dude. I'm not even sure yet. I think I'm going to try to find a better place for this camera, though, because right now it's sitting on a tripod in front of my screen, and I don't want it falling over, breaking the camera, or breaking the screen. I had a close call and almost lost my Rodecaster Pro yesterday. You guys can go look at my Twitter posts from yesterday if you'd like to see what happened, but it was pretty damn bad. And with a lot of alcohol and some time, I really lucked out. However, it wasn't without damage. It did damage the screen on it, and the sliders don't move as smooth anymore, but it does work. So I'm very grateful for that. I feel social media in your pocket is bad for just about anyone. Hallelujah, bro. Hey, Stario, thank you for the $1, man. I appreciate it. Joe Tashi, thank you for the 11-month sub. I appreciate it. Channel member. Woohoo! Am I excited for the solar eclipse? Always. I love solar eclipses. They're awesome. I go outside and stare right at them, just like Trump style. He taught me how to do that. So if it's good enough for Trump, it's good enough for me. I can go out there and just mad dog that sucker because I'm the boss. It can't hurt me. And then if I get sick while I'm outside, I'll just go inside and inhale some bleach mist, or let the light inside to heal it. Theodora said, a couple of years ago when I was still in high school, I heard about someone in my class throwing her Samsung Galaxy S4 in the actual trash can just because she got a new iPhone 8 back then. Well, that's awesome for the kid that saw her chuck it in the can, because I would have walked over there, fished that sumbitch out, downloaded the data, blackmailed her with it, and then go get the better iPhone than she even had. I'm just kidding. But no, if I saw somebody throwing a fucking cell phone in the garbage, I'd go fish that sumbitch out and be like, freebie, no. Hey, Tim Greg, he said, I missed the stream. How many monitors? We are back to 3 monitors. I got the first one, then I got the second one, and I finally pulled the trigger and I got the third one, only because I got a refund back on a yearly service to an AI company that changed all the rules on me. So they refunded me all the money in the form of an Amazon gift card. So that lowered down the price of the third screen, so it hurt a little bit less. And then I was able to use some other gift card money that I found and my Bing reward points, and then I ended up getting the screen for about $100. So out of pocket. So and it was just driving me nuts not having the third screen. So now I finally got the third screen. They're all set up. They're all working as they're supposed to be. I've got 4K, 120 hertz, FreeSync, 12-bit color, and it's all working fantastically. And the best part is the HDMI to DP adapters or DisplayPort adapters that I used were $12 each on Amazon that support all of the features. 4K, 120 hertz, 12-bit color, RGB color, not 4x4x4 chroma, but RGB color. And HDR10, HDR10, 4K, 120 hertz, FreeSync all at the same time. My Club 3D adapters that were like $80 did not support FreeSync. on these screens. So I am shocked that, and I tried 5 different adapters before I finally found one that could do it. I was starting to think that it was impossible. Like even Club 3D was like, oh yeah, you're not going to find a 120 hertz adapter that supports FreeSync and HDR10 at 4K. Like they don't exist. Well, I found one for $12 on Amazon that works brilliantly. So it's freaking awesome. I don't even, does it have the model number on here? The Tech to Box 8K DisplayPort to HDMI adapter. Here, I'll give you the link, the right one. If you guys are looking for a way to connect your HDMI screen and get like all the functionality, because it's a lot harder than you think. Let's see here. DisplayPort to HDMI, Tech to Box. Oh, there it is. It popped up. So I haven't tried it with the 240 hertz yet at 1080p because this screen specifically also supports 240 hertz. That's another reason why I got it. So we're going to try that out. Okay, so here you go. Okay, so that's the adapter that I used. Let's see, is it still on sale? Yeah, it's still on sale, 50% off, $12.99. It's on a limited time deal though, so it's going to be canceled. It'll go up to $24. But for $12, this sumbitch, I verified, does actually support DP 1.4 to HDMI 2.1 proper with FreeSync. So, which is absolutely badass, and that's an RTX 4090. So I can't believe that like the cheapest adapter out of all the ones I tested was the one that actually supported everything perfectly right out of the box, all the way up to 8K 60, which is amazing. As far as the TVs I got, they started raising the price on them, which I wasn't too keen on, but they're still one of the most reasonable screens. I will say this though. I will not recommend this screen if you need a really bright screen, because these aren't very bright screens. They're only 400 nits. And the full array backlight isn't like a million backlights. It's actually got less backlight zones than most screens. So I just turn off the dynamic backlight. I just leave it 100% all the time. But really good color saturation with QLED. So it has inky blacks, just like an OLED. None of the dimming of an OLED, but you get the inky blacks. You get that really, really nice color saturation. It's fantastic. You get 4K, 12-bit color, 120 hertz, and FreeSync for $500 basically. But the downsides to the screen is the menu system sucks. It's buggy as shit. You have to go in and configure like a bunch of menu items and stuff to get them in the perfect fucking order so that the screen is fully utilized in low lag game mode, HDR10, 4x4x4 chroma enabled. Like to get that to work, you have to fuck around in the menu a whole bunch. But once you get it set up and working, God, for $500 you won't find a 50-inch screen that does this. You'll either find screens that are smaller or bigger, but this was the only screen I could find that had this functionality at this price. So it was let me see if I can find it here. There it is. Let's see, how much are they today? Was I smart to buy it? Okay, so right now they're going for $548. The last one I bought was $499, and then the first one I bought was $548. So I got 2 of them for $548 and 1 of them for $400. Because luckily it went on sale for like a tiny period of time that was a little bit more. But I think because I bought one and then I bought another one a week later and then another one 2 weeks later, I think they were like, whoa, these things are starting to fly off the shelves, so we're gonna raise the price on them. But luckily it's the same price as I paid a couple of days ago. So let me get you a link here. Currently the screen is 13% off. So here you go. There's the link. Little row, long story, man, but health related. Struggling with health shit. I'm trying to get back to Twitch streaming. That's the thing I got to focus on the most right now, because we're not gonna be surviving much longer if I don't figure that out. I'd love to make YouTube content again, but it's sadly not profitable enough for me to put any effort into it right now. But I'm hoping that in the future I get the opportunity to do it again. Did I disconnect the TV from Wi-Fi after the initial setup? You should keep it offline just in case Vizio gets any ideas about what Roku has been doing lately. I'm not worried about the TVs being online because I don't log into any of the online services or use any of the online services, so I don't care if they're online. Plus, the last firmware update that they released actually did fix a problem I was having with the screen, so I'm kind of grateful for that. So I'm hoping they release more firmware updates. But yeah, this screen right here, this is why I got it. So a lot of the screens that do 120 hertz don't do 240 at 1080p. So I thought that was cool. Having 240 hertz at 1080p on a 50-inch screen is pretty much fucking unheard of, right? So that's awesome. And that's native 240 hertz. That's not interpolated. That's not motion smoothing. That is literally physical signal from the computer, ultra low latency. And these ones are These are the 2023 models. There is a 2022 model to avoid that one. Make sure it's the 2023 model. It supports HDR10, but also keep in mind it's only 400 nits, so it's not going to get the full HDR. Even though it says HDR10 plus, you're not really getting that range, because to get that range realistically, you're going to want about 1,000 nits, unless you're like in a pitch black room at like 2.4 gamma. But it's remarkably, like, the blacks are super inky and the whites are super punchy, even for only being a 400 nit screen. I mean, in a fully lit room with 4, bulbs, the light coming in through the windows, a big light in my face, it's still like 4 or 5 times brighter than my old 7-year-old, Samsung conventional LED backlit screens. So I think they look great. The color calibration out of box is pretty terrible, so you might want to color calibrate it, but most people don't even really care about color calibration because they're calibrated to punch and look like really good. So most people will probably like that out of the box, but I like color accuracy, so I calibrated mine using like $10 calibration software and an i1 color or X-Rite i1 colorometer. Hey, thank you, George. I appreciate it, brother. Plus the forced arbitration stuff and the Hewlett, you're forced to accept it or you can't use the TV anymore. Yeah, so stupid, dude. This TV shit, like the stuff that you have to agree to and the things you have to push just to use your goddamn TV is ridiculous. Like, and the Vizio is no different. I mean, the reason the TV is so cheap is because, yeah, you do have to agree to Hewlett. You do have to like click a bunch of shit and everything to unlock the functionality of the TV. Like right out of the box, I couldn't just power it on and switch it to the input I wanted. I had to like go through the gauntlet and connect it to the network and register it and blah, blah, blah. Then it let me change the input. So I thought that was kind of stupid. But again, it's a quantum LED screen, which I believe is a Samsung technology. So it's a Samsung QLED panel that's 4K. They can do 120 hertz at 4K, 240 at 1080p. It's HDR10 plus rated, supports Wi-Fi 6E. So if you use the internal apps, it does, all the Netflix and all the normal affair. But I don't care about that. I'm just using it as a computer monitor. So what I needed was game mode. So the ultra low latency game mode that disables all the internal processing shit. And I just wanted HDR10. I want to be able to enable HDR10, 12-bit color, FreeSync, and 120 hertz all at the same time. And these allow me to do that. And I got it to happen through a $12, HDMI to DisplayPort 1.4 adapter. So, which is fantastic. So now I've got 3 screens all running at 120 hertz. Actually, let me see. Actually, I think one of my screens is not running at 120 hertz. Hold on, let me check here really quick. Display settings. You can definitely tell when you drag a window around if it's 120 hertz or not. So advanced display. Let's see. Display 1. Display 3. Nope, they're all 120 hertz. So through the HDMI adapters, I'm getting peak brightness of 9,250 nits. So obviously this adapter is fucking with the what is it, the EID or ESD data, the metadata that gets transmitted between the screen, because it's telling Windows has a peak brightness of 9,250 nits, which is like close to the full HDR 10 plus standard. These are not. The peak brightness on these, I think they said, is 400 or like 800 peak or something like that. So so the peak brightness is lied about on the ones connected to the adapter, but the one that's connected directly via HDMI says 800 nits. So which is more correct. So I should go back and look though, because I'm wondering if that throws off the calibration. They all look good, like all the screens look good, but I need to see if that throws off the calibration if Windows thinks that 2 of the screens are 10,000 nit capable when one of the screens is 800 nits. So I'll have to go back and see if I can modify that. However, there is a cool tool. I can't remember the name of it. I downloaded it the other day that lets you go in and you can actually like low level edit the video modes supported by your graphics card. Like you can go in and literally add and remove FreeSync from the data that goes between the TV and the driver. And so you can go in there and add and remove things and tweak things and like change the overclock the screen a little and go up to like 140 hertz. I haven't tried it yet with these, but you can do a lot of tweaking, and then those settings will be preserved. And then next time you go into like NVIDIA control panel or display settings, that'll become an option that you can pick when it wasn't there before, because you basically overrode it. Now it's lying to Windows. Let's see, where did I hopefully I still have that tool. I forgot the name of it, so now I'm gonna have trouble finding it on my hard drive. Here, where did I put it? Let's see. No, is it in color folder? I also have an sRGB LUT thing that I did that's pretty cool. So now I can put all 3 of my screens into HDR10 mode in Windows and still have that inky black. You know, sometimes when you go into HDR, it crushes it and makes everything look a little washed out. That's because Windows is rendering the desktop in an SDR color mode. And when you're in HDR, that maps to like a tighter thing and it looks washed out, looks great. Like black looks kind of gray, really white is like bright gray. To get that punchy white and black back, I have a thing that takes the SDR color space, expands it to HDR, and then you basically just install that LUT with like a little batch file across all 3 screens. And then it makes it look like your Windows desktop and everything when you're scrolling, everything looks like it's an SDR mode. It looks like the color space is SDR, but you still get that punch of HDR at the top and at the bottom. It basically just expands SDR. And it looks really good. It ends up like I still need to install it on my bedroom PC because it also works in games too. Like if you open up a game, it'll map that color space and make it look a lot. It'll pop and look nice. However, if the game doesn't support auto HDR and it actually has native HDR support, then you want to disable it because then it makes you lose a lot of detail. Because if the game natively supports HDR and you can go into settings and enable its own HDR10 mode or whatever, then it's already getting the inky blacks and the really brights without you expanding that SDR space with a LUT. And so it looks better. It looks better. So something to keep in mind. Let's see, where did my chat window go? I just lost it. Pull it up here. Okay, cool. I got it. Here, you guys, give me a second. I'm gonna go take a whiz and I will be right back. Thank you. I love you, Bubba. I has returned. Oh man. Yeah, now you have to agree to a EULA just to use your damn television. But luckily these screens, once they're registered and once you go through the first time setup and everything like that, then they no longer have to be connected. You can just disconnect them from the internet. But if you disconnect from the internet, none of the smart TV stuff works, but all the smart TV stuff is internet services. So it doesn't really matter. Like if you're just using it as a screen, you can make it a dumb screen after you register it. But I will say there are some advantages. So, like for instance, this screen, I didn't know this when I first got it. So this is one of the problems I got to live with is they got these remotes, right? These smart remotes. I need 3 remotes now because one remote will turn on and off only the screen it's connected to. However, if I back up far enough, it'll turn all the screens on, but only turn off the screen it's assigned to. So it does like IR for the screen power on along with RF, but then it just does RF for the power off. So it's like super wonky. So the better way to turn on the screens is I have all the 3 TVs just sunk to the app. So now I have a Vizio app and I just have it listed right screen, center screen, and left screen. So I can basically just select the screen, power it on and power it off. So, and I can connect to them and I can see the state of the screen. I can see which input it's connected to. I can change the volume on that screen. I don't use the speakers in them though. I'm going to be switching to stereo sound once I get that wired up. That's going to be awesome. I haven't had actual speakers up here in a subwoofer in literally like 2 years. So, yeah. So anyways, I can power them on and off through here. I just wish that the app allowed me to select multiple screens so I could turn them all on and off with one button. But the other thing I can do too that somebody pointed out to me that's really cool is I have where is it? Yeah, so I have this little guy. I have a Flipper Zero, and the Flipper Zero actually has an IR broadcaster in it that I can use the IR code for powering on and powering off. That way I can power on all 3 screens and all screens just with a button on the flipper. So I'll probably opt to do that just so I don't have to pick up 3 remotes and be like power, power, power. And then if I get back too far, it'll power on like 2 of the screens, but then only power off 1 of the screens. And it's like really hard to get all 3 screens like on. I miss that about my old Samsungs. The old Samsungs, was just 1 remote, did everything. However, I looked online and you can buy a service remote, which I'm probably going to do because the service remote also allows you to go into a menu and do more color calibration stuff and access the service menu on the Vizio. I don't know how much that one is, but it's an IR only controller. These are RF because they have a microphone, so you can like talk to the TV and ask it to do shit and stuff. It's got like a personal assistant built into it. Because it's got Netflix, Prime Video, Redbox, iHeartRadio, Crackle, and Sling. They all have their own button. Plus, it has a watch free button. I'm guessing that's like Vizio's free TV service. Like Samsung has their own free TV service too. It's like you don't have to pay anything or subscription, just like live TV over the internet. I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know if it's any good. But I do want to just get I just want to get a remote that can just power on and power off all the screens just at once. Or if I need to navigate a menu, I can just put it up close to the IR receiver and just control that one screen without affecting the other 2. Or I can do all 3 screens. Like with the old Samsung, I used to back up so that all 3 screens could see the emitter. And then I could go into the menu for all 3 screens and change settings. Let's see here. Networking guy said, if you want to see a filament manufacturer freak out about me exposing his scam, look at my Twitter thread on it. I'll have to check that out later. Who's the filament manufacturer that freaked out? Hopefully it's not one I'm affiliated with. Let's see. I have an old Vizio model VX37L manufactured January 2007. Wow, and it's still working today. That's good. Oh, I've never heard of Rion. That sounds very Chinese. I will say this though. These Vizio screens, they're super lightweight. Like it's funny. Like a bunch of the reviews on Amazon are like, these are so fucking heavy. I don't know how light screens are getting, but compared to my 7-year-old Samsungs with the full metal frames, these things weigh like a third. It was literally like picking up styrofoam compared to my old screens. But what I like about these screens is they're using Samsung panels. So these have actual Samsung QLED panels. For me to buy the Samsung version that has the same specs, that uses the same panel, now granted, they have a bigger backlight array. So if I was using local dimming, I'd get a better effect from the local dimming on the Samsung with the bigger full array in the back. But they wanted like $900 a screen for the screen that had the same features as these, and it still couldn't do 240 at 1080. So I think it's cool that, you know, that I get all the functionality of the Samsung panel. It's just not going to be as bright because, you know, I'm using a smaller array of backlights. But I wouldn't be surprised if the service menu doesn't unlock that too. I mean, granted, you're going to void your warranty, but I do know that on like the OLEDs, you could overdrive the screens a little on the C2s. Like if you had the service menu, you could go and overdrive the pixels if you had like active cooling on the screens. I wonder if you can do something like that with Vizio, where you can actually like push the backlight a little bit harder in these things if you have active cooling blowing over them. The brand Irion was giving people refunds in exchange for good reviews, which violates EU consumer laws and Amazon TOS. Doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. So many Amazon companies do that. So many, half the ads that you see YouTubers doing on YouTube, they do that shit, right? Where a company literally pays them for a positive review or a positive video and they don't disclose it. Yeah, I mean, God. And then the more diluted the pool gets and the less money there is to go around, the more, you know, dishonest people get to stay relevant and at the top of the pile. And it's just an endless fucking fight to the end. So looking at the screens, let's see here. What is it? Samsung 50-inch QLED Q60B is $100 more than these Vizio 50 inches with the better panel. These ones are only 60 hertz 4K panels that are QLEDs. And it's $100 more for a 50-inch. And then for the 50-inch QLED 4K QN90C, which is going to be a lot brighter, by the way, like 4 times brighter. But QLED panel that can do 120 hertz at 4K, $1,197. So more than twice the price of the Vizio screen for a 50-inch that has the same refresh rate, same HDR, just brighter backlights, a bigger array of backlights you're paying double the money for. And then Hisense makes a mini LED. Oh, wait, what's this one? 55. Oh, 55 inches. See, this, if you have the space, this is the one to get. Actually, here, I want to show you guys this one. I haven't used it personally, but I've seen good reviews. I couldn't get this one because the extra 5 inches wouldn't fit because I have a vaulted ceiling and with my desk the way it is without cutting the legs off my desk and lowering it. You know, it's funny. I should have done that. Why didn't I do that? Oh, because it would have stuck. Never mind. It would have stuck way off the ends of the desk. Okay. I was like, why the fuck didn't I just do that? I'm like, I can't fit bigger screens because they're already touching the ceiling. I was like, but I could have cut the legs off the desk, lowered my chair a little bit, and then I could have fit the 55s, but then they would have been sticking way the fuck off the ends of the desk. That wouldn't have worked. Okay. So good. I'm not as mad, but these went for $798. You can get 144 hertz 4K 12-bit color 1500 nit, so 3 times the brightness, and it supports Dolby Vision, and it's a mini LED backlight, so you're going to get like almost OLED performance from that mini LED backlight full array. So you're talking like thousands, whereas this one has like 48 backlights or whatever. That one have thousands of zones. But it would be 5 inches bigger, and you're paying about $250 more per screen. So honestly, this would have been the screen to get, like 100% if I had that extra space. But because 50 inches, the absolute largest I could run, this ended up being the only screen I could find that gave me 120 hertz at 4K, FreeSync, HDR10, 12-bit color, in a 50-inch form factor. So yeah, I wish I had the bigger house. Why not one big screen in the middle and 2 smaller and vertical sides? My OCD would go absolutely mad if they weren't the same size all the way across. Plus, they're already overhanging the edges of the desk with them turned in. They're already overhanging by about an inch. So if I went bigger on the center screen and it pushed them out further and I had to wedge them in, they'd be overhanging by still another like 2.5 inches on both sides, which would look really bad. So yeah, it's mainly OCD, but man, it would have been cool. And plus, to be honest, I wouldn't have been able to afford it because I couldn't even afford to do this. My OCD was just so bad I had to do it. And that was with the 500 screens. If I bought the $700 or the $800 screens, I would have only been able, 2 of them would have been over what I paid for all 3 of these. So I still think I made the better decision, but I'd be lying if I said I don't miss the brightness. Like having 1500 nits instead of 400 nits would have been magical, right? Having more options in the menu for configuring things instead of just like a slider that just fucks up any ability to calibrate the color and a brightness slider. I wish I had more control than that, honestly. I'm hoping that the service remote will unlock more capabilities, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Joe, thank you for the $5. You said, I wonder if the service remote IR codes are available online to add to the flipper. I did look and I couldn't, I found the codes for like power on and power off and stuff. I do have those, but I couldn't find the service codes. I found a list of 9 service codes for Vizio. None of them worked. I tried them all. None of them worked. So, what have I been playing lately? Have you been playing anything at all? The only thing I've been playing, and it's been kind of sparse, is I started with a VR a little bit. So I've been doing like Synth Riders and playing Rec Room with my son when I can. I play a little bit also in VR on the PlayStation. I play Gran Turismo. That's probably what I've been playing the most of. Every couple of days I do a couple laps. But other than that, not a lot lately. But I want to game more. It's just my hands have been so fucked up. It's really hard for me to hold a controller for any period of time. So whenever I have a good day, I try to take advantage of it. 55 inches, like 27 inches tall, and a 32-inch TV is 27 inches in width. So it'd also be the same size. I'm confused. 55 inches, like 27 inches tall, and a 32-inch TV is 27 inches in width. So it'll all be the same size. What, for like your setup? Yeah, I don't think I follow, bro. Because like right now, the 50 inches, they line up perfectly. So I have a 50-inch, a 50-inch, and a 50-inch. They're all the same height, the same thing. And it's like having one continuous surface wrap around me. So if I went bigger in the center, they wouldn't line up. And they would push out because it's measured in diagonal. They would actually push the side screens out. Or are you saying if I got like a bigger screen in the middle and smaller screens on the side, like if I came down in size on the sides, went up in size in the middle, then they would fit on the desk? That I agree with. That I absolutely agree with, but that would even further create a bigger discrepancy between the side screens and the middle screen. It would look cool, but 55-inch in the middle, horizontal, and 2 32-inch verticals, the edge would line up. Yeah, but I'd be missing so much real estate. Like the way I use my screens is I use them in quarters, and so if I put them on sides and I had that, I'd only be able to fit like 2 windows on there, where on this I can fit 4 windows on each of them. So this is my preferred layout. This is why I've been using the same exact layout I've been using since 2010. So I've been for 13 years. I've had either 42-inch, and then I went up to 50. I think in 2015. When did I go up to 50? I'll have to go back and look. But yeah, I've always had the 3 large TVs. This is kind of just, and I'm so used to it that it's like anything smaller just feels really weird to me. Really, really weird to me. I do wish that this Hisense came in a 50-inch though. If this Hisense had have come in a 50-inch and it had been about $150 cheaper, I would have gone with these. So because the Hisense, the mini LED, oh, actually these are ULED. So no, it does. Why does it say ULED and then it says QLED? Oh, because never mind. Hisense calls their technology ULED, but it's the same color layer as QLED. It's just different name. I remember somebody told me that. But yeah, they support 144 hertz, which would have been cool. I would have loved to have had 144 hertz. But truth be told, 120 hertz is plenty smooth. And realistically, at 4K, you're not going to find a lot of games at 4K. Even with like a 4090, you're not going to find a lot of 4K games with high level graphics that run at higher than 120 frames per second at 4K. So, and if I drop down to 1080p and use something like, DLSS or whatever, then I can crank it up to 240 hertz. However, I haven't tried overclocking them yet. I want to see if there's any overclocking room. I have that tool I told you guys about. I just got to find it. It's on my hard drive somewhere. I got to find that tool because I want to see if there's a way that I can create a custom mode for 144 hertz, throw it at this and see if these things will overclock and hold it. Because I know that the old Vizio screens, like the really old Vizio screens back in the day that were advertised as 60 hertz, I remember people were able to create a custom mode for 120 hertz, and they actually did work. They were a little dimmer, but they did work at 120 hertz because I remember Adam used to have one, and I saw him do it. So I wonder if they're modern TVs, they're just saying they're 120 hertz because, they're too dim or whatever to get an HDR certification at 144, but they could do 144. So the only way to really find that out would be like to get the service remote. So I don't know. Let's see. Vizio service remote. Usually the service remotes are dirt cheap. Let me see if I can find one. Okay, so Vizio remote with Vudu, Netflix, Prime, Disney, Redbox, $7. Replacement remote for Vizio Smart TV. Universal for Vizio Smart TV remote, $8. I love how these service remotes are just dirt cheap. New Vizio Universal remote control for 99% Vizio brand TVs, $6.99 with 4.5 rating. And does it have the number pad? Because I think you have to have the number pad to get into the service menu. Yeah, channel up, channel down, volume, mute, recall, Vizio menu, 1 through 0, wide, fast forward, rewind, record, exit, menu, guide, back, input. Yeah, this one looks like it has all the things. Let me see if any of the reviews say that people were able to get into the service menu. Okay, hold on here. I had a bad attitude towards universal remotes, but this one was easy to program and it works perfectly. A great replacement for my broken remote. I have 4 different remotes on my bed right now. I don't know what happened, but my original Vizio remote got waterlogged and none of the other ones did. That said, of course, it didn't work anymore. Blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, back to the review. I got this overnight. It arrived the next day, and the house stuck 2 AAA batteries in it, and it worked immediately. No programming, no nothing. That's a bonus for me because I am not a handy woman. I'm happy with the remote. It's simple to use, unlike some remotes. I just replaced the TV in my home when I bought it. There wasn't a remote because it was a used TV. This is a great price. Works great. Let's see here. When I got this, I was worried it wouldn't work with my TV because it's a much older model and the controller had options for smart TVs. I'm happy that it worked with my TV, even if it's not a smart TV. Works well, easy to program. Remote came in nice packaging. Pointed at the TV and it worked. Doesn't get simpler than that. Okay, so nobody said anything about a service menu. So, but most remotes don't say they're service remotes. You usually still have to type in a code to get into the service menu. I just want to make sure whatever one I get works with this. Okay, XRT 122 remote for Vizio Smart TVs. 2-pack for $14. Let's see. Man, there are a lot of different models of remotes for this damn thing. Jesus. Let's see here. New VR10 replacement remote for Vizio TV E190, E220. I don't even recognize any of these models. Let's see. I found one for $5. Damn, keep getting cheaper. Okay, so first I need to figure out like what code would get me into what the code is to get me into the menu and make sure that whatever remote I get has those buttons. 120 hertz is already plenty smooth. Yeah, I agree. 120 hertz is like the butter zone. It's also what I'm used to with VR, so it works fantastic. Why don't you do it through the Nvidia control panel? I know you know much more. I'm just asking. Nvidia control panel custom modes don't always work. When I create a custom mode inside of Nvidia, there's a lot of settings they won't let me change. Like they'll literally gray it out or won't let me put the number in. I don't know why. It should just let me create whatever mode I want. And if it doesn't work, the TV just rejects it and that's the end of it. But I can't get the damn thing to create the custom modes that I want. Like it'll only give me 60 hertz. It won't even let me put in 120 hertz, even though I can select 120 hertz from the default resolutions. So I need to do a little bit more investigation. But the tool that I found on GitHub allows me to not only change the physical pixel resolutions and enter the refresh rate for it, but it also lets me add like all the little tags like FreeSync, the frame buffer, horizontal vertical sync delays, all like there's all kinds of options that like HDR10 reading, Dolby Vision, true or false. Like you can go through and add all those things and just try them. And it will, and the graphics card will believe the TV has that capability and send the signal to it. And then you can see if it works or not. However, you probably do have to be somewhat careful. I don't think with modern TVs you really have to, because I think they're smart enough to put programming on there that's not going to try to oversync the LCD and blow it up or overdrive it. But I know with old screens that was a problem. Like if you try to push too high of a signal to it, sometimes it would like blow out capacitors or it would blow out components because the signal would go to the TV and the TV would legitimately try to process a signal it wasn't capable of, and then it would blow up. But I think modern TVs just tell you to fuck off if it doesn't match anything it can handle. There should be a way to get your Flipper Zero to work as the remote. Oh no, it absolutely would. I just need to know like what the actual IR stuff is to get into the service menu. Well, here, let's see if I can find it. Okay, how to see Vizio Series M TV service menu. Okay, so I got to press menu plus 1999 return buttons on the remote, and the service menu will be displayed. Let me pop this open and take a gander. Okay, so it looks like there's 6 methods. So there's menu 1999 return. Service menu will be displayed. Then there's menu 123. Service menu will be displayed. Menu 2489. Looks like they all require and then there's hold down the exit button on the remote for 3 seconds, then release it, then press 1, 2, 3. Turn off the TV, press and hold the channel plus and channel minus buttons on the TV. Press power and hold the power button on the physical TV. I don't even think these TVs have physical power button anywhere. Keep all 3 buttons pressed for a few seconds. Now press the menu button on the remote. You should get a regular menu with an F at the bottom right corner. This is factory. Press and hold the menu button for a few seconds so the service menu will be displayed. Okay, so that one just requires channel up and down. I have channel up and down, I think, on this. Let me see. No, that's volume up and down. Channel up and down would be like this. So it's saying turn the TV off, then hold these 2 buttons, press power, turn the TV on, keep all 3 buttons pressed for a few seconds. Now press menu. I might try method 2. Here, let's see if method 2 works. Here, let me turn off one of these screens here. It's going to be this one over here. So hold down. It says you have to do it on the TV, but my TV has no button, so I'm just going to try it with the remote. So I'm going to do channel up, channel down, hold power, and then it says continue to hold power. Keep all buttons pressed for a few seconds, and then hit the menu button. So I'm going to let the TV turn on here. Give it a second. Okay. Okay, and then release, and then hit menu. TV just turned off. Okay, let me try again. Now it won't even turn on. Oopsies. Fuck something up. Hold on here. Try again. Turn off. Okay, hold down these buttons. So power. 1. 1. 1. Yeah, it's not working. I think I need the other remote. Here, let me turn this back on. See if it goes back to the input it's supposed to be on. Here, go back to the computer. All right, there we go. They also support AirPlay too, which is nice. So if you have an iPhone, you want to like stream something to the TV, that's nice and easy. Let's see here. There are possibly buttons somewhere on the TV, lots of them like tucked up under. I mean, I tried to find some. I didn't feel any. Here, let me feel across here. Oh, I do feel a thing. Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's no up and down channel button, but there is a power and a select. That won't get me in there though. Okay, let me see. Can I select it? No. Okay, so what's the point of having a button that can select if there's not a button to go forward? What the shit? There's one button and all it does is cycle through inputs. That's it. There's one button on the bottom. Okay, I'm gonna have to go look. I'm gonna have to look at the manual and see if there's something more, because that to me is bizarre. Oh, and I also found another bug with this screen, or the Vizio screen. If you're in HDR mode on the PC and you turn it on, sometimes everything's dim and looks really washed out. And if you just turn the TV off and turn it back on, it's fine. Now everything's bright again. So there's like a weird bug where if you turn the TV on, you change the inputs or something, it syncs up with Windows, it like drops the brightness of the TV to like half. I don't know why. The menu says 100%, but then you just turn the TV off, turn it back on, and then until you turn the TV off again, it doesn't do it. So again, it's just these Vizio TVs have really weird quirks, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're so cheap. Like, because it has a Samsung panel. I mean, that's the most expensive component, and it has a Samsung panel, so you're getting all the benefits of the QLED panel, and the 120 hertz and everything. I think that's probably why it's as cheap as it is, because it's one of the only 50-inch screens that has this particular set of features, but it also has some bugs. Another thing I don't like about the screens is they do not have a good viewing angle. So unless you're looking at the screen straight on, like looking at them even slightly off, you can see the brightness drop off significantly. As close as I sit to the screens, there is a noticeable brightness drop off at the edge of the screens. But it's noticeable, not crazy. So it's 100% tolerable. So, and that's all I really care about. I just have to tilt the screens in just a little bit more, so that where I'm sitting, they're directly pointed. My face is in the middle screen. Yeah, that actually made the problem a lot better. So yeah, you definitely want to be straight on with these screens. These aren't screens you want if you have people looking at a bunch of different angles. Oh, so yeah, I'm just gonna buy one of these service remotes. Since it's only like $6 free shipping. Let's see here. I just got to figure out which one I want. Let's see. Is there anyone that's like for the Series M? Here, Vizio Series. Come on. Series M remote. Here we go. M series remote. Okay, there's one for $8. There's one for $11. Wow, 29,343 people have bought this remote for $8. Then there's one for $6 that looks exactly the same, like exactly is the same. That's $12. Okay, what buttons do I need for the service remote again? Okay, so for service remote, I need menu, numbers, and exit. So let's see what we got here. We have menu here. What does this one have? Exit. Okay, menu and exit, and then numbers. Yeah, that should be all I need, right? And it says it's specifically for D series, E series, M series, P series, and V series. Let's see here. And then there's a voice remote. I don't want the voice. I specifically want it just to be infrared. Okay, requires 2 AAA batteries. Let's see here. Volume up, wide compatibility, no setup required. One thing I like about Amazon too, I really like, is like they never complain when you return stuff. Like they really don't. As long as it's within the return period, like no problems whatsoever. You can literally just return it, reason like I don't like it, I hate it, and they just take it back. Like they don't. They're like Costco. They're like the online Costco. I found one for $6, but it's got 0 reviews, 0 everything, 54% off from a seller that hasn't sold anything. It says this is a new seller, you should beware. I don't think it's worth $2 to risk that. You know, I think what I'm going to do is I am going to buy the A-rated 247 review, $6.85 delivered and it says it works with the 50-inch MQ. Let me see, is it MQX, MQ8, MQ86, 50Q7, H1, H9, H4. I mean, it doesn't specifically list my TV, but it looks like the exact same remote is the one that was like $8. Here, let me go look. How much is $8? $8 is for M series. Sorry, guys. I just don't know why I'm dragging you along with me on this. Okay, so this is the XRT 136 updated remote for all Vizio smart TVs. Okay, this one does actually list my number specifically. Features you will love. 6 shortcut buttons. No, I could care less. This replacement Vizio TV, which is connected to your device through infrared technology, but not RF. That's exactly what I want. Let's see here. No setup needed. Let's see. How much is this thing again? It's $8.99. Should I just spend $9 and get the one that I know is going to work? Or should I get the one that looks exactly the same, like exactly, but is like $3 cheaper? I think I've reached that point where it's like I will literally niggle over a couple of dollars. So that's an XRT 140. That's actually a newer model number for $6.85. Okay, hold on here. So compatible known models, M50, Q7. No need for pairing. I mean, I'm sure they all use the same codes. Just get the $9 one. Will you take donations so you can get the one you want? Yes, I will. I will happily do that. But let's be real. Everything you guys donate to me is my only income. So it's like everything you donate to me goes to everything I buy. So regardless of what you're specifically tipping for, it eventually goes for whatever gets purchased in the end. Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know what?